Twitch viewers. Hello, early Twitch viewers. That's who you are right now? Because I made a big boo-boo over on YouTube, and we're still going to be waiting for YouTube. YouTube is fucked tonight, chat. I was so proud of myself for having fed myself and taking care of everything that I need reasonably. No, not exactly. I mean, still fucking too hot, right? It's a challenge. It's a challenge to be here on time. And if one little thing goes wrong, like not hitting that second go live button on the thing, then yeah, shit gets kind of fucked. So we're still waiting for the YouTube audience to come in. This is going to be a really weird one, talking to maybe Big Al Cake Mix, who was actually trying to warn me about this. I totally misperceived your comment. I totally thought you were complaining. I thought you were saying still waiting for nocommentchick to actually hit that 10 o'clock starting time. 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Pacific time. Yeah, I didn't realize, yeah, it still says waiting. That's the operative word right there. When I'm looking at it from across the kitchen, I don't really see that. So yeah, I am actually talking to no one tonight. That's a wonderful way to start off the stream. Totally not fucked up at all, but yeah, we're gonna be talking about the election. Kind of first and foremost, right? So get ready for that. We're also gonna be talking about Destiny and probably, let me see what this is. Okay, so we got a lot of results in, right? It's a bit of a shit show still as far as the Stevens El-Sayed race. I don't mean shit show as in it's going badly. It's just not as clear as we thought it was going to be, And yeah, while you and Twitch chat were maybe waiting for the stream to start, yeah, YouTube it looks like I'm not there, right? You know what I mean? Like, whereas you get the intro, the music, you get everything, the thumbnail, YouTube got none of that. YouTube got 0% of that, and we are still just completely dead, chat, completely silent. A wonderful way to start off the stream on a election night that's a little bit nervous, right? Because again, you know, we were looking at some early results for El-Sayed that were really positive. I mean, looked like, you know, wow, you know, what are we talking about? Like 20 points, 30 points? Now it's looking like we're gonna be happy if we get a single digit win, because yeah, the big dump that just hit was from Detroit, was from Wayne County. And these are early votes. These are vote by mail votes. And they did not. No, it's not a problem with everybody being still in Hassan's chat. It's a problem with okay, so Big Al Kick Mix. I mean, you were on this. You were on this. You were the one that was warning me about this. I think the one person that said anything, right? That noticed, like, hey, look at that. If I look at Twitch, it's on. If I look at YouTube, it's not on. We weren't on. We were not on. You know what I'm saying? Like there was no, it just looked like, hey, she says she's gonna go live at 7 and it's 7:40 and she's still not here, right? So that's what we're dealing with at the moment, right? That's what I'm freaking out about, not anything to do with Hassan, who, you know, the audience overlap I have is a little bit exaggerated. I'm sure there are some Hassanabi heads that watch me, but generally you're watching like one long stream a day or the other, right? So it's not an issue with that. What it's an issue, does everybody understand what I'm saying? So when I go live, when I hit go live, you get music. You get a starting screen, and you get a timer, right? Normally that's what happens. And you get to wait while I am, you know, rushedly making drinks and like, I literally have to have 3 drinks to start off the stream. Otherwise, I will get thirsty. Yeah, he's not normally live at this time, but yeah, it's not so much of an issue of a crossover with Hassan. The main issue is that, so whereas like normally this is what you'd see for 25 minutes on YouTube as a notification, as a way of saying, hey, this stream is about to start, right? And that's what not everybody, but like, a good portion of my viewership, I don't know, more than 20% of my viewership comes in early. They start chatting, they start talking about the thumbnail, they start talking about the stream today, they start talking about whatever. And this time, because there's 2 buttons I have to hit, right? There's the button on OBS that says go live that I gotta hit. And then there's also the there's also a button on YouTube, right? So if I hit the button on yeah, it's just an annoying thing, right? That I usually remember. Oh no, oh no, oh no, fuck. Yeah. Okay, so Big Al, I was just saying that before you returned, I guess. Yeah, I was talking to ghosts, actually. Apparently everybody just left, but no, I don't blame you. It's confusing. It's like, what the fuck is even going on, right? Yeah. So you said, look at this. Hi, YouTube still says waiting for no comment check starting at 10 o'clock. So I looked at that out of the corner of my eye. You know what it looked like? I'm still waiting for no comment check to actually hit that 10 o'clock marker. If you're East Coast, I come on at 10 o'clock, supposedly, but it's always a little bit later. So what I read that as, from across the kitchen, Big Al, I read that as, yeah, I mean, not quite 10. I would love it if she was on time, right? That's what it looked like to me. So I'm looking at it at the corner of my eye. I'm like, yeah. I'll get like I gotta get 3 drinks prepped. I gotta be completely ready to go as far as yeah. So the keyword there is says, right? Because what I read was, hi YouTube, still waiting for no comment check to starting at 10, right? And it sounded like yeah, I mean, you would be right in saying that, like, the scheduled time is 10 Eastern, 10 Eastern time, US, and I'm never quite there exactly at 10 o'clock Eastern time, right? Which makes sense, but no, it's actually hi YouTube still says, that's the operative word right there, still says waiting for no comment check starting at 10 o'clock, right? Yeah. Well, it's definitely my mistake, not yours. We also have a wonderful buffer for YouTube chat tonight, because guess what happened? Yeah, as soon as I figured out what Big Al was actually saying, as soon as I tabbed over to the YouTube tab and realized I hadn't hit the second. Yeah, there's not 1, but 2. It's like nuclear codes, chat. You know how nuclear codes work? Nobody just hits a button and sends off nukes, right? The way that they would portray it from the Cold War is that there's 2 soldiers sitting in a bunker, and they both got keys, and when they get the launch codes, like the president orders a nuclear strike and they get the launch code, like not one of them has to turn the key, but 2 of them, both of them have to look at the code and agree, this is the big order, this is what we're supposed to do, it's fucking nuclear war, guys, right? And so, like, yeah, YouTube, like, for some reason, YouTube is set up like that as well, right? Where there's a button on my software that says go live, and then there's a button on YouTube that says go live, and both of those buttons, both of those keys have to be turned in order for it to actually work. So that's what we're dealing with tonight. That's why tonight is a really weird stream, even though I got killer content for you tonight. And of course, because the primary election is still going on, I do plan to start off with that stuff, right? I do plan to start off with that stuff, but yeah, I don't know what we should do. Should we just cancel tonight? Did I fuck it up too bad? The other thing too is that, like, so because I was, like, last minute realized, oh shit, bad thing, didn't do the thing that I was supposed to do, right? I did it in a rush. I just hit boom, go live, right? And there's actually more buttons that I need to hit before I hit go live. There's a button that's the good button that I always talk about, right? What is the good button? Why would there be a good button? Why wouldn't default just be good? Ask YouTube. Ask YouTube to give a fuck about streaming. Ask them to give a fuck about streaming, because what they do is they default to, oh, you want a nice long delay, right? So that you can say something, and then the chat hears it, I don't know, 45 seconds later, and then they type. So there's like a minute delay. You say something, and then a minute later you get a response from chat, right? That's not ideal either. That's not great either. But yeah, I think we just need to turn it over, I don't know, to Steve Kornacki at this point, because it is still a race. Some people have called it already. I've been told Sam Cedar has called the race, right? Much to the consternation of Emma Vigeland. And chat, I'm sorry about the noise that we're starting off with today, but it's hot, it's muggy, it's hot. It's always just a little bit, not quite as cool as I would like it to be. And I'm fucked up right now, okay? I am fucked up. We never give up on what? Oh, sorry, on stream. I think I just have to chill the fuck out. Cause that's like an unbelievably bad fuck up. Also, the way that my like the way that chat works, the way that the numbers work, if for any of you numbers guys, numbers gals out there, is that YouTube comes in, like I said, 20% of my viewership comes in before I'm even on screen. That's really helpful for me because then there's actually somebody to respond to in chat. And Twitch, not the same. We don't have that yet on Twitch. Twitch is really fucking slow. Twitch is, I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not like, hey, you know, if we could just yell at the Twitch viewers, like, let's just wait until the Twitch viewers arrive and we'll just, you know, give them shit. Be like, you suck. You're the worst viewers in the world. How dare you? How dare you? I gave you my Go Live notification and it took you an hour to get in here. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, like that's the best, right? That's like the Hutch. No, not the Hutch. Why am I always mixing them up? That's the Whick take on voters, right? If we just yell at voters enough, that's a lot of people's takes on voters, right? Is that like they need to be yelled at, right? If you tell a family in Michigan that has relatives in Gaza that they're fucking stupid for not just voting for Kamala Harris and Trump is obviously going to be way worse, right? You think that, like, you know, that is like, oh, they're gonna be like, oh shit, what are we doing? Let's get to the poll. Let's Pokemon go to the polls. Let's get there. We got to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she refused to say anything about you know, an issue that is you know, a lot of people will act like Palestine is like an unimportant issue. That's a fucking crazy thing to say. I mean, I know why it happens. It's that, you know, there's so much going wrong in this country, and that a lot of what people want to, you know, concern themselves with is to the issues that are front and center in affecting your life, right? But that's a level of abstraction that I'm not comfortable with. We live in a world, we're part of the human race, and there's humans being, you know, innocent people being killed in mass, right? For real. It's not a joke. It's not like, right? You gotta have some fucking racist, like, you know, brainworms to kind of be able to abstract yourself, where it's like, well, you know, 1,000-year blood war, 1,000-year blood feud, or whatever you want to like lie to yourself about what is actually really substantially materially going on in another part of the world. And even if you don't give a fuck about people in another part of the world, shit that happens elsewhere has a way of blowing back, especially when American military support is involved, as it was. Those bombs, those bullets, everything, you know, the money, you know, everything provided by our tax dollars, right? And it could be, yeah, it could be doing something better. So that's the synthesis, chat, between Palestine and kitchen table issues, is that it is connected, since money that should be going to making the kitchen table more full, putting chickens in those pots, putting rice in those rice cookers, whatever you're eating, you know, around your kitchen table, you know, you got to connect that. You got to connect that with the money that's going to Israel. Not to make like Israelis. I mean, I know people always talk about Israel has healthcare and we don't, but mostly, yeah, to you know, to kill innocent people. So anyway, that is crazy that song ends so quickly, and we go right on to this. I'm gonna. Ooh, I need some stabilizing mood music right now, because this is a big fuck up on my part. Is that it? Is that what I'm looking for? We'll keep looking, since we got some time now, chat. We got some time to kill before people actually figure out that, yes, I am in fact live. So yeah, having good music that is that is copyright friendly would be really good right now. Not quite there yet, are we? We are not quite there yet, I don't think. Let's try this. Okay, how about this? How about this? Hi everyone, thank you for figuring out that I am in fact live despite my own screw up. As I've been explaining to chat, there's not one go live button for going live on YouTube. There's actually two, and Twitch has been live for a good little while now. And they're still, you know, trickling in as they do. I should show people the graph. I've got a graph in my mind of how the audience arrives on Twitch versus how the audience arrives on YouTube. It's kind of striking. It's kind of striking the difference between the two. Yeah, I don't know exactly why. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I could go live. It almost seems like I should go live on Twitch first, and sorry, go live on YouTube first and Twitch second. Yeah, I'm still it's me trickling in. Yeah, like Twitch is a slow trickle and YouTube is a quick trickle, which is making me wonder if maybe YouTube is more tolerant of go live streams, whereas Twitch, people click on something and it says starting soon and they're like not soon enough and they're on to something else. But I don't know, that sounds more like a YouTube viewing habit. Also, yeah, for YouTube, understand that tonight there's a huge delay between me and you. Wait a minute. I've done this once before. Would it work again? I don't know, chat. I'm curious. 17 viewers on YouTube, so you're there, you're just not saying anything. And it's the worst night in the world for you to be so quiet. Because yeah, we started off the screen and the stream in kind of a fucked up way. Let me see something. Wait. Have I done this before? I'm trying to make sure. Okay. Oh, I don't think I can do it. I thought I remembered, chat. I thought I remembered that I could hit end stream on YouTube and then it gave me a chance to hit like go live again, which would give me a way to make the delay shorter, right? Great night for super off topic also. Yeah, that's great. That's a perfect timing. Let's talk about something else. Hey, let me just make the stream about something else. Anybody like sewing? I've got a needle and thread over there, as well as a curtain that kind of needs to be, you know, fixed. Maybe we could just make that a sewing stream. We could just sew together, stitch and bitch, as they say. Welcome in, Big Jerry, Big L Cake Mix, Direful, Moinoith, Eric Van Winkle. Good to see you here. No, I mean, I am catastrophizing a little bit and just thinking of any of the ways to possibly fix things. I don't know if there is. We should probably just watch Kornacki. You've got a dress to mend, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what happened, how, like, I've got like two curtains, right? One of them is a big blackout curtain and the other one is like a thin little lets the light in, but people, if you're naked, people can't see you kind of curtain. And the, you know, if you're naked, people can't see you kind of curtain. It just got like it just like kind of came apart. I don't know if it got shut into the door or something, the sliding glass door. Wow, people are actually going for it. I could actually make this a sewing stream. This would have to be, though, chat, a you teach the streamer sewing stream because I had precious little, you know, I know how to do, what is it, like a cross stitch, a back stitch. I think I've sewn on a zipper before, maybe. Hardcore election coverage, we probably need to just get into it. We probably just need to, because the election, the thing with the election is that, like, we're going to be getting the extent of whatever information is coming in tonight pretty soon, right? It's all going down as far as, and when I say it's all going down, don't mistake that and think that I'm saying we're going to know the, you know, the answer. We're going to know the results very soon. I mean, it's all going down as in whatever's coming in tonight is coming in tonight, and then it's going to be wait till tomorrow. If we don't get an answer, which we may get an answer, right? I mean, it's still possible. It's just like, just to let you know, chat, the main election that we're watching, El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens and her $60 million from AIPAC, it's looking closer. It's looking, yeah, surprise, surprise, $60 million actually does have an effect on a race. But yeah, there's a decent amount of people in YouTube chat now. They're just very quiet, and they're also on a 45-second delay from me, and they're also more interested in sewing now than they are. They've changed their interest. They've changed their YouTube you know, viewing pattern. They are now so I've convinced them to become sewing YouTube viewers, right? And not just any kind of sewing YouTube viewers, like the kind of viewer that wants to watch a stream about somebody that can't sew for shit, so that they can be like, actually, the way that you do a backstitch is this, right? You know, you got to put it in the same hole, and then when you come around, then come around one further, then go back to that second, that what was the last hole, and then go up around again, and then go back into the, like, right? You would be teaching me or reminding me, oh yeah, I can sew a button. I remember sewing a button. I remember my mom taught me how to sew a button. So that's what's going on right now. Very quiet chat, and but you are there, which is great. And I'm just freaking out because of a silly mistake that I made earlier that is almost probably impossible to explain to you, right? You know what I mean? You're looking at a YouTube screen on your phone, on your iPad, on your laptop, on your PC, maybe on your television. Maybe you got me up on a big television screen. Hello, family. Maybe you're making your family watch me. Who knows? Yeah, NC Seamstress is what the hours that we're at right now. But I'm looking at, you know, software on top of a YouTube UI, right? A YouTube user interface, and trying to explain to you that, like, the button on the software said go, and the button on the YouTube interface said, would you like to go? Would you like to go? I see that you pressed go on that other thing. Would you like to hit the button to actually go live? Because guess what? You're not fucking live yet. And Big Al is the only one who caught on to it. That's crazy. That's crazy. The crazy skills from Big Al and the cake mix. The cake mix came through tonight, chat. And if I had only interpreted it right, instead of thinking, like, I was a little bit weird. I was like, you know, Big Al does not seem like the type to is it like, there's pocket watching, and then there's like, what? Pocket watch watching, right? And pocket watch watching would be like, hey, I mean, still waiting for you to actually make it on time to stream. You're late all the time, which is like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that, right? I thought Big Al Cake Mix was pocket watch watching. But it turns out that, have you considered Vampire Survivors? What are we talking about, Direful? And understand I'm on a 45-second, oh wait, no, I'm not on a 45-second delay for you. You can't go live until you have a multi-touch screen, multi-touch laptop, touchpad? What? I'm trying to understand the technology you're talking about here. 2 nuclear codes, yeah. And I clicked the one, but not the other. But no, seriously, good catch, Big Al. And sorry for having so little faith in you to think that you would be pocket watch watching. and you know, complaining about the untimely. I was like, that's not a thing that Big Al Cake Mix does. Like other chatters, yes. Big Al Cake Mix, not so much. Not so much, but it turns out there was one little word that I'm missing there in what you said, which is the set. Oh, hold on. Let me just go back to it. Oh wow, there has been a lot of Twitch communication here. Hi, YouTube still says waiting for no comment check starting at 10, right? And I just like I'm looking at I'm looking at this message from across the kitchen, and just being like, yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I should be on at 10 if you're an Eastern time person, right? That would be when you'd expect to see me. And I've never been there. Like I've never like started stream, like, because the idea when you hear like starting at 10, you're like, okay, the stream starts. She's on screen. She's like, hey everybody. You would expect something like this, chat, you know, at 10. Right? You'd expect me to be like, what's up, everybody? What's going on? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is the 4th of August, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City, from beautiful Sumeru City. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whatever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant future. But yeah, that's crazy, chat. I was kind of proud of myself, because you know what I did manage to do today that I didn't manage to do yesterday was feed myself. It's a big difference, a huge fucking difference, right? Because when I start, like I said, I gotta use my mouth, and I don't have to use not for crunching and munching, okay? Which I do have peanuts covered in sesame seeds and some kind of, wait, what all is on here? I'm not even sure. This looks good though. This looks really good. Nourishment is good. Nourishment is important. And I had the nourishment taken care of, so I thought I was like so ahead of everything today, but yeah, everything else went to hell. So we're gonna try to bring it back from hell. Isn't that part of an odyssey of any sort, right? You do end up going to hell. You do. Sun Wukong, right? Went to hell, struck out the names of all of his monkey kin, the magical monkeys that lived behind the waterfall in the cave, right? Struck all of their names out of Death's book so that they would, he was just like, you know, dying pretty much sucks, right? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I like eating, I like living, I like fighting, don't like dying. And I don't like my you know, my monkey subjects to die either. But yeah, he went to hell. Odysseus went to hell. What happened in hell with Odysseus? Anybody remember? I feel like I remember somebody drank blood, right? That's what you do. That's some metal shit with the Odyssey, right? They go to hell to drink blood. We're you know, Sun Wukong just went to hell to edit their records. Like, think of it as changing the grades at your school, like hacking your school computers to change the grades. That's what Sun Wukong did in his epic journey. But yeah, we go to hell by forgetting to hit the button. I love that game. Are you talking about Black Myth? I don't even know how much Black Myth goes into, because the actual Journey to the West, very long book, very long story. It's almost like episodic, almost like the way that anime is episodic. The Journey to the West is kind of episodic too, and the way that anime is like Monster of the Week, you kind of have that. Like once you get into the main story, right? Because, you know, it starts off with you get the background of, who was Sun Wukong, where did he learn his transformations, right? What did the Jade Emperor become aware of him? All this stuff. And then the main story is like the journey to the West itself, the journey to the West proper, when they get on their horses and they ride and they're riding through the mountains. Every single one of these mountains, chat, has some kind of demon lord. And the demon lord wants nothing better than to eat a very pious Buddhist monk. And they happen to have, along with them, chat, a very pious Buddhist monk named Bulma. No, sorry, not Bulma. It's Xuanzang. It's only Bulma in Dragon Ball Z. But anyway, yes, they have a very pious Buddhist monk with them. The demons are like, oh no, we gotta eat that guy. We gotta spit roast that guy. Like, we're gonna tie him up. We're gonna cook him. And it's always happens that where Xuanzang is like praying like being cooked, and then somehow someone comes in. And it turns out to be Sun Wukong. Because he's got the transformations, right? He's not going to come in there looking like Sun Wukong like he normally does. He's going to come in there looking like a demon or something that's supposed to be in a demon lair, right? Hey, Demon Pizza Man just showed up I got a delivery for you. You want to eat that monk over there? You might want to, I got some pepperoni pizza for you right here. You want to eat this instead? And the demons are like, oh, hell yeah, pepperoni pizza? That's what a demon loves best. Even better than a very pious Buddhist monk, right? Because it's a very pious pepperoni that they've got on the pizza as well. So yeah, and then while the demons are, eating the pizza, Sun Wukong takes off the delivery uniform and goes and unties Xuanzang, and they get out of there, right? It's great. Yeah, everybody should read it. The Odyssey is more emo than anything. This is its first contemplation on cuckoldry. It's a lot of cuckoldry going on there, or perceived cuckoldry, or the specter of cuckoldry haunts the journey of Odysseus and his brave men. Tales of Great Ulysses. How his naked ears were tortured by the sirens sweetly singing. I already forgot what is on the poll. YouTube used to show the poll results in chat after voting. Wait, you can click on it, can't you? Did they change it? They're like, yeah, they want to eat that guy. They want to eat Xuanzang. It's like their favorite thing. That's why he has to dress up as the pizza delivery guy. To get into the the demon lair. Otherwise, they're not going to let him in. If he says, "I'm just coming here to untie Xuanzang before you can eat him," they're not going to be interested in that. But yeah, I basically just described 9/10 of the journey to the West. Anyway, we should get going. So what do we got? Talking with chat right now. Okay. Oh my God. You know what we really got? What the fuck? Oh my God, I fucked up everything tonight, chat. The go live notification did not go out on Blue Sky. Any of the people relying on Blue Sky in order to know when I am live, when I am on. What is going on? Post that shit. Thank you. God damn. I'm sorry, I'm yelling at everything tonight, chat. This is what it feels like to be a vote scold, right? To be like, why don't you vote for Kamala? You gotta vote for Kamala. Why haven't you voted for Kamala? Why haven't you endorsed Kamala? You gotta lie for Kamala. You gotta say that she actually single-handedly went into Gaza and saved all the Palestinians. You just don't know about it because of the the media refuses to tell you, right? You gotta. I feel like that. But yeah, I'm yelling at Blue Sky when I finally hit post on. Yeah, I had it open. I had it all up. And it was like ready to go, like here's the stream, and it just like the post is not hit. I don't know what happened. Careful, don't distract me with what I need to do while I'm doing other things that I need to do. No, they're both things that I need to do actually. Darfil's right. We gotta start this timer. 4 hours on the clock. This might be a very short stream, or it might not. All right, we got the opportunity. We got some killer bonus content tonight, so you might want to look into that. That's all going on YouTube.com right now. Of course, Paige Christie, new video on Ethan. We got Destiny watching Hassan on the campaign trail, I believe with AES. We got MR in their election, I don't even know what you want to call that, chat. It's like a election debauchery over there at MR. I used to be a party girl at one point in my life. I used to really, you know, overindulge in some things that are pretty minimal in my life right now. But yeah, MR is like the opposite track, right? They've become a den for THC and Sebe Day. That's what happens. You go into the MR studio, no air conditioning, but you just pop in a THC gummy. I almost said gummy. You do not pop in gummy. Anyway, what you do is oh my god, I've even got chatters telling me the Michigan race was not supposed to be this close. Look, it's gonna be... We're lucky it's not a blowout in the other direction, all right? Generally, when anybody drops this much money on a race, it's over, right? The candidate that gets the candidate that's got the you know, the election money coming in, being spent for them usually just wins hands down, right? But it is, yeah. I mean, look, the polls were looking really good. Like, we're talking double digits for El-Sayed. The election itself not looking as good, but still from what I've seen, oh no, god damn, I set everything up for the wrong thing, didn't I? All right, like that's how you're supposed to see it. But yeah, you walk into the majority report and they immediately hand you a gummy. And I believe that Emma might have been crossfaded. I don't know who was more. I think Sam was actually more fucked up tonight. But anyway, that's on the agenda. And then we got James Carville leaving the left, says that he refuses to be in the same party as Hassan Piker. So that's where we're at right now. We got 3 hours and 57 minutes on the clock right now, chat. Of course, we can add 1 hour or even 2 hours to that, depending on that number over there. That's at 0 out of 100. There goes my my fan. That is all the energy that lithium battery had. Probably for the better too, just because Sam was drinking whiskey. Goddamn, whiskey's got a reputation. Does whiskey actually get people? No. What are we doing? Good song, but. Oh no. Things are not going well for me, chat. Just all kinds of balls being dropped here. Can't even explain it to chatters. Can't even complain. Can't even get consolation from chat because it's too complicated and it's not that interesting to you on your end. All you want is content. And content I will give. But first, before I give content, might I ask for your support over here on twitter.com. Once again, I'm asking for your support. Once again, I am asking for your likes and retweets and comments. Like, this is a poignant comment right here by Neopergos that yeah, the election was not supposed to be this close. But yeah, you know, the stream was not supposed to be this fucked up. A lot of things were not supposed to be what they were, but maybe we can salvage something out of it. I'm spamming that link at you right now. Okay, you can click on it in the pinned. You know what that means, or you can you can just look at what I'm chatting right now if it will ever come up. Oh, come on. God damn. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's the link right there. If you want to help out, bring more people in, make more people aware that we are in fact streaming, despite the fact that I took fucking 30 minutes to hit the start streaming on YouTube. That's crazy, chat. And I can't even explain it to you how it happened. And if I did, you wouldn't understand. And a lot of you probably wouldn't care. Why should you? Honestly, why should you care? So you know, one thing I do care about though is Kazi Puffs, who just achieved a 15 stream streak. That's right, Twitch is watching your streaks. I guess it's if you watch like 15 streams of mine in a row, you get the streak. I don't know exactly how that works, but Kazi Puff's making it work over there, so congratulations on that. But yeah, that is the go live. That is the blast off notice. Maybe if we could hyper spam the blast off notice chat, we can make up for everything that's gone wrong tonight. So give it a try. No, I know, I don't mean you don't care, like in a way, like, you know, you're heartless. I just mean like it's not interesting. But thank you for caring, SM. And I'm sure like a lot of you care, a lot of you care. And I'll see how much you care 45 seconds after having said that you don't care, right? That's the delay that's on YouTube, you know, thanks to my own lack of preparedness. So, Abdul is hovering at or just below. Yeah, when I last saw it was like 50%. Again, there's more, you know, there's a lot of votes in Wayne County. A lot of the early voting, right, from Wayne County has already been counted. So yeah, it started off as a really good night for Abdul. Then we got that drop of early voting, which I believe went 77-22 Stevens to Abdul, right? Early voting in Wayne County was heavily in favor of Stevens. And that's what's made this a close race. So we're going to get to that. We're going to get to Steve Kornacki, the Kornacki Situation Room in just a second here. I just wanted to just plead with you to like the stream. Oh my God, chat, of all the nights that liking the stream can really help me out, tonight might be the most, right? Crotchy with the gifted membership, getting us started here to Ellie Sorelli, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that's a really good thing, because it means we go from 0 here to 100. No, it doesn't. God damn it, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? It goes to immediately to 100. Yes, that's all it takes. That's all it takes to earn an extra hour. Yeah, there we go. It goes to 3. It goes to 3 out of 100. So, look, I was just off by 97%. Okay. Kornacki is slacking tonight? Yeah, what's going on over there? What's going on? And Crotchy's also helping me. So you know the deal with this, chat. I'm going to explain it to you really quick before we get started. Then I'll explain it to you again when everybody gets in here. But yeah, we've got 4 hours on the ticker, right? I will turn into a pumpkin when 4 hours is up, so I gotta leave in a hurry and leave just a glass slipper for you, unless we hit 100 on that ticker over there. So we're at 3 out of 100 now. If we get to 100 out of 100, I'll add an extra hour. If we get to 200 out of 1 hour, 200 out of, we get to 200, I'm gonna add 2 hours, right? And what are we gonna do with that extra time? Well, I would like to do some bonus content with you because we got some cool shit to watch. We're gonna watch Destiny lose it on his own orbiters now, in just a second here. Actually, let's change this a little bit. We gotta do the Kornacki thing. Monitoring election situation. Yeah. We're gonna go from talking to chat, Irene freaking out over her own mistakes, her own stupid mistakes that Big Al Cake Mix tried to save her from, but she misperceived that chat as being a just geez, I wish you would be on time chat. Again, totally uncharacteristic thing for Big Al Cake Mix to say, but that's what I thought. I mean, it wouldn't have been wrong. You know, I was late. Michiganders. Okay. Fractions are really fun. Yeah, especially when they start adding up. The fractions do add up, and if we all chip in, then the fractions will add up to an extra hour or even an extra 2 hour of time, which we can watch bonus content with. But again, the things that make this go up, you know the drill, right? Super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which only do that right now if you want my hair to be fuller, to be shinier, to be bouncier, more volume, etc. If that sounds like a good thing to you, you can support me on Throne right now, because that's all I've got up right now. Is having slightly better hair for the most amazing reason, right? The most amazing reason of all being that I feel like the channel is on the verge of some major growth, right? That growth is going to take making clips, making segments, making smaller bore content out of my larger bore live streams. And for that to really have the kind of reach that it needs to, I gotta look halfway decent, right? So if you want to help me look halfway decent, if you want to help the stream grow, you can do so on throne.com/nocommentchick. And yes, it makes that number go up, as does supporting me on Patreon, as does supporting me on Twitch, which did you know you could do for free? It is possible to get a free Twitch sub if you've got Prime. You could just hook up your Amazon account to your Twitch account, and you'll be able to use a free Twitch Prime sub every month. And if you park it here, if you give it to me, it means a lot because you only have one to give. I really do appreciate that. And also, yeah, it helps. It puts a little bit of money in my pocket. It helps the stream go and continue. And it also gives you all the benefits of a normal Twitch sub. So that's where we're going. That's how we get there. If we want those extra hours, that's how you make the number go up. And if this number goes up, then that number goes up. Otherwise, that number just continually comes down and we end the stream early tonight. So we'll see how it works out tonight for us. What else do I need to do? Oh, yeah. Probably thank my Patreon since I mentioned them. I do appreciate these are the people that are there for, there with their support every month for me, and I do appreciate it a lot. In fact, if you support me at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of every stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix for the big reminder that I just should have looked at a second time and understood what Big Al was actually saying. Big Al trying to save me from my own mistakes here. Shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out goes to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zera Xerox. I like this music. I actually do like this music. I mean, this is very chill. You know what this is from, chat? I mean, obviously it's from Persona 2, but it's in the movie theater. There's a movie theater in the game, which I need to find. Because if I remember correctly, oh my god, the movie theater's so wild, chat. You go in the movie theater and it's like the movie theater, right? You don't just sit there. It doesn't show you. You would think movie theater. What does it do? Cutscenes, right? You want to rewatch the cutscenes? Do you really like that cutscene in the beginning? You want to rewatch that? Here's the movie theater. No, chat. The movie theater is the game. It's Persona 2 with like extra missions and extra scenarios and like kind of on acid. Like it's like some of them are like a horror movie version of the game. So some of them are like it's like a twist, you know. It's almost impossible to explain what exactly goes on in the movie theater. And given the chill music, it's a little bit ironic, right? This is very chill music. And the movie theater is not chill. It's not just sit there and watch a movie. It's like play the game, but like all the rules are up in the air and weird shit happens and there's like evil monsters and shit. Even more evil than normal monsters? Yeah. So anyway, we need to get to that, but remember that's on Saturday. I moved the gaming from Friday to Saturday. I stream 5 times a week, Monday, Tuesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday for 4 hours a day, except for on Friday now when I play video games and at the end of it all. But Friday stream, the main stream, the content, the politics, the commentary that I do can last for an indefinite amount of time, right? Normally, I give you the chance to add 2 hours to the stream max, right? So if we end up adding 3 hours, the extra hour goes on Saturday. So Saturday stream is even longer. And then on Saturday, all rules are thrown up in the air, and the stream can go as long as you can make it, which last time was about 13 hours. Very challenging. Anyway, so yeah, go help me on the blast off tweet if you haven't already. Let me throw those links into chat once again. A link there. And a link there. Okay, and we've shouted out. So yeah, let's get into the Kornacki thing. I think we need to get into the Kornacki of it all. If I can figure out where that is. Wait, chat, does this music actually sound cool to you? Or does anybody perceive this as like does this kind of sound a little bit like 70s NSFW music? And by NSFW, like I mean another word. Anybody else hear this as like music from a NSFW an NSFW movie?
Race in Michigan. What are the various different paths to victory for?
So yeah, chat, we got a rundown for you here of news, including non-election news, and then I think we'll drop into Kornacki, back into Kornacki. This is way earlier today. All right, this is 6 hours ago.
For El-Sayed and for Stevens, what are you watching for?
Yeah, well, in a few hours, the map is going to start lighting up. And I think one thing to keep in mind here, so much of the vote as it comes into tonight in Michigan in this Democratic primary is going to come from the southeast part of the state, particularly right here, the state's biggest county, where its biggest city, Detroit, is. That's Wayne County right next door, Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, and the two big bedroom suburban communities here, counties, Oakland and Macomb. Together, just these four counties, you're probably looking at about half the vote that's going to be cast in this primary tonight. I think you can expect, take a look in Washtenaw. The question there is going to be not who wins the county, but how much does El-Sayed win it by? Demographically, again, big college area, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. This is where he's expected to do very well. Can he run up a big score right there? Meanwhile, for Stevens, I think Oakland County, her political... So yeah, Mallory McMorrow, for anybody who's wondering why she's still on the ballot. She dropped out, but yeah, her name is still on the ballot, so they're gonna show her votes anyway. And again, it's just like, I don't know, it's like a it's not gonna, she's not gonna win, or I don't think that her place on the ballot is gonna have an effect as far as drawing more from what I understand. It was drawing like evenly from Stevens and Sayed's numbers. So yeah, and they'll be minimal too, because most people know that Mallory McMorrow has dropped out. Base into Macomb County. She wants to be doing well there. And the real wild card here is going to be Wayne County, because we say Detroit, but Wayne is also much bigger than Detroit. Wayne County, in fact, itself is 20% of all the votes that are going to be cast tonight in the primary. And there's a bit of... Oh,
is that what does it, Zara? The bow, chicka bow wow?
A split there when you get out.
That's what makes it sound like, not even, it's weird to say like NSFW music, because NSFW generally does not have music behind it. Like there's no music going on, I think, from what I've seen. But I think it's like a callback. I think like 70s, what was it, like 70s, like porn had like, the kind of like the wah guitar with the what do you call it, like where you don't fret it, or it's not fretted, it's just you just kind of hold the strings.
Outside of Wayne, you got other cities in Wayne County like Dearborn Heights, like Hamtramck, Dearborn, the first a majority Arab American city in the United States of America. You can expect in places like that, El-Sayed potentially to be posting some very big numbers. In the city of Detroit, though, Detroit itself is 75% black. And actually, El-Sayed did not do that well there when he ran for governor in 2018. Polls have suggested Stevens is doing substantially better than El-Sayed with black voters. So can Stevens run up big numbers in Detroit? But Wayne County looms as the biggest.
Not fretless, Zara. I'm talking about where you're not pressed down. You're just holding the strings. You're holding the strings so they make a more rhythmic kind of sound. There's no tonality. You know, like it's a technique that's done a lot with wah effect.
Wild card in this. It's the biggest piece of the puzzle. The bad news, Kristen, is if
it's kind of a funk guitar styling, right? That includes, like, you know, pressing and then lifting off, but not lifting all the way off. You're not playing an open. You're just playing, you know, just kind of the anyway.
Wayne is also the slowest at putting its results out there. So if this is a close race, we could be waiting late into the night for Wayne County.
Well, we are ready.
Yeah, just let me give you the breakdown, because this is 6 hours ago. We're just doing our rundown of the news right now. Then we'll get into the Karnacki cam itself, which I think is still going on. Yeah, muting the streams. It's not a whammy. No, the whammy is the thing that makes the whammy actually changes the tone. But you can use a whammy with a wah pedal and Did Bo Diddley start that? Is it like, you know exactly what I mean? Did Bo Diddley, is he like the inventor of that style of bringing in kind of like a rhythmic effect by it's the bow chicka bow wow, right? It's the bow chicka bow wow of it all.
Steve, look, one of the big questions tonight is just how much momentum.
But yeah, just to tell you what's going on right now, right? It's a close race. It shouldn't be a close race. The polls say that it shouldn't be a close race. We've gotten a big Stevens drop that kind of brought her a lot closer than people expected to see her. That is from early voting and mail-in voting in Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, right? So she's expecting, you know, her numbers to come up from there. Also, her numbers will. We are going to get a little bit of, I don't know, would you call it a blue mirage, right? In terms of the, you know, the early voting the early votes that get counted are going to be favoring Stevens because they tend to be older people, right? Wayne County is Detroit. You know, she's expected to do better with black voters and with early voters and with older voters. So, you know, like her perfect voter is like a older black voter that votes early, right? That you know, is going to skew in her favor, whereas the college voters in places like East Lansing are going to be favoring Sayed. So, you know, that's kind of what we're, you know, waiting to see. And here's the deal, right? So it's not going the way that we thought it would. It's not going the way that the polls suggested. The polls had Sayed up by, you know, anywhere from 5% to like 17%. Like it was starting to climb into the 20s in some polls. It looked very disproportionate. But just remember, there's been $60 million spent. There's 60 million, you know, in or 30 million in ad buys here. Oh, we got the interactive map. Thank you, Narwhal. I'll see if it works for me, or if they're going to be paywalling this shit too. Probably not, since it's election night. But anyway. The kind of, okay, so here is the X factor for Sayed that I don't think we have a good sense of yet. All right. Are there going to be an extraordinary number of voters in places like East Lansing? Right? Is the youth vote, as we call it, we're talking about, as I say youth vote, I realize we're talking about like 18 to 30-year-olds. That's the youth vote, right? But you know, is that going to be disproportionate? Is it going to be extra high? Has Sayed succeeded in bringing out voters from an age demographic that doesn't usually vote in big numbers, right? That could completely turn these concerns around. And some people have already called this, chat. Sam Cedar, much to the consternation of Emma Vigeland, has already made his call. Pisco, of all people, has called it for Syed, right? I think it's way fucking premature to be doing that, but
do these progressive candidates actually have? And progressive candidates are running in a number of different districts. So where else are you going to be watching for clues?
So what so far what we know is that the APAC, DTE, and Blue Cross expenditures, the $60 million that's being spent from out of state on Michigan, on this race, on this primary, right, has had an effect. What we're still waiting to see is, has the explosion of excitement and volunteers for Syed maybe also had an impact? Are we going to be seeing voters who don't normally vote in primaries show up to the polls, right? That could make it, that could kind of seal the fate of Stevens in this one.
Yeah, I mean, take a look here in the 7th congressional district here tonight. This is a Democratic primary here, open nomination here. William Lawrence here, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, very much a candidate of that left-wing insurgency in the Democratic primary. This is a very competitive race. The Republican here, I can show you, Tom Barrett is a first-term incumbent. It's a very close congressional district at the presidential level. His race was very close in 2024. And Democrats, you take a look at this primary. Lawrence here has that progressive lane to himself. Bridget Brink, the former U.S. ambassador to the Ukraine, Matt Mozdem, he's endorsed by Alyssa Slotkin, the senator who used to represent this district. Is that sort of establishment wing split between those two candidates, and has it opened the door for Lawrence, who is very much in line with these progressive candidates who've been posting these, sort of eyebrow-raising victories in Democratic primaries around the country? Has it opened the door for him to win the nomination in this district? And again, as I say, this is the kind of district you're talking about here. I think that's one of the themes tonight in Michigan, Kristen, that's a little bit different than these other primaries. We've seen these left-wing candidates winning primaries in deep blue districts, deep blue areas where Democrats really don't have to worry about the general election. This district, the 7th district, or the Senate race statewide in Michigan, a Trump state, Democrats very much do have to worry about the general election there. And some of these contests could raise the question of, are they testing the limits of electability?
And it's one of the big questions we will answer.
He's calling it a Trump state because it went for Trump in 2024. I would not call Michigan a Trump state. It is a state that Trump has won twice out of 3 times. But again, I do think, it's not a whammy. It's also not a tumor, and it's also not lupus.
In November, if those progressive candidates, in fact, are victorious. And Steve, we should say we are going to be talking to Lawrence and Mozdem coming up in just a bit.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on
I hate these things at the end of news.
breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Who is he? Don't they usually go with the old hand? Isn't there this usually the fucking NBC would bring in the old weathermen from the early 2000s, right? Anyway.
Or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Should I know who he is? Is he the main guy for NBC News now? I just nobody watches the news. Tom Lamas. Yeah, Lamas.
Lebanese and Israeli negotiators are here inside the U.S. Embassy in Rome for the 7th round of negotiations on a ceasefire agreement for Lebanon. This was an agreement that was reached in June, but still has a long way to go. As part of the agreement, Israel would withdraw from land in southern Lebanon. The Lebanese military would take over and would disarm Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the Iranian-backed militia that operates in southern Lebanon. Now, what they're trying to do in this agreement is to start with some pilot areas in which this Israeli military would leave and the Lebanese military would take over. But they're really having a hard time with this because Hezbollah has refused to respect any sort of agreement that has been reached. There's also been...
Yeah, here's the deal. People in the south of Lebanon don't trust the Lebanese army, right? They don't trust the Lebanese government. It's way too close to Israel. It's way too cozy with Israel. And for people that have been, I would say ethnically cleansed by Israel, they're not, this is not, there's a reason that Hezbollah is there, and it's for the failure of, the state of Lebanon to actually defend their southern border. So just to add that in.
Continuing violations both by the Israelis and
Wait, his name is Bailey Stevenson? Is that for real? That's his name? Bailey Steve? How have I never heard of this? Like, I mean, he must be some kind of big wig, because that's, who they put at the idea is like that, the like and subscribe guy is going to be the guy that people really like.
Of the earlier agreement. And there are still hundreds of thousands of Lebanese that have been displaced from their homes in southern Lebanon. The talks are supposed to go on for 2 days here in Rome. We're not expected to hear much coming out of them, and they could break up at any time if things aren't working out. So for the moment, we stay here outside the U.S. Embassy in Rome, wondering what's happening with these negotiations inside.
They were giving advice on routes to Ceuta, and they were urging their members to move quickly, saying you're going to regret it if you don't move soon.
Sorry, the they is the Moroccan government, I believe.
One of the initial catalysts for this actually happened about 3 weeks before this surge of migrants that we saw. It was so
I didn't want to cover this yet because there's still a lot that we don't know. There's some background on this too. As far as Spain being in the crosshairs of Israel and the United States, this is kind of a complicated issue. These islands are, Spanish territory. They've been Spanish territory, I think, since the 1600s, if not earlier. But they're right next to Morocco, so it kind of makes sense to a lot of people. Just in the same way that the Falklands, Argentinians feel like the Falklands should be theirs. A lot of Moroccans feel like these islands should be theirs as well. So what we know is that the Moroccan government has urged people to and maybe even, do we know where the buses are coming from? 1580 says Narwhal by Nature, so it's pretty close. The 16th century, but not the 1600s. There is some thought that this, due to the fact that Spain did not cooperate with the United States in its war efforts against Iran, and obviously also, has been perceived by Israel as being one of the more antagonistic EU countries towards it. There are rumors, suspicions, nothing confirmed. Really important for me to mention that, right? We don't have proof of any of this, but the background that this occurs in is a background of, the United States and Israel putting Spain in their crosshairs, and using this as almost like a parallel. The Spanish say that in fact, I don't know if they'll give this, but there was a quote from some Israeli official. The Spanish says that we should give up Samaria and, oh my God, Chad, I never remember. What do they call the West Bank and Gaza? Samaria and Judea. Yeah, the Spanish government says we should give up Samaria and Judea, so therefore, why don't they give up Ceuta Island? Argentina. I agree with Wow Mao that the Falklands are truly meant to be British. I honestly think, Davy, that the Falklands are the closest thing that we have to a land without a people for a people without a land. I'm kind of thinking maybe this is where Israel should move to, when the shit goes down. I'm so kidding. That's a meme, chat. That's a meme. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll know what I'm talking about. But anyway, there's a lot that we don't know about this. There are suspicions that people saying that the U.S. or Israel are behind this move. There's there's nothing confirming this. There's no evidence that this is the truth, right? But this is the background that this is going on.
Supreme Court decision that was made public on July 8th. And what it said is that migrants who were caught at sea could not immediately be returned to the border of Ceuta and Melilla. A lot of people perceived it to mean that if you made it to Ceuta by sea or land, you couldn't be returned at all. So you saw a number of social media videos that made that claim.
So here's the misinformation Darfel was talking about.
And that encouraged people to start going. Initially, you saw, TikTok videos, Instagram videos of people talking about the Supreme Court decision. But then on July 23rd, a local TV station in Ceuta published a report about the numbers of migrants who were arriving that were beginning to increase. These videos showed young men sitting on the streets outside of a center that was set up to receive migrants in the city. And a lot of them were smiling, grinning, flashing V signs, giving thumbs up. And that video started to spread. And when the footage of that spread, that encouraged more and more people to come. Walking on the streets, again, smiling, flashing victory signs. That video went very viral, and a number of people who our reporter spoke with who had made the crossing said that they saw that video, and it was part of what encouraged them to go.
And even this music is like a little bit, I don't know. It's going to take my ad money.
Hundreds of people swimming across. That was on the 29th, and a lot of them were influencers with thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of followers. There was a lot of videos flooding social media on that day, and then the following day is when we saw the major surge. Over 50,000 people in 24 hours. We definitely found evidence of videos that were misrepresented. Definitely chat groups were playing a role in this as well.
And the way that this is so fucked up is it reinforces images like this reinforce a lot of the fears in Europe of migration, especially Muslim migration, being chaotic, unruly, all of a sudden looking like an invasion. Obviously, they're historically. This Iberian Peninsula, was contested between I guess it would have been the Ottoman Empire at the time, and the different kingdoms in Spain and Portugal, and then the Reconquest and everything, right? So, but it works for two different ways for Israel, both them calling Spain hypocritical, I guess, for holding on to these islands near Morocco, while looking at Israel's ethnic cleansing as what it is ethnic cleansing, and also it kind of stokes anti-immigration EU fears as well. So not that, just let me be really clear. We don't have evidence connecting this to Israel. We don't have evidence connecting this to the United States. We just have the background of the feelings of those two respective countries towards Spain at this point.
Well, there's a report by a Spanish security analyst which identified a couple of public WhatsApp groups that had thousands of members. They were giving advice on routes to Ceuta, and they were urging their members to move quickly, saying you're going to regret it if you don't move soon.
On the Senate floor, and this is well, let's go straight to David Spunt, because I think we're trying to take this live too, simultaneously split screen. David.
Yeah, hey, Harris, no problem. This was the Senate Judiciary Committee. They just voted 12-10. 12 Republicans, all Republicans, voted to advance Todd Blanche's nomination to the full Senate floor, which will happen later.
Todd Blanche, as you know, the president's personal attorney before being used in the administration. He was also behind the anti-weaponization fund, which probably should just be called the weaponization fund. The Department of Justice settling with Donald Trump, the Department of Justice, the least independent Department of Justice since at least Nixon. A Department of Justice that is dominated by Trump, agreeing to settle with Trump, right? A massive conflict of interest that I think has been flagged by one or more judges at this point, making that decision. And then the plan was to, the settlement would be, what was it, like 1.776 billion, so 1776. dollars and was going to be used for, to essentially everyone that the president thought had been unfairly impacted, including Jan 6 rioters. That they have since walked that back, although not permanently. They could still bring out the weaponization fund. And I think in the negotiations regarding Todd Blanche's confirmation, regarding even bringing that forward to the Senate, one of the sticking points was they needed to know that the weaponization fund was going to be ended. This was not going to be done. I think there have been negotiations, and that's why this confirmation process is moving forward.
Later this week. So Todd Blanche has now advanced out of committee to become the Attorney General. He still needs to go to the full Senate floor. That will happen later this week. But no major fireworks today. All Democrats oppose this nomination. All Republicans voted yes for this nomination. We heard a lot about the controversial $1.8 billion taxpayer fund that Todd Blanche said no longer exists anymore, that would go to people who feel that they are victims of government weaponization. That was something the Democrats brought up over and over again, saying it could be changed names, it could come up again in a different way. But ultimately, it was Tom Tillis from North Carolina and John Cornyn from Texas who, after about a week or so of back and forth with Todd Blanche, decided that they would vote for Todd Blanche. So Todd Blanche gets a favorable nomination out of the Judiciary Committee, 12-10, all Republicans voting yes. And now this will go to the full Senate floor, where he is expected to be committed or expected to be confirmed, not committed, confirmed later this week, given that Tillis and Cornyn are now on board with this.
I think there's a good portion of the Trump administration that should be committed involuntarily, but no, we're talking about confirmed, unfortunately.
But this went really quickly after Cornyn and Tillis. It was during this hour yesterday, during the Faulkner Focus, that we all learned that they were ready to put aside or had worked through whatever their exceptions were to pushing this forward. So what does this mean overall for Blanche? I mean, there's been a little bit of a pause in all this. The president got involved. Give us a little bit of that part of the story.
Well, Blanche wants to get rid of the acting title and become the full-time Attorney General. It looks like he is poised to do that right now. If Tillis and Cornyn voted against Blanche, President Trump had the option of keeping him in as an acting Attorney General for the rest of his term, ending in January 2029. So it's unlikely that Todd Blanche was going to go anywhere. But now the president, if Todd Blanche is confirmed later this week, he will have a Senate-confirmed Attorney General since Pam Bondi left earlier in April. And Todd Blanche and President Trump are close. I mean, Todd Blanche came up to be an attorney for President Trump as he was facing legal challenges, federal legal challenges in two different jurisdictions. And he ultimately prevailed with President Trump as his client, but he maintained.
It's really funny how Fox News covers a conflict of interest story as almost like a human interest story. Hey, he was like really nice. He was this really nice guy. Like they were being mean to Donald Trump, and he came in and said, "Don't be mean to Donald Trump." And so this is wonderful that the guy that was nice to Trump, the guy that was friendly with Trump, is going to maybe be like the full-time. It's gonna be the full-time AG. That's
maintains that his client is the United States, the Department of Justice, not President Trump. Critics say that's a different story. They have problems with Todd Blanche, but ultimately this is good news for Todd Blanche because, as you said, Harris, just about a week or so ago, not even a week or so ago, that's when really all this kind of ramped up, but really a couple of days ago, it looked like we may not even get to this point today because Tom Tillis and John Cornyn were so adamant about not voting for Todd Blanche because of this $1.8 billion fund, which Blanche said is no longer here, and they wanted clarification about this IRS settlement, which shields Trump and his sons and family members from paying past tax penalties and IRS audits. But Blanche assured them that does not apply to any future tax years, and that's what they wanted to hear.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
This morning, President Trump's close ally, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, is on thin ice. Trump slamming Pirro for dropping her case against former Olympian David Hearn, who was charged with vandalizing the newly renovated reflecting pool. The president's so furious, sources say he's privately mused to aides about whether he should fire her. And late yesterday, Pirro spotted at the White House for a meeting with the president.
I was disappointed with Jeanine Pirro, really disappointed with Jeanine Pirro. She folded like an umbrella.
Hearn was arrested after stopping to check out the damage while on a bike ride, saying he saw a piece of loose paint in the water and reached out and touched it. But on Friday, Pirro dropped the charges, saying documents from the Department of the Interior indicate the damage to the pool was not because of Hearn, but the result of a botched installation, blaming the contractors. Pirro saying had the Interior Department been forthcoming with the information clearly in its possession, the government would not have sought a grand jury indictment. The filing directly contradicting Trump.
Yeah. So this is, disgraced Fox News personality Judge Jeanine Pirro refusing to fucking take one for the team and lie for the Trump administration, right? Any sort of respect that she had in the legal profession. Trump was just asking her to burn, and it turns out she wasn't willing to do this. This is how anyway, he's got to have somebody to blame, even though, what else is there to do? There's no case here. There's no case. You can't prosecute this guy. There's no fucking case. He wants kangaroo court in every respect of it, right? This man's ego will not be satisfied until it controls all aspects of American life.
Claims of vandalism. Pirro claiming her prosecutors were misled by the Interior Department, which awarded no-bid contracts worth nearly $15 million, despite having virtually no federal experience doing federal contracts.
Our focus is get the case dismissed, but after that, all options are on the table, and we're very seriously evaluating that. Mr. Hearn has been told he might have faced up to 10 years in prison, despite knowing he was innocent.
Pirro also dropping 3 misdemeanor cases related to destruction of property at the reflecting pool. All 4 prosecutions claiming vandalism have now been dropped. President Trump is still refusing to accept Pirro's conclusion and decision to drop these charges. And this morning, while questions remain about her future with the administration, sources do caution that nothing is final in this matter until Trump says so. Robin.
All righty there, Mary. Thank you.
Look, yeah, go ahead and fire her and let her go out and blow the whistle. I don't know, chat.
Thank you.
Also developing tonight, the family scandal erupting in full public view. Embattled Congressman Max Miller accused of domestic abuse by his ex-wife. He denies it. Her father, Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, now speaking out tonight, calling the congressman, his former son-in-law, a madman.
You're running out of time on the...
Tonight, a family scandal erupting into full view on Capitol Hill. Republican Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio calling his former son-in-law, Ohio Congressman Max Miller, who is running for re-election, a madman, saying the congressman, who is married to the senator's daughter Emily, is putting the family through hell.
This has been bubbling up for the longest time. We're not going to have a chance to cover it right now, but it's something that's just been out there as a scandal that Republicans have refused to talk about, refused to condemn. Now it looks like Bernie Moreno's at least saying something. Man arrested and charged. What is this?
We have some news. I have some news about the
the wildfires in Washington State. Yes.
Start of the Old Trails fire that started on August 1st at about 10 a.m. About 5 p.m. this afternoon, we executed an arrest warrant and search warrant in the city of Spokane, and we took 37-year-old Aaron Farnacci, a convicted felon, into custody on a single charge of arson in the first degree. Mr. Farnacci is currently in custody and being interviewed by detectives from our major crimes unit here in the Spokane County Sheriff's Office. The witness, a citizen, very good citizen, noticed a male standing on the side of the road looking into the trees as he was going to pick somebody up. About 10 minutes later, as he was coming back through the area, he noticed the male was bending down near some grass. At that point, the male stood up and looked very nervous.
Well, look, my question is the male Antifa? Is he one of them Antifa fellers that I heard they went into the forest and they started forest fires because they hate rural America in Antifa?
According to our citizen witness, At that point, the male walked away. The citizen returned to their house. A short time later, after being at home, they saw smoke coming from what they believed was...
Okay, so I guess maybe some answers. Maybe some answers in Washington State.
Reopening the strait, lower oil prices, etc. Big day on Wall Street.
Madness. Absolute fucking madness. The markets, so-called markets, are detached from fucking reality, both in terms of what's going on with Iran and Trump, right? The memorandum of understanding has been burned, has been destroyed, right? And Iran's got no reason to wanna fucking, help Trump out on this, right? That what's gonna have to happen is Trump is gonna have to come to Iran with his hat in his hands to get to get the strait reopened, and he's likely not going to do that. I think these rich people are fucking crazy. I gotta say it. They have lost their shit. They're believing in like AI is going to save everything. No, AI is going to get you guys fucking French Revolutioned is what it's going to do. All right, AI is not your friend. AI is the if there is a massive, purge of the capitalist class in the upcoming future, you're going to have to look back to data centers and AI to explain it. If you are reconstructing the early mid 20th century, which we are now entering into. It is a chud. It is a chud that did it. Okay. I mean, wait, for chud reasons or just a chud being a chud? Because they do that too. Anyway, chat, we're done with this. What do we got to do? Steve Kornacki. Is Kornacki at his desk? Steve Kornacki, I am looking for you. Steve Kornacki. No, not 7 hours ago, bro. Like, yes, this shit right here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, chat, I can't remember. Do I get fucked over for music like this? Oh my god, Chad, I said that Mallory McMurrow was not going to get many votes? What the fuck? I mean, look, 4% is more than I was expecting. That's crazy. And yeah, like people said, El-Sayed hovering around 50% for most of the night. Okay, so they're color coding the map in terms of who won the majority. Yeah, Cori Bush lost her attempt to, Cori Bush got APAC'd again. They are trying to APAC El-Sayed at the moment, though, chat. And, $60 million, I wish I could tell you that everybody knew what was going on, and everybody knew that this was not going to be, everyone knew that, I mean, Sayed did a good job. Like, for instance, in the debates, just flagging down the fact that, hey, you're going to see some ads at this next commercial break. Those are APAC ads, right? We got to start making this an issue. We got to start making the outside expenditures of the big money groups an issue, so that they can't just like Bowman and Cori Bush everyone. Oh my god. I wish I could say that links were easy to manage via Twitch, but they're not. It's more of an issue of stream elements, though, honestly. Nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna. I can't get your link, Darful. I'm sorry. Okay, we might be able to do it through DMs. If I wait, did I pause this? It's not paused. Yeah, you just saw the results for Cori Bush and Bell. Bell, the projected winner in that race. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, they're not really doing much, right? Okay, let's look at his last dump.
Is in right now?
Well, we think about half We're at 48%. So we think the vote that's left in Wayne, I can give you a number because we did just get more right there. Yeah, we think there's about 160,000 votes, that are left in Wayne County, right? So, I mean, you could just see how that math would work. If there's 160,000 votes.
So just so you know, this is Wayne County. All right, what you're looking at right here, Wayne County. This is in Michigan. She is expected to win this. This is Wayne County's where she needs to put up numbers, right? She's ahead with 48% in, but they're trying to figure out what exactly is still outstanding.
Votes that are left in Wayne County, right? She's leading right now by 8.5 points. So generously, if you said she wins Wayne by 10 points, what would that be? That would be a plurality of 16,000 votes. Yeah. That might be generous right now, but if you apply 16,000 votes to the deficit that she faces statewide right now, that leaves El-Sayed still up by 12,000. And then we're saying, okay, look, a prime opportunity for Stevens on this map coming right here, like in Genesee County, where Flint is. Well, with the numbers she's getting right there, what if she nets an additional 3,000 out of what she's getting right now? Maybe she knocks that down to 9,000. I'm giving you kind of her good places right here. I'm giving you maybe an optimistic number for her out of Wayne. She is still, there's not a ton to come, but she is, she's been closing strong with what we've had in Oakland County. She has an opportunity, I think, with what's left in Macomb County, a tough one to get a handle on right here. But again, Kent County, we did just get a little bit more of an update there. Now she's at 34.5. Again, trying to get, I think that's when you're trying to get over 40% if you're her. We got completed, Ottawa County. I can tell you something about this. This is decent size. This is where Holland, Michigan is, and give you some benchmarks that we established here, some loose benchmarks here for Ottawa County. Gretchen Whitmer, right? 2018, we've been saying, pretty good. What did Whitmer get here? She got 48, right? Stevens sitting at 40. What did Joe Biden get? He got 51. Stevens sitting at 40. We think this might be it in Ottawa County. Okay, so those are the kinds of things she's trying to compensate for here, and the place to compensate for it is Wayne County, with about half the vote in and a lot of Detroit.
Hey, Steve, in Washtenaw, Ann Arbor, home of Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, Eastern Michigan, go Eagles. Only Eagles I'll cheer for. Sorry, I had to get one in. We're running out of time.
4 minutes left.
Isn't the vote by mail there likely to be students who aren't back on campus yet? I mean, wouldn't that potentially be more El-Sayed friendly?
Say again,
Wouldn't that vote by mail and out of Ann Arbor, wouldn't you think that might be students who aren't back at college yet?
Well, generally what we've seen, and it's been kind of holding true here, has been that the vote by mail skews older just in terms of who takes the ballots, who sends them in. But in a college town, right, like Ann Arbor, where the adult population is so liberal, I think, too, along with the younger population, it raises the question. I don't expect to see the kind of disparity there that we've seen elsewhere. But I think, I think it's worth noting she's done the best with vote by mail, and that has recently been the last thing that comes in Washtenaw. But the idea that she's going to be winning that vote by mail by 50 points or something, I think demographically, no.
Okay. Steve, in the 40 seconds we have left, is now a good time to talk about the 2028 primaries?
They might be started by the time Wayne County finishes counting.
Zing! On that note, like tradition we have here, one last word or final thought in the 30 seconds we have left. Steve, to you, quickly.
Look, Steve? I mean, Stevens has made this a game tonight. She's gotten closer, I think, than a lot of people thought she was going to get. But that elusive final step for her, we'll see if that proves to be elusive for her.
Ryan.
Over 1 million Democratic votes in Michigan. Democratic enthusiasm, whether it's progressive or moderate, is sky high.
Republicans are showing a DQ strategy. They want to disqualify Democrats.
We're looking at a big challenge for Democrats.
Sorry, I don't even know what they're saying.
Thanks. I'm comparing notes with Adam again.
All right, so this is the Kornacki cam that we're looking at. What happens is that he throws to, I think it's mostly MSN, or sorry, MS Now, I guess we would call it. Right. So what'll happen with this thing is that, like, this is the Kornacki cam, right? This is Kornacki, and he lives in this little zone. And then every now and then he is doing a hit, right? Either for MS Now, I think that's what he was just doing, or I think he's actually, somehow they got him contracted with, what is it, News Now as well. So he'll do those in addition to that. And so, but then he goes back to like his little zone with his producer and
writing furiously there. Yeah,
the DQ strategy. I don't get it. Are they going to buy people Dairy Queen to get them to vote for?
Okay, okay.
Yep.
So the variables here are remaining vote in Wayne from outside of Detroit. Okay. Are there places here?
Does that make sense, chat? There's two audiences, right? There's the audience that's watching Kornacki Cam, and then occasionally they're being carried on MS Now, or they're being carried, I think, by other outlets. And so it's like he's like talking to the audience, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, wait, other person, here's what," and he'll repeat what he just said. You know, it's kind of frustrating, but
where Stevens does strong enough to beef this number up from 52%. Okay. Outstanding question is here in Genesee County, home of Flint. We say there's a large black population in Genesee County. A lot of that is in Flint. Does Flint come through in a way that beefs this margin up for Stevens? She needs that to happen. Okay. Saginaw, we've got more. Okay, I think we might have got the city of Saginaw now. I'm guessing we did because she's pulled ahead by 21 points here. I was going to raise that question for Saginaw. I don't know if it was already answered there.
It's the Dragon Quest strategy. How long is Dragon Quest like longer than other JRPGs?
About half the vote is in right there. So those are places, you know, she needs places here where she can make big jumps, big strides. In addition to what's you know, Wayne would be one of those places. She needs to, I think, pull some big
I'm not sure exactly why he's acting weird.
Inside Detroit. She needs to pull them outside Detroit. She needs to pull something big out of a place like Flint. I think Saginaw, it's not as big, but it's not insubstantial. We have the wild card. I keep pressing the wrong county. We have the wild card of the late vote by mail.
Is it his technology that's fucking him over? Is it like
I think with Garrett, I think he's right. I mean,
similar situation that I've got going on right now.
College town like that, where El-Sayed already did extremely well in 2018 when he ran. You know, I think in theory, a big chunk of late vote by mail would be really encouraging for Stevens. That might not be the place where you want to see that. Same time, there's still a big chunk of vote to come here. This becomes a problem for Stevens because
I'm not sure if it's the tech, how much it's the tech, and how much it's the information.
We kind of knew this was coming. You know, this is where Lansing, this is where East Lansing is. But again, there's still a lot of vote to come right there. There might be, as we've seen in these other counties, a more kind of pro-Stevens flair to it. But overall, the opportunity there for El-Sayed to get something out of there that pads his margin and maybe offsets if Stevens is getting gains from Genesee, from Saginaw, from some of these other places, population centers where you got some vote, that maybe he could offset it. You know, here, where else do we have a sort of substantial outstanding vote here? I just want to kind of look around.
Crazy. McMorrow's numbers are crazy.
6%, that's small, but
Chat,
6%.
Here's the deal. Here's the irony of it all. Okay. McMorrow, when she came in, and especially when she attacked Abdul El-Sayed, right? This is what allowed him to get into the game. This is what allowed him to become competitive, right? Like the attention that he got through like talking to Hassan Piker, and then having Mallory McMorrow trying to make political hay out of it. And it turns out like nobody's mad about Hassan Piker. Everybody's it brought more attention, right? And the cringe factor with McMorrow, not quite as strong as the cringe factor with Stevens, but it was still there. So the irony would be here, I don't know if anybody's talked about this yet. I don't know what people expected, what kind of numbers they expected Mallory and McMorrow to put up. She has withdrawn from the race. She is no longer running. She dipped out because it was clear that her presence was only making it a lock for Abdul El-Sayed. So then when she dropped, it brought Stevens back in. Stevens, I think Stevens might have been trailing early on in the three-way match. So yeah, Stevens, came back in a big way, meaning, a lot of the Mallory McMorrow voters would be Stevens voters, but you give them something a little bit less, AIPAC and a little bit less, obviously, AIPAC endorsed, even though a lot of people think the function she's serving is pretty much the same. But to me, these seem like larger numbers than I would expect for a candidate that's withdrawn themselves. So reminder, though, she's on the ballot. It was too late to take herself off the ballot, so she's on the ballot. And in some of these counties, she's putting up like 5%. Right? I don't know what exactly that vote, if that vote is just the vote that's, that like maybe they don't like Sayed and they don't like Stevens, and they're like, oh, is there a third option here? Let me vote for that. I don't know what exactly is going on, but it does seem like more than that. And we might have a situation in which Mallory McMorrow serves as the spoiler, right? If it ends up being as close as some people are thinking it's going to be, McMorrow could serve as the spoiler here and could be the reason that Sayed wins, despite the $60 million dropped on him by AIPAC, the power company in Detroit, and by Blue Cross Blue Shield that definitely does not want the Medicare for all policies that he is espousing.
And this is Barry, we got Grand Rapids. Oh, we'll go down here.
We're going to get to Destiny in a second. Okay.
Again.
In just a second, actually.
College at Western Michigan University. We got half the vote. Again, it's in that Western Michigan region. This is where Whitmer didn't do that well here in 2018. Younger population. So I think there was an expectation that El-Sayed would do very well in Kalamazoo. Just to line this up with our benchmarks. But again, there was certainly the expectation was El-Sayed would do well. Whitmer's number here was 48. Remember, she got 52 statewide. The 47 was the Biden number in 2020. Stevens, again, the possibility, as we've seen in other counties, that this is going to tick up. But, this may be kind of a miss for her of her benchmark. We'll see how close she can get to that. But if she's really having trouble here in Western Michigan. She's really having trouble in Ottawa County. You had trouble in Ottawa County. Really, I think, having trouble in Kalamazoo County. And really having trouble in Grand Rapids, in Kent County, the Grand Rapids area. Well, look at this. Okay. Yeah. We think that's big. We think we got the vote in Kent County. Remember, they came out swinging. We got a ton early. Took a while. It's midnight. We now think we got it. El-Sayed obviously wins. He gets 62. The benchmarks. Whitmer was 44. Okay. Biden was 46 in 2020. As we say, Hillary got crushed with 37. But right here, something like that is what Stevens wants out of here. This is what she got. And again, we've shown you counties of varying sizes here tonight, right? Like we've shown you a lot of small ones in the UP where maybe she's missing by 5. But to miss by this much in a county this big, right? This is like 7% of the vote statewide in a Democratic primary comes out of Kent County, and she got beat by that much.
It shows 95% in for Kent County there.
Sorry, let me just rehear that.
Have all of their vote mode buckets as fully reported.
In the UP where maybe she's missing by 5. But to miss by this much in a county this big, right? This is like 7% of the vote statewide.
7% of the vote statewide. Yeah, this is what we're looking for, chat. So look, like in the presidential election, we're used to sort of thinking of each state as a container, right? That container, in most cases, is going to give all of its electoral votes to the winner of the popular vote in that state. There's a few exceptions. We've got Maine, we've got Nebraska, but in most cases, that's what it is. There's no way, like if Wisconsin or Illinois has 100% of the state votes, right? Everybody just miraculously comes out and votes, right? So there's like twice as many voters as normal in Illinois. And Florida is like the exact normal number, like, I don't know, 50% vote in Florida, right? You don't boost Illinois' numbers, right? It doesn't matter how many voters come out in Illinois, right? It might determine Illinois, but it's not gonna increase the number of electoral votes that Illinois has. Very different ballgame when we're talking about the counties in Michigan, right? Remember, the winner of the state is going to be the popular vote winner. There's no electors or none of that, electoral college nonsense at work here in this state. So, if you do have like certain areas of the state that are either favorable towards Stevens, like Wayne County, Detroit, or favorable towards Sayed, like we were talking about earlier with East Lansing, big college town, right? If one of those areas, just gets an outrageous amount of voters, which can happen, either through the preponderance of anti-Sayed commercials, making it look like he's this monster that's going to eat you unless you come out and vote for Stevens, or on the other hand, the volunteers and the ground game of El-Sayed brings out more than normal voters in some of their areas, then you might, the election has the propensity to flip very quickly. But at this moment, it does favor Sayed, just not by double digits. Not looking like a double digit night. Hassan was talking earlier about, 20 plus or something like that. It's not going to be anything like that, right? What was it? What did Mike say? Mike had some outrageous prediction. Mike from PA. I think in terms of what was it, like he would be at 67. So what do we got? MS Now is a good place to look. Yeah, I'll check that out in a second. We've got also like a DSA page that goes over their races. So yeah, we're gonna Let's finish off this Kornacki, and then we'll take a look at maybe some of the maps, and then chat Destiny. We'll get to Destiny.
In a Democratic primary, comes out of Kent County, and she got beat by that much.
It shows 95% in for Kent County there. The Kent County website does not have all of their vote mode buckets as fully reported, so it's possible that that expected vote number goes up, and we still get some more out of Kent County, but we should be, I think, near complete.
But that could also be more Election Day vote.
Yeah, none of their vote modes are in there, so that would include Election Day, mail, and early.
Okay, can I ask, is there any way to get more water here? Okay, thank you.
Poor Steve Kornacki. I feel so bad for this guy, chat. Have you ever watched a Harry Empton segment? Have you ever watched Harry Empton? Like, these are kind of like the two election guys, the two numbers guys, right? That they've got, on CNN and MS Now, respectively. Harry Empton, if you've ever watched his show, he'll be in the middle of, I don't know, whatever point he's trying to make, whatever polls he's trying to show, and somebody will just bring him an ice cold soda, and I think he gets paid for it too. I think the soda companies are like sponsoring, so it's like I don't even know. Like, he's a pretty big star over there, right? Whereas Steve Kornacki is like, is it possible that we could have some water? I know that it's not a normal thing that we got all these like computers and the computers don't need water, but I'm a human being, not a computer. I actually do need water. He's got water over there. I'm the one that's talking the whole night. Can I please fucking have some water? Jesus Christ. What does a guy have to do to get some water in here?
We never, should we venture out to Washington? Let's, we've been on 4 hours. I don't know, are folks fired up for the Washington
amateur
multi-candidate primary?
4 hours. What the fuck is that, chat?
Yeah, we do.
I do 4 hours on a bad night where nobody supports me, right? I do 4 hours regardless, all right? 4 hours is my minimum. He's out here bitching about 4 hours. Yeah, half day Steve.
There are some projected, moving on candidates.
Let's take a look, and then. But I think I just think anything. If I can play teacher and give you a suggested assignment, please. Anything you can get us on municipalities in Wayne.
Yeah.
I think if there's
also some water would be nice.
Any path for Stevens here, it's to post some big numbers and
look, chat. We have
or unexpected numbers in some parts of Wayne County, because again, there's a lot more to it than Detroit. There's a lot more to it than Detroit.
I've had a fucked up night so far.
It's in those other places that I'm trying to get a better handle on.
Technical difficulties that I don't even want to get into because I don't think they're as interesting to you as they are to me. Right? But it's just get this man some water. He called for water like 5 minutes ago. What the fuck? He's gonna die, chat. He is going to dessicate.
It does.
Oh, he's got some water. Wait, where did the water come from? No, he's done. I think he finished that water. Look at me, chat. Look at me.
Go to the city.
Do I look prepared?
And find.
Do I look prepared? I'm prepared. I'm ready. I'm ready to fucking go.
Unfortunately, the case there. Let me try one other. Here.
This guy cannot get water, and he's got how many people are in that studio? What is? Do they hate his guts? Is he a bad boss? What's going on? Is this fuck around and find out? This is why you don't mistreat your employees.
Answer the question. Hang on 1 second.
Wait, no, there's the water. There's the water. He's got the water. Has he just not had a chance to drink it, maybe?
Yeah, we do have a lot of vote from, I'm just looking now in Michigan, we do have a lot of vote from Saginaw. We were trying to figure that out.
We're going to make him go faster, if that's okay. Because we do have to get to Destiny tonight. Wait.
No, we've got a good mix of both. Yep. Okay, and then... come on.
I was so nervous for him until I saw that water appear.
Oh, come on.
Anybody see when did they bring him the water? The revolution will not be televised. What? Wait, is that the reference to Van Jones from tonight?
Okay, sorry, folks. I'm trying to get Flint. That's what I'm looking for. Flint here. That's what I'm.
I missed the Van Jones. How did I miss the Van Jones clip? I thought that was in the.
Yeah.
Wait, did I not watch the whole thing?
Believe the case was we do not have Flint. We don't have anything from Flint. So the opportunity for Stevens in Genesee, we were showing you Genesee County, pretty big piece of real estate, and we do have some vote right there, but none of that vote that you're looking at, and she is leading.
Oh, it's separated. It's not in the rundown.
And I think we expect her to do quite well in Flint. So the opportunity for Stevens in Genesee County, right, where we've got, little over 20,000 votes counted, meaning we've got.
I see. It's on Twitter.
Nothing from Flint. So, yeah, there's an opportunity for Stevens, I think.
Somehow I thought, Kornacki preview, feel free to skip. Somehow I thought that the news playlist, since it says news playlist includes, that you had somehow figured out how to add a Twitter post to a YouTube playlist, which now that I think about it is impossible. But I thought maybe, I was trying to understand the magic that Direful was
a chunk of votes. Yeah,
invoking here.
We're talking, 5,000 plurality of something like that, maybe. But she's chasing 33,000. One other question I have here is, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe Direful made a trip to Xing and was able to learn Alkestri, and maybe Alkestri allows you to combine a Twitter post into a YouTube playlist, but no such luck, chat. I finished Full Metal Alchemist last night.
Democratic-based voters want.
Okay, Van Jones, what are the stakes here for Democrats?
This is the whole ball of wax. I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. There was a guy named Gil Scott Heron who had a great poem. It was called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Gil Scott Heron is wrong. The revolution is being televised and podcast and streamed and elected tonight. Why is that? It's because there is a credibility gap that's opened up between the Democratic Party establishment and this insurgency. People are looking at people and they're saying, you've been telling us the same thing for a long time and our lives are not any better. We got Donald Trump twice. There's also an innovation gap. Why can you spend $60 million and get whooped like this? Because the old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get it.
And look, I mean, they did that, okay, so I want you to understand, right? I do think that Abdul El-Sayed is leading the way, yes, in terms of groundwork and, people power and being, but also in terms of making your opponent's financial backers a real liability, where, AIPAC and DTE and Blue Cross Blue Shield spending $60 million on you starts to count against you, starts to counteract. But I will not deny that money buys something, chat. It's not just stupid people like spending crazy money for no reason at all. They do expect to get something. You heard some of that at work in terms of, I'm guessing the consultants she was able to afford with this 60 million buy-in, right? In being able to sort of, pull a jujitsu on her own cringe presentation, say that, it's just my Michigander accent, and all these people from the East Coast, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they fly in and they don't like the Michigan accent because they don't like you. You talk like this too, Michiganders. Every single one of you sounds as cringe as I do. The Michigander, we gotta stick it to them. Israel comes to me in my dreams. No, that was before. But that is the, I think that is the effect, right? Some of the ways that Haley Stevens was able to try to turn her weaknesses into a strength, I think came from, her having access to those really expensive consultants. So it does something blanketing the airwaves as much as, Abdul said in the debate, hey, you're going to see some commercials, understand where they come from, understand who's behind these commercials, right? I mean, that might be a little bit of a vaccine, but you can still be infected. You can still see the overwhelming, ad buys out there, right? In fact, I'm reminded of I saw something on the ads of the 1980 election, and apparently 1984 election between Reagan and Mondale. And apparently the airwaves were just blanketed with all these, like, Walter Mondale thinks that you need to work a little harder to be able to pay more taxes. And it was just like all these, about faces. You see him turned around, right? I mean, that shit really worked. That shit really cooked. And as a result, the 1984 election, I believe, what was it, Reagan won all but one state, and that's Minnesota, the great state of Minnesota, the great state. Walter Mondale was Mondale from Minnesota? I thought he was, for some reason I was thinking he's Wisconsin. But yeah, I mean, like, so ad buys do work, unfortunately, and there's no way to fully counteract them. But you got to make a start. You got to make it an issue. And again, you know, all of these things that come up, you got to turn them back into tabletop issues. Like I said earlier, with Palestine, I mean, you know, you're going to get it, especially in Michigan, a lot of people who do care that the U.S. That their tax money is funding a genocide, right? But you're also going to have people that are very self-focused, and for them, the message that money is going to Israel and not to you is, you know, it's the bow that you got to tie it up with. But anyway, let's watch the rest of this, and then some Kornacki, and we'll get to Destiny after that. We'll try to rescue this stream, chat, from being an utter failure on my part.
I'm going right to the people with TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class, disintermediated the entire consultant class, and this is a revolution. And so this is going to happen again and again. The Democratic Party is now Blockbuster. These kids are Netflix. We are selling CDs out the trunk. This is Napster becoming Spotify, and it's happening tonight.
So, Scott,
I don't know why the kids selling CDs out the back trunk
Democrats.
Look, this is the whole ball of wax. I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. There was a guy named Gil Scott Heron who had a great poem. It was called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." Gil Scott Heron is wrong. The revolution is being televised and podcast and streamed and elected tonight. Why is that? It's because there is a credibility gap that's opened up between the Democratic Party establishment and this insurgency. People are looking at people and they're saying, you've been telling us the same thing for a long time and our lives are not any better. We got Donald Trump twice. There's also an innovation gap. Why can you spend $60 million and get whooped like this? Because the old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get attention. This movement says, I don't need donors, ads, I don't need consultants. I'm going right to the people with TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class.
So yeah, the Jill Scott Heron lyrics, right, that he's referencing, it's you know, it's about get off your ass, get involved, get down to the street, don't be pacified by television, right? It's, you know, around the time that mid 70s that this song came out, and just basically you know, telling you that you cannot passively consume history. History will consume you, and yeah, kind of that, and the kids selling CDs out of the back trunk, like as being like the old school. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming that sort of thing is in response to, you know, record companies charging prices for music back when it was a physical copy, back when it is a CD, you know, for more than people can afford. And so if people can, yeah, when people can start to, yeah, I mean, were people selling that shit? Like, okay, so back in the day, we're talking about like there was a very particular like technological age. There was a very particular almost moment in history where people started to get hold of CDRs, right? And up until then, you know, you the best you could do, you know, as far as making it cheap, I don't know, buy a tape. Tapes were cheaper than CDs. Maybe if you could find an old record, if it's a you know, if it's music that's being put out on vinyl, or if it's an older song. But I'm guessing when we're talking about selling the CDs out of the trunk, we're talking about people, you know, getting those early DVD-Rs, copying the CDs, and now, you know, there's a moment where you know, they're going to be sold at half or not half price, but he's doing Red Scare nonsense. I don't know. It almost sounded like to me he was. I couldn't tell. Yeah, Gil was right. Gil was right in terms of the and to bring that shit up of like, no, actually it will be televised, it will be live streamed. You can overturn the world order from the comfort of your basement. Wait, your sister is comfortably sitting at 78-22 in her Michigan State Senate primary race? Congratulations. That's pretty cool. Bunch of house remixes of that song. That's probably where I heard that from. I at first thought it was like I was like, it's like a sample from a, I mean, it was, I guess, a sample the way that I heard it. He's scratching his head so much, he's going to put a hole in his scalp if he isn't careful. He's saying social media is revolutionizing people instead of, well, I mean, you hear this with the discourse around TikTok, right? The discourse around TikTok and Gaza, the cope of the pro-Israel movement and wanting to think that the social media is doing something like wrong to people. And if they can just either, get ownership over it in the case of TikTok and the moves that Trump made with the Ellisons, that maybe they can turn everything back. Like that there's a right world order where everybody perceives Israelis as victims and Palestinians as terrorists, and that because of this evil spell cast by social media, which there are a lot of things like about the modern tech era that people don't like, not the least of which is like AI and data centers, right? But if they can kind of like be like, yeah, no, it's like all it's like all media. I mean, they're not trying to go back. They're not Luddites. They're not trying to go back to a pre-technological time. What they're trying to do is get technology in line with the centralization and the control of media that was exerted under the under television. Yeah, the kids are being radicalized. That's right. It's the TikTok. All right, so we're gonna watch the last of this Steve Kornacki. I'm gonna make one final plea to try to extend the stream because we're gonna need that extension to make anything good out of this Destiny segment. We're at 3% right now, chat.
This is where it gets a little. When I'm on the air, we say these are the limitations of live. Is there a chance that I could make a phone call to the decision desk? I don't do this on the air. I'm not going to do this on the air.
Right.
But okay. Let me just explain this. We're in. You can see everything that's going on right here. You can see there's. I'm taking you through the best I know.
I'm sorry. Did we miss something? He wants to make a phone call to the decision desk.
Question I have here is, I usually this 1,000 plurality of something like that maybe, but she's chasing 33,000.
That's what she's down by statewide at the moment. And just to give you kind of let's see, it looks like, assuming this is still going. It looks like this was around 40 minutes ago.
One other question I have here is,
and why am I rewinding to 40 minutes ago? Because they like left. I don't know what happened. Like what was live when I put this on was just like a ticker of the numbers, right? I don't know. So we're trying to watch like what happened before they left. It's kind of what we're catching up on right now.
This is where it gets a little. When I'm on the air, we say these are the limitations of live. Is there a chance that I could make a phone call to the decision desk? I don't do this on the air. I'm not going to do this on the air.
Right.
But okay. Let me just explain this. We're in. You can see everything that's going on right here. You can see there's. I'm taking you through the best I know, which is.
I don't know. I feel bad for him now. Again, I'm not a Kornacki fan. I like Harry Empton slightly better. I mean, I don't like any of them. Empton does this Kalshi thing and his soda ads and stuff, but yeah, Kornacki's got, apparently like really odious politics. But I do feel sorry for him not being able to get water, and then and now like it feels like he's just not in control. It feels like he is like the point person for a night like tonight, and he's just like trying to can I talk to the decision desk? Can we like I don't know. He feels like a low level employee here when that's kind of the opposite of what he is.
Which is I've seen Stevens do enough to put herself kind of on the edge of this, but not enough where I'm like, well, she's right there. and enough where I think there's a couple of key questions that you see I'm trying to address here about Flint, about Saginaw, about Washtenaw, and really, well, about Macomb, and really about Wayne. And so what I'm going to try to do here is, we got the decision desk. They make the call. Who, when these things, how to characterize these races, how to call them. It's a team of, of data scientists that we have. And
Darful with the gifted sub to Zalco. Zalco, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. We're up to 9.
And I'm just going to, they do their own thing. They're not in this for publicity and everything. So I do this off the air. So they're going to kill my mic, and I'm going to try to talk to them and then report back to you. So, folks, we got a cliffhanger.
So I was curious about where he was going with this. It sounds like there's information that he needs from the decision desk. I guess the decision desk is where they make the final calls. Whether there's enough information to call the election or whether they're going to say too close to call. He's got a question for them, I guess, that he cannot ask them on air. So
we watch these 4, right? So please don't go anywhere. Maybe Adam, you can tell them if anything's there. You got the.
Oh, is that why he left? Maybe this
is mic off. Okay.
Okay. I can't remember. Pause! Motherfucking pause! Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, chat. I pressed pause and it's like kind of. I think it's my thumb. I think it's my nail, chat. I think that my nail just does this now. Like I press I reach. It's like playing the piano or something, right, chat? When you're like trying to play an octave or an octave and a half, right, and you're kind of spread out. But like it somehow, when I do that, when I spread out to hit function and play at the same time, I guess my nail hits it first, pauses it, and then my finger hits it again, unpauses it. Anyway, crazy shit. What was I trying to say? He sounded like he was on a pyramid show, Call a Friend. Yeah, kind of. That was pretty weird. I wonder what's going on here. I am pretty damn sure, though, if I remember correctly, that this music is something they copyright claim for, so I'm not trying to play very much of it. We may already be fucked on this, chat. This whole night has been a little bit of a shit show due to technological mistakes on my part. No fault of yours. Okay, so what do we got here? We just press forward, we press forward. As the numbers come in, yeah, she is at a deficit right here, almost 35,000. Out of how many votes so far? We've got more than do we have 1 million yet? Almost 1 million votes counted so far. That's about where we came in, I think, right? When I first put this on. Here we go. All right, let's see what he's got. What does he got for us? What does the decision desk say?
Where we stand and kind of what the immediate future looks like. It is 12:15 a.m., right? Polls have been closed now for 4 hours, 15 minutes. We've got 2/3 of the vote in statewide. I think that might be a little better pace than Michigan's been on in some of these past primaries. We are in the big one in Wayne County. We're at just over half the vote in here. Again, they might be a little faster here than they've been in the past, but it is still past midnight right now. We're still at half. So 2/3. El-Sayed's margin is sitting there at over 3 points. That's a 3.3 margin over Stevens. We've really seen it hovering in that range, right, for a while now. Maybe it dips just under 3. Maybe it gets up to 4 at some point, but it's really been in that 3 to 4 range for a while now. That raw vote margin for El-Sayed has ticked up a little bit here, I would say, in the last 30 minutes to an hour or so. So it's sitting at 34%. And so again, I think the story that has I've likened doing elections to the old Polaroid picture, right? You snap it, you wave it in the air.
Wait, what was he actually? Yeah, what was he actually? What was he talking to the decision desk about? Was he saying, "Can you call it? Can you call it?"
Just that you watch that picture slowly kind of come into focus.
New York Times won't call it. Pisco has called it. Sam Cedar has called it. Meowing Star is telling me 1.15 million votes counted so far. Half the precincts are reporting. Wait a minute, they said 60. It says here 68% in.
I mean, this is like the world's slowest Polaroid, is what Michigan.
Was he slapping them because he wants them to call it, or slapping them around?
It is tonight. It is just very, very slowly. But
did anybody major call it? I said Sam Cedar, you made a call. I said Pisco made a call. These aren't really, big players in the has any media outlet called it?
Incrementally, it has kind of.
Because to me, it looks like too close to call, and I don't know why there would be like this sort of weird pressure about are you going to call it?
More to focus. And so I think the story we've been telling you tonight is kind of
Asking if there's a new dump. They want what, a Wayne County dump, I'm guessing. That would give us a sense of is Haley still in the running, right?
The through line we've kind of been following here is that Stevens needs to hit certain benchmarks in some big places and some significant places to have a chance to then win it in Wayne County.
So it's looking good.
So what have we, what can we say we've seen? I mean, we've been doing our thing here where we show you one county at a time, the benchmarks.
But we don't know for sure. We don't want to be premature. Knock on wood.
For Biden.
When you say it's looking good.
Places. I think she's missed them a little bit in more places than she's hit them. She's missed them potentially big in Kent County. We showed you this one. Maybe in Washtenaw County, where right now she would, if that's where it landed. But we still have more vote to come right there. She really, I think one thing that's emerged is she's really had, that's a bit too big of a circle, she's really had, Stevens, a bad night in Western Michigan, right? And that's, I think, where we see some of the biggest misses. This is a pretty big miss for her. Right? This in Kalamazoo, we'll see where it lands, could end up being.
Wait, Miku's, the Detroit Times is reporting an early lead for him in Wayne County? Miss for her, okay? We also have seen, and again, this is, I don't want to. Oh, yeah, God, no, I was going to say this, Kaylala, right? Before this night started, considering how many people are just like wishing misfortune, wishing ill fortune on Abdul El-Sayed and his campaign, even talking about voting for MAGA over people like him and Hong. I was thinking about the way that remember the Red Mirage? So the Red Mirage is what created the Trump election denial scheme. And as silly as it was, as incompetent as it was, as funny as it was to watch, it was a little bit closer to succeeding, I think, than people really give it credit for. What do I mean? Okay, so the Red Mirage is the dynamic, I guess, in the 2020 election where Trump was massively against vote by mail, and people, because it was COVID, wanted to vote by mail. So vote by mail was going to happen. And so because he was talking so much shit about vote by mail, his voters didn't vote by mail. Some people think this was on purpose. Some people think this was part of the strategy, the overturning the election strategy, right? That he actually wanted his voters to vote early because what he wanted to do was go to bed with a lead. He wanted to go to bed with the perception that it will, it's not, we haven't called anything yet, but it looks like Trump is ahead, so that when people wake up in the morning and the actual, the mail-in votes start to post, right, and everything flips, people are going to be like, hey, wait a minute, not Wayne County, also, wait, the statewide then. Well, yeah, we do know that he's, that much I can confirm for you. He's ahead by somewhere around 35,000, although it might be more now. He will win Macomb, though. Detroit, they are saying they don't expect any call before 2 a.m. So that makes me think that maybe there's a dump that they're anticipating at 2 a.m.
It's not insignificant. Just under 10% of all the vote comes from northern Michigan. And these are not all completed counties, but right, you see some El-Sayed. El-Sayed, I think, has done better here than the progressive lane did against Whitmer in 2018. So all those things have a cumulative effect. Okay, and why El-Sayed is sitting here in this position right now, up 3 points.
Anybody else notice this? Right? They like to say his name El-Sayed. I don't know. Do people like is there some weird racist thing going on with calling him El-Sayed versus El-Sayed? It's a it's an Egyptian name, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just reaching here. Right? Somehow Al-Sayed sounds more like stereotypically Muslim than no, they both probably sound, I don't know. I just don't, I don't know why nobody reads it's El-Sayed. It's El-Sayed.
And change, 30,000 and change with about 70% in, and it leaves Stevens with what? As we've been saying, this in Genesee County, might be her biggest, outside of Wayne, is her biggest single source of hope right now. It's where the city of Flint is. You got 40% in that. A little bit more has come in. She's leading it by just under 9
the suburbs of Detroit, yeah.
Can she get a big number, like a monster number out of Flint? Not implausible, given the support I think she clearly has with black voters that we've seen in Detroit and Flint, high black population. This is the second highest concentration of black residents of any county in Michigan. But ultimately, this is it's a big county on the map. It's small compared to Wayne. It's going to produce about a fifth, a sixth of the votes statewide that Wayne is going to. So if Stevens gets a big number out of Flint, if she gets out of Genesee with a double-digit margin, we're talking 4,000 vote plurality extra, 5,000, 3,500 extra additional to what you see right now, plurality out of Genesee County maybe, what would that do? Well, again, like that might take off, I say 30,000 and change for El-Sayed statewide. That might take off the and change, okay? That's the effect of having and that's one of the brightest potential spots for her that's left on the map. Saginaw County, as we said, we're sitting at 71%. Is a good number for Stevens out of there. This is one of the places where I think so far at least she's getting a good number. Adam's sending me another note now that he's reviewed my note. And so we are agreed on that. And so it's come around to this point where you're looking at Wayne County and you're looking.
Abdul is speaking. Let's go to that. Is that on? Here, I'll.
Looking at a question, it's a little different than the one that we posed at the start of the night, where we said at the start of the night, can Stevens hit these sort of benchmarks all around the place to get in a place where Detroit can win this for her, right? Okay, Detroit has.
Kornaki's still going.
There may be. We're trying to find out if there are a few more votes left in Detroit, but most of Detroit is in. Stevens has won it looks like by just under 30 points. Okay, so it's a big margin for her there. But we thought, looking at Wayne, that would be as good as it gets for her there. Okay, and as you can see, if Detroit is basically done, she still finds herself down.
Okay.
Statewide. So there is a separate additional question, though. This is what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or hour or so. What we're trying to get a handle on is there outside of Detroit, outside of Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, these are the sort of the cities in Wayne that get the most attention.
Of the
Dearborn
corporations
being
by the
the strongest for El-Sayed.
And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the.
So, chat, I haven't checked in yet. I don't think this is a victory speech. I think this is a going to bed speech. In other words, we're not going to know the results maybe until as late as 2 a.m.
They're going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what will happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. Yeah, baby.
And importantly, they're taking that money out of circulation for other candidates that AIPAC, Republican candidates, AIPAC might be spending it on.
And however we might feel,
he's tanking, chat. He's tanking it. He's the tank.
We've just come through. I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate.
So compare this to what you're going to see from the other side tonight, especially with Destiny. Compare this spirit of solidarity. Even with a terrible candidate to beat the Republican, to what is being proposed by Destiny, by Carville, by all of these neo-McCarthyites.
So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight.
Chat. That's why we're not going to have to purge the dead enders out of the Democratic Party the way that they are currently trying to purge us out of the party, right? Because ultimately they're going to lose the PR battle by showing how just craven they are in endorsing Republicans over
in med school
DSA candidates.
While Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, quack, quack, smells like a duck. How am I supposed to know it's a goose?
Whoever said Obama's cadence, it's not just his cadence.
Forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got into business. After
He's got the Obama swagger too.
You made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe $14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. Get him on goal! And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era. And I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are.
Damn. Damn.
You are a corporate sellout. Who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really might want to be one someday. Who voted to raise our prescription drug prices. Who supported wars we don't need to fight. Who tried to shut down our bridges. Who wants to stand in the way of our unions. Who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals, built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, It's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I spent summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles I'd otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. Yep. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better.
This is not a victory speech for those asking in chat.
America for all of her kids.
This is a too close to call speech, right?
As I think about those past 250 years, those errors.
He is ahead. He is likely to win, but it's not in the books yet, okay?
This country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years. Continued discrimination against people.
When you add up the numbers,
always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them.
When you add up the numbers of people that have been discriminated against versus people who have not been targeted for discrimination, it's like 75 to 25, chat.
50 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement.
All we need is some solidarity.
We live in an era of historical inequality.
All we need is to see ourselves in each other's struggles.
Participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation.
80% reporting, Syed up by 2.1%.
Where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. For the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like 2 little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. I want to tell them, when they asked, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks, and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. We should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Money cared for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
All right, before I get demonetized again on this live stream for more music, let's switch over to back to Kornacki. Just give him one more look this time. So overall, what I've seen, 81% in Sayed maintains overall a 2.9% lead. Was they'll hopefully go back to the statewide numbers in a second, but
and votes 61% for Stevens, 35%.
Wait, did something change?
He says he needs big.
Go back,
breaks,
go! God damn it!
From Wayne, that's the kind, a 26-point margin for Stevens in that update from Wayne. That.
Okay, so that's made it way closer. That's made it way closer.
22, 765, 1.8.
So yeah, he was at 2.1.
About that, and that is where the remaining vote is in Macomb right here. So just to, again, we think now
he was 2.1% ahead. Now he's down to 1.8 with the Wayne drop.
1,000 votes left in Wayne County. Okay, we think the second biggest outstanding source of votes is 29,000 in Macomb. Okay, and I want to pause on Macomb because a while ago, we looked at the remaining vote there. There was obviously a lot
18% left.
Heavily imbalanced. It was heavily vote by mail left with some election day. Everything that has come in since then has been vote by mail. It's why Stevens has the lead now. The color flipped there in Macomb a while ago. Okay, it's been very pro. But based on the classifications that we get in our system of this vote type, that 29,000 left is split now between vote by mail and election day. Now, does that, and the way the vote by mail and the election day have been running in Macomb, they would cancel each other out. If what remains looks like everything else that's come in Macomb, they cancel each other out.
It's good news. I want to
be careful here because right next door in Oakland, that update we just got a minute ago, a very good update for Stevens was, we had, our system was telling us that's election day vote that's left. And that last big update went 61-35 for Stevens. Okay, so if that vote by mail, we've gotten 3 or 4 successive updates here. It's been as pro Stevens as we've been expecting all night. If the remaining vote by mail here just continues that pattern, but the remaining what's coded as election day vote doesn't, that's a big batch of votes there, 15,000 votes that are coded as election day, that if they broke more towards Stevens, but again, she's now in a position 22,800. Did we just get a little bit more?
Taking a look. Small. We got another 1,000 Saginaw and another 200 Van Buren.
How does Saginaw break?
59% for Stevens, El-Sayed 34.
Yeah, so getting close there. That's about what we thought. Genesee, we're at about 60. But yeah, that, boy, again, this is the kind of guessing game we're left playing. The way this is, if that remaining,
it's way closer than it should be. Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly.
Okay. If right now we think there's about 15,000 vote by mail left, right, and 14,000 of what our system is coding as election day, okay, right? And we've been seeing in Macomb County that the mail's been running about plus 30 Stevens and the election day's been running about plus 30 El-Sayed. That would, cancel each other out. And basically what you're seeing in Macomb now is what it would be. But again, that what we just saw in Oakland is getting me thinking here, is there a chance that what's coded here as election day vote, if it behaves like that vote we just got from Oakland at the very end there and is pro-Stevens, right? It was 26 points pro-Stevens, what we just saw. If it ends up looking like this is an if. This is non-decision desk approved, but this is just if it ends up looking like this, then that remaining mail, okay, at 15,000 would net a new plurality for Stevens of about 4,500, okay? But then that would also be that'd be over 4,000 votes for Stevens there too. That would net her like an additional plurality of about 8,000 votes out of Macomb. That would be more than a third of what this is a huge if. This is just, we are left with this kind of speculation.
Best case scenario for Stevens is what he's describing.
Everything that you've been seeing tonight.
Because you can bet he's pulling for Stevens, right?
Blind spots we're operating
He's looking for the bright spots. He's looking for the silver linings for Stevens.
Come here in Macomb, and if what's to come in Macomb defies our expectations and our classifications, and that can happen, that's a big batch of votes right there.
And that's a big if.
Stevens has made some gains there in Wayne. We said she needed to make big gains, big strides in Wayne. We just saw her make one a second ago. And the other thing we've been seeing, let's see here. We
just got another Kent update.
Yeah.
1,500 votes, El-Sayed, 54%, Stevens 40%.
I'm looking for a chance to cut away from this, but they're stringing me along.
Out of that plurality.
They're stringing me along.
Look at their website.
This is like it keeps coming. Okay. Yeah. 22,985. That must, that's a lot of that is what Adam just said from Kent County.
We do have changes on the Kent County website. They say election day fully reported, early vote fully reported, still waiting for maybe some mail ballots out of Kent County.
Yo.
How much?
Unofficial Hassan solo raid. Hassan has ended his broadcast for today.
Because we've been saying,
welcome in Hassan Abihat.
I know what this must be like, folks.
I would hope.
Fun? Yeah.
Oh my God! Please just
the place.
Give us a place to stop because we need to switch to. We need to.
So Grand Rapids mail, which I remember seeing before. And it was fairly friendly for us.
We need to pivot to Destiny, chat. We are supposed to be talking about Destiny tonight.
Maybe it's.
I've got a lot to tell you as soon as we can break away from this.
That Macomb thing looms as a wild card to me.
Come on, just put it up on the map. Just please, just give me a stopping spot.
Wash. It takes essentially 30,000 votes.
Double Hassan raid, 2 Hassan Abi viewers? No way.
If there's a chance Stevens gets a boost, a real big boost out of that.
He's really looking for a silver lining. He's really looking for a bright spot for Stevens, right?
That's why I'm saying.
I don't want to jinx it, knocking on massive wood here. That is the the cabinet, my cabinet next to me.
180s. I mean, yeah. Look, there are there are 6 counties left in the state of Michigan,
top dudes, I think he's lost hair during. I think his hairline has receded during the.
They are Wayne, where there's 95,000
during this broadcast.
That we've been talking
laptop
about,
dude.
Where there's that 29,000. Genesee, where we think there's 27.
All right, I'm not going to be strung along.
Okay, Ingham, where we think there's.
Not going to be strung along anymore by Steve Kornacki. All right, chat. This was a really weird night for me. It's always a weird night during election night. Chat, did you know that not too long ago, I took election nights off, right? And I did that because my assumption was that people are going to be watching the election somewhere else. I'm a random small streamer chick. Why would they? Yeah, massive wood. Wait, what's going on in my apartment? I don't know, chat, but No, not too long ago, I didn't cover this at all. All right. I've gotten so much interest from my community in this that, like I did not take tonight off. But again, in general, what happens is that people tend to watch this stuff with bigger streamers, right? And so, it's like I either go on late or I don't just like report on the results from the election, or I skip the night. All right. I have provisionally, especially since we got the schedule, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time, right? That's the schedule right now. And I didn't want to, take a day off, right? I am provisionally doing, because there's so much interest in this and because we're covering these primary elections so much, I've started covering it, but it really does depend on you. Look, we've got 2 hours left. That is half of the stream, right? Generally, the majority of the stream is dedicated to whatever's on the thumbnail. What's on the thumbnail tonight is Destiny. Yes, we're going to cover Destiny because he watched what we watched yesterday in terms of the Hutch, Josiah, Soy Pill, Pisco, Keith Edwards, whoever else was on there, Whick, Lib'n'Learn, and he lost his shit, chat. We got to watch this. He's nuking his own orbiters. He's really mad now. He's really angry. And why is he angry? Because the line that he and Whick are towing right now is like, if there is a contentious election, you're going to support MAGA instead of a DSA candidate. We're gonna rat fuck the DSA by voting for Republicans. I'm a big streamer in your eyes. Well, thank you, D-boy. That means a lot. But yeah, I mean, I think we should cover it live. I think we should not just like, forfeit streaming on election nights, because there's going to be a lot of them coming up and soon, and even more so in November, right? But look, I'm doing this provisionally on the understanding that, it's not going to be a shit show for me on election night too. We're at 30% out of 100. That's not like the worst in the world, but it doesn't bode well at the moment for being able to add another hour, which we would really need to be able to cover this Destiny thing properly. And also obviously to get to some bonus content, we got some fire bonus content. Wait, let me look and see what's winning on the bonus content right now. I'm about to pivot and bring you Destiny. I just wanted to check on our poll and see where it's at. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on the YouTube side. Direful, thank you for the gifted community subs. Yeah, we got some people out there definitely doing their part, and I do appreciate it. But yeah, in general, it's just not worth it for me to cover elections, because this is like not this is maybe even a little bit better than what we would normally see. That combined with the technical difficulties I had at the beginning, the reason that my stream went live on Twitch before it went live on YouTube, et cetera, right, have made it so like it's questionable. All right. But like, look, it's starting to get like on the boundary line of, okay, maybe it's worth showing up on election nights. It all depends on you and, if you support the stream. So again, we got 2 hours left on the ticker. All right. That's a number that goes down. All right. We got a number on the right, which is a number that goes up. It's at 30% out of 100. If it goes up enough, in other words, if it gets to 100, then we will be doing some bonus content tonight, right? I can stick around for another hour, if and only if that happens. So again, the things that make this number go up are super chats I'm talking about on YouTube, super chats, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, or gifting memberships to other people like Narwhal by Nature just did. And I didn't, God damn it, I need to, wait, do I even have this linked up yet? Maybe not. Wait, maybe I do. I can't tell. Let's see. Let's put this on here. Yeah, Crotchy with the gifted membership, and Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships, right? So yeah, if you do super chat, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me on Throne, which right now all I've got for you on Throne is maybe helping me out with getting my hair done, chat. I want to put out some videos for that. I'm going to have to look like less of a hot mess. If you want to help me do that. You can support me on Throne. I'm looking to try to crowdsource about $100, which is what it costs out here in Thailand to fully get, like, you know, style, cut, color, everything, the whole shebang, and maybe even a little bit of product, right? I'm looking at maybe some volumizer, maybe some detangler, stuff that would help my hair deal with the, you know, massive onslaught of the humidity out here. So yeah, only support me on throne.com/nocommentchick if you want my hair to look good. Okay, only if you want my hair to look good. You can also support me on Patreon, which if you do that, you get a shout out at the $5 level or above. You get a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream, or on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Just hook that baby on up to your Amazon account, and you'll get a free sub. I don't want anybody. I'm saying that because I don't want anybody to accidentally buy themselves a sub for $6 without realizing you're already paying for Amazon Prime. You might as well save yourself that $6 and just use the Twitch Prime sub, which you can do if you just integrate your Amazon account into your Twitch account. You'll get a free sub. Give it to the streamer of your choice. If you give it to me, you get all the advantages, all the privileges of being a sub here. Getting yourself a sub, it does cost $6. Like I said, it's twice as much as YouTube. But people like the premium viewing experience here on Twitch. They like the animated emojis. They like being able to turn back time, being able to rewind the VOD if you missed something. If you didn't see something that happened earlier, you can rewind it. And never, ever getting ads. And chat, the ads are coming back. I want to let you know. We are almost up to 84%. And with him holding on to the 2% lead, that's good to hear. Yeah, ads are coming back on Twitch, I've noticed, right? My last paycheck, I got about $2 in ad money. Who knew? So, you know, if you've seen those ads, if you've gotten hit by those ads, there is a way to get out of them for free using a Twitch Prime sub, or for $6 if you don't have one. There is one other way too, chat, to get yourself a sub. From time to time, and it's happened twice during the stream, both from Direful. People are generous enough to share share the wealth with others on the stream, and you'll sometimes get a gift sub, right? Sometimes people come through. Sometimes they give out multiple subs, right? And if you want to be the beneficiary of that generosity, your best bet is to just be active in chat. Because if they see you in chat, you don't have a sub, that's when they say, "Oh, I'm going to give that person a sub." So I'm just helping you out here because I know most of you cannot afford to support the stream monetarily, whether it be especially through Twitch sub or anything on YouTube or anything else. Just understand that you're doing your part just by going over to youtube.com/nocommentchick and liking the stream. And while you're there liking the stream, chat, you could also vote for our bonus content. Look, we're up to 32. I'm supposed to change this. We're up to 32 now. All right, we're a third of the way towards adding we're halfway through the stream, a third of the way towards adding that extra hour. No, I'm wrong again. What's up, Amanda Panda Sensei? Direful with the $2. Believe we can win. I believe we can win too. We are over 1/3 of the way towards winning tonight, and adding that extra hour that's going to be so helpful in being able to properly analyze Destiny's rage out, his raging hate boner for his own orbiters now, chat. I mean, he's usually got a raging boner for different reasons, most of them involving people not of age, but I'm assuming the orbiters are of age. So AP results show 83% reporting he's been gaining votes in Wayne. Wait, what? Are you saying the same day votes in Wayne County, this is where Detroit is, right, are breaking slightly towards Syed? It does look like he's up a little bit. It does look like he's up, looking at Steve Kornacki there. So yeah, we're gonna get into this. We're gonna switch over to Destiny. As difficult as it is, my understanding, chat, is the earliest that we can expect a call on this race is going to be 2:00 in the morning, and I think we're almost 2 hours away from that. Oh yeah, like basically the end of the stream. We might be able to call it by the end of the stream. If you want to make sure that I'm on when they call it, or make it more likely that I'm on when they call it, we're at 33% now out of 100. If we can get to 100, we'll add an extra hour. So that'll make it pretty sure that we'll get the results for good or for bad, right? And some of the results have been bad. I was disappointed by what's going on with Cori Bush. This election obviously way closer than it looked in the polls, but obviously this is the effect. $60 million coming into a race. It doesn't just buy you, consultants to tell you to turn your cringe into a benefit by saying, they're just attacking, they're from the East Coast and they don't like our accent. This is what we talk like in Michigan. Chat, I live next to Michigan. I have, good friends from Michigan. They don't talk like this, all right? Very few Michiganders actually have Haley Stevens. And I don't even think, if you look at early Haley Stevens stuff, if you look at older Haley Stevens stuff, she doesn't have this accent. She's leaning into the fake accent. She's leaning into the East Coasters. Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren came in here because they hate Michiganders and they like New York City and they eat, I don't know, right? Crazy shit. Banish Kornacki, he's been sucking the vibes out. Banish Kornacki. Okay, well, I mean, Harry Empton is not awake right now. So yeah, they did call the Corey race pretty fast. And unfortunately, she got APAC'd once again. They're trying to APAC Abdul El-Sayed right now. Not quite having as good of luck. It is, I don't want to knock on wood, knock on massive wood, chat. But yeah, it is looking like Abdul is at least going to win this one by single digits, most likely. So not, but again, this is the effect of $60 million. And understand this, chat. If Abdul El-Sayed prevails by even 0.1 point, by like 120 votes, right? But by any margin, if Abdul El-Sayed is the winner, then APAC, Detroit, I don't know what they're called, DT, the Detroit Power Company that's ripping off its consumers, and the and Blue Cross Blue Shield, who also put in for this, they're gonna have wasted that money. He is tanking the DSP. Is that, am I saying that right, chat? Any LOL, League of Legends, or what are the other games that have this? Does World of Warcraft have this? Like, he's tanking it, chat. And that means that is damage that they could throw out in any direction, especially in the general election, right? Because Republicans, obviously, they're more favorable to. But he's going to tank this damage. This damage is not going to be used on other races, right? He is doing a lot for other candidates. Even if he was to lose this one, right? He would be doing a lot for other candidates, but especially if he pulls this one out. And again, you're going to start to see these big money donors question, did I say DSP? I believe DSP is the guy that jerks it on stream, right? That's a little different than DPS, damage per second. Why do I want to make it like it's like dicks per square inch or something? No, it's not dicks per square inch. It's damage per second. It's damage per second. It's we're gonna sock it to, what did she say? We're gonna stick it to them with our dicks per square inch. He's the tank on DP. I think I said DSP, which is Darkside Phil, totally different streamer. But anyway, chat, I should look and see how the poll is going. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of surprised. Paige Christie, not what I expected. Paige Christie in first place, 68 votes counted. Again, a little bit low. Like I said, election nights traditionally not great for me. A lot of people watch them with bigger streams. But hey, look, if you're here to watch it with me, yeah, stick it to them. If you're here to stick it to them, stick it to those big channels. Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland getting drunk and crossfaded. Hassan over there at the party at the what's hoping to be a very late night victory party. Darful saying put 14 on gaming. Yeah, thank you for helping me remember that. I'll show you that in a second. But we got Paige Christie up in first place. Second place, we got Destiny hate watching with a hate boner. Probably doing a little dark side Phil action off camera, if I am to guess, right? Probably stroking that hate boner off camera as he watches Hassan at the campaigning with Abdul El-Sayed and just burns that man. His hatred burns, right? Second place, that's Destiny watches Abdul El-Sayed, hate watches Hassan on the campaign trail with Abdul. Third place, we got the majority report. Yes, getting a little toasty tonight, getting a little silly, getting a little funny out there. This is what they do. This is they're so big, chat. They can just get totally wasted. What like, would anybody watch me if I got like completely useless and wasted? No, I'm not saying they're useless. They're so steeped in politics. They're still able to offer good analysis, even if they're a little bit crossfaded. over there at the Majority Report. And then we got James Carville leaving the left in last place. All right, so that's where it stands right now. Make sure to vote. The voting is going on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Go over to the channel, click on the live stream, then you can click on the chat, and then you can click on the vote. The vote is at the bottom of the chat. You'll click on that, and you will decide which of these things tickles your fancy, right? Another thing that you could do that Direful just brought up and reminded me to do is that when you support me in any of those ways that I mentioned, through Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick if you want my hair to look better, or on patreon.com/nocommentchick if you don't want my hair to look better, or on twitch.tv, of course, any of those things, right? Makes the number go up, brings us closer to that vaunted 100 where I get to add an hour to stream and I get longer to talk about the Destiny stuff. You can also let me know in the chat when you support the stream in any of those ways, like, what do you want that to go to? Do you want to boost one of these things? Because as you can see, everything's got a +0, +0, +0, +0. That's because nobody who's supported the stream yet has put their money where their mouth is until Direful letting me know that I need to add, what is this, 16 points to, wait, no, is it 12 points? I gotta see this. Emma's probably high, definitely. It's gotta feel nice. It's gotta feel nice to be such a big political stream that it literally doesn't matter. Wait, Direful just told me to put something somewhere. I can't find it. Oh, 14. 14 goes to gaming, so 37, 637, to gaming. That's where we're at right now on gaming. You can also put it to gaming if you want to see me game more. We game once a week on Saturdays now, chat. I moved it from Friday to Saturdays. Saturday is also the stream that can be longer than any of the other streams. Most streams, I start off with 4 hours. I can add 1 hour if we get to 100. I can add 2 hours if we get to 200. But then on Saturday, it can go as, you know, and in fact, if we have any spillover, if we ever hit 300 on a stream, that extra hour, it goes on to Saturday. And then Saturday is like unlimited time on Saturday, as much as you can put on the clock. I will do within my capacity to possibly do it. Quick facts on Michigan: the state is almost 80% white. 1.27% of the population is Jewish. Second largest SWANA population in the U.S. Combine that with swing voters being black people. What else? Okay, I thought my my fan just tapped out. No, my fan. Can you hear the fan, chat? Is the fan bothering anybody? I've got the fan on. It's like far away from me though. It's barely doing anything, but it's something. 85% in the, it's 86% in now. It says he has 20,000 more votes. It's very close, but it does. Yeah, the math definitely does favor Sayed at this point. But anyway, yeah, so yeah, when you support the stream in any of those ways that I mentioned, whether it's Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on Throne, support me on Patreon, or support me on Twitch, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics tickles your fancy, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. Now, if you're the kind of person that is like, hey, wait a minute, but what about the voters? Then I got something for you to do, right? When you support the stream, you can support the stream and say Vox Populi, because what Vox Populi does is it makes it harder for people to steal the election with money, and it makes it easier for the voters to be the ones that decide the election. Abdul is about to hit 100K in Wayne. Haley is at 117K. He's rising more than her so far in Wayne. So what that says, chat, is that the same day voters in Wayne County, which was, you know, Haley Stevens' hope, right? The voters in Wayne County are Haley's hope, right? But the voters that voted on the same day, from what Miku is telling me right now, are breaking slightly towards Abdul. So that's a very good sign. 87% in. Wow, did we just get a dump? He's going up. He's going up. Is that a dump from Wayne? Are we getting dumps from Wayne, chat? We got the biggest dumps in all of broadcasting, I guess. here coming in from Wayne County tonight. And again, I want to talk about the McMorrow effect. I haven't seen anybody talk about this, right? But she's not running. She's dropped out, and she's still pulling 4% in statewide, and some of the counties as much as I saw her at as much as 5%. So that is probably going to favor Sayed, right? I would guess that the majority of McMorrow people will probably break for Stevens. I don't know if it'll be a factor or not, chat, but it is interesting to me that just putting a name on a ballot, you can get 4 to 5%. That's kind of crazy. Colorado, you have to register as an independent to get both. Yeah, Michigan, you can cross over. A lot of people are saying that there might be Republicans voting in this. I don't know if they're like fear voting against Sayed or what, but it's like an open primary in Michigan, unlike some other states. So anyway, chat, we're at 34% now out of 100. If we can get to 100, I'm going to add an extra hour. I'm going to need that hour tonight because we got a lot of Destiny to cover, and that's what we're going for next, is Destiny nuking his own orbit. It does seem to have settled down a little bit, although I'm surprised at how much, considering that everybody said, we're going to wait till 2 a.m. to really, for those big dumps to really call it for sure. Not clear to me if McMorrow voters would have gone to Stevens. Well, understand, she was sort of put in there in order to, split El-Sayed's votes, but voters in Michigan recognized that early on, right? And so also her campaign was pretty laughable. She thought that criticizing him over Hassan Piker was the trick. It turned out it was the trick to make him more popular. And since McMorrow invoked Hassan Piker, what can I say? Abdul has taken the lead, and he's never really relinquished that lead. Rush Limbaugh used to encourage Republican voters to go vote in the primary for the weaker of the Democratic candidates, as Republicans usually run unopposed. Used to help bus voters to the polls for that. Oh, Limbaugh did? Specifically in Michigan. It's nearly 2 a.m. in Michigan. It's 13 till. Wait, what? Okay. I did not know that Michigan time worked like that, but I guess it does. Steve is stealing. Steve Kornacki is stealing the whole night. Well, I feel bad for him. Like, chat, he couldn't get water earlier. In fact, I need to get water. Before we pivot and head into Destiny. But look, I did not intend to spend this much time talking about the election. I'm only doing this because people actually are watching the election with me, which is kind of a new thing. In the past, we just lose out to the bigger, everybody's streaming on election night. So I would just generally come on late or maybe even skip the election night. But, as long as people are here, and more importantly, as long as you support me, I'm going to sort of judge, how much election night coverage I do, because there's even a possibility of me coming on early if I could manage that to cover the election. Again, chat, 6 o'clock for me. In the morning is what is it? 7 o'clock at night for East Coasters and 4 o'clock in the afternoon for West Coasters. So, but I mean, it's all depends on you. It all depends on how much you support the stream. And right now, getting kind of mixed messages here. 34% out of 100. We still have the chance to extend it for another hour. We'll see if that happens, but yeah, I will probably try to make my decision about covering elections going forward, because that's the other thing too, is that it when we're covering elections, I don't really talk to as much, right? There's so much going on. Half the time I can't even talk at all because we're watching something that's live and we have to just see what they're saying. Neopragos, thank you for the gifted sub to the one true real God. You just got jellyfished. You were the one true real God before, but you were one true real God without a jellyfish. Now you are one true real God with a jellyfish. It sounds like some freaking Full Metal Alchemist shit here. I don't know, chat. What happens when you give a homunculus a jellyfish? I'm not sure. Did they become the one true real God? That may be true. But still be contested. By somebody who's willing to sacrifice potentially their the art that they've studied all their life in order to save a loved one. Oh wow, that's way too close for spoilers, chat. But I just saw it though. I just saw this anime from the 90s. that everybody else had seen but me, and now I've seen it too. Just like the one true real God now has a jellyfish. So enjoy that jellyfish, one true real God. And thank you for the gifted sub. We're up to 40 right now. All right, we're up to 40. There is a chance, chat, that we could extend this a little bit longer to be able to see more of Destiny. And you could encourage me to cover more election nights. I'd kind of just given up on them in the past because it just felt like nobody wanted to watch me on election night. But now it feels different, chat. It feels like something has changed. So we must have a center of gravity, and it must be pulling you in. And I'm so glad to see you pulled in. Wayne County at 79%. Oh God, she's only up like 5 points on El-Sayed. He's closing the gap in Wayne County. That's not I didn't expect that. I expected. Wow. Okay, it's an interesting night, to be sure, especially with the cursed way in which we started out. Which I don't know. Maybe I'll explain it to you later during a break from the Destiny thing. Speaking of the Destiny thing, chat, I think we need to get to that right now. As much as I just want to go back to the main. Go back to statewide. Go back to statewide, just really quick, please. Statewide, yes. All right, let's look at it. 88% in. He's up by 1.8 points. Okay, 24,000, expanding his lead slightly. Not what I really thought this was going to come down to the wire with like Haley Stevens just cutting into his lead. But now we've got the 88% update here. I feel good switching over to Destiny. And like I said, I'll come back if this gets called. We'll bring it back. I'll try to check in on it at the after towards the end of the night. If we get another hour, chat, then it is very likely that I will be one of the only people streaming when this gets called. So anyway, we're 40% out of 100. If we get to 100, I'll add an hour. If we get to 200, I can add 2 hours and do an even deeper dive. But yeah, on the line is full coverage of the Destiny thing, and also Paige Christie in first place right now. Destiny watching Hassan on the campaign trail with Abdul El-Sayed and getting really mad about it. In second place at 25. And third place, the MR we'll dip into the MR election. I don't know if it's election party. Emma's very nervous. For somebody being so high, she's very nervous. I don't blame her. Every time Sam is like, I'm gonna call it, he's gonna win. Emma's like, don't say it, don't do it, Sam. Don't curse us. Emma's superstitious, and she's a sports fan. And superstitious sports fans, they never want to jinx anything. And in one of the ways you jinx something is by being like, my team is up 70 to 70 to 58 at halftime. I'm just gonna assume that we won, right? That's how you jinx things. She doesn't want it jinxed. Sam is jinxing it. He's a jinx, or he's drunk. Or he's both. I don't know, chat. But we can dip in and take a little sampling of what's going on over on the Majority Report when they get silly on the gummies and the wine and whatever else they're on over there. It's a party. It's a party over there. Even if we lose, chat, it's a party at MR. They're offline by now, but I was watching it a little earlier. It was pretty funny. And then last place we got James Carville leaving the left. He wants to start his own party. He's got sunglasses, chat. He's cool now. Are they gonna bury him in those sunglasses? He's gotta be like knocking on death's door every bit as much as Trump is. So not wishing ill on him or anything like that, but just being realistic about his age. So situation has been monitored. Hassan has signed off. Oh my God, we got 2 Steve Kornacki's. Let me kill one of those tabs. And then what have I got for you? Oh my God, Chad, it's this guy. It's Desty. What does Desty eat? I ask you. I'm asking you now as a personal friend, what does Desty eat? I gotta know. Can we get a better window too? That's what I'd really like. Oh, Twitch window sounds perfect. Look at that. Look at that perfect Twitch window. IRI's chat is calling him BYIRI. Wait, BYIRI? Wait, what does that mean? What does Desty eat? What does Desty eat? Sam was annoyed with Kornacki. Everybody's annoyed with Kornacki. I think even Kornacki's annoyed with Kornacki. But I do think he deserves his water. Emma is a true ball knower. Yes, she's the master of balls. Just like I'm the master of big wood. Is that what I said earlier? A massive wood or something? I was like trying to talk about like knocking on wood. I was like knocking on huge wood, knocking on massive wood, knocking on incredibly turgid wood in... Like Emma can have the balls, honestly, Chad. I am not like, you know, there's I'm sure there's a ton of guys out there incredibly interested in ball knowers. All right, I'm more about the wood, okay? What do you got in terms of the wood? How tall is the timber? That's all I gotta ask. Anyway, Chad, I've said enough already. We gotta get into Dusty and see what he eats. He might be eating shit tonight, actually. He might very well be eating shit on this night. All right, so we gotta get into. Let me take a look and see what do we got for timestamps. Ooh, we're gonna start at 4:22 tonight. So thank you to Direful again for dutifully annotating this VOD so as to make it watchable, because otherwise it's really hard to not as hard as the wood, but very hard to watch it without you know, just having to just get bogged down in a bunch of uninteresting bullshit. Thank you, Direful, for making this more viewable for all of us.
Like, I think some of the biggest accomplishments that we've made as a nation.
Did I watch the wrong one? Are you sure? What am I on? Oh, you're right. Oh, that's the bonus content. Chat, I almost gave you a sneak preview. Is it a different VOD or is it just a different yeah, it's a different I think it's a different VOD. All right, let's just open up another one of these. Nope. That was wrong. Oh yeah, and while we're waiting for me to be able to load this up, chat, I want to remind you, if you're watching on if you're sorry, what am I trying to say? If you use Twitter, all right? If you're on this hell site, go over and help me out. Go over to Pokemon help me out in getting this making this blast off tweet actually blast off, because we're having a lot of trouble blasting off tonight. Chat, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of people covering this election. So please help us cut through the noise by going over here and giving me a like and supporting the stream that way. You can support the stream by liking it on YouTube. You can support the stream by liking the Go Live notification on Twitch. And with that, chat, yeah, let's see. The situation has been monitored. Let's take a look at the situation over here. So 422 is what we're looking for. You know, it really confused me, though, Direful, because
Hassan Slapa.
Hassan Slapa.
The full press interview segment.
Wait, are you sure? I'm sorry. Wait, what? This looks, are you sure? Are you sure we're not backwards, Direful? You said that's a different one, different timestamps as well. Yeah, but am I on the right one now? Am I on the correct one? Because this kind of feels like we're watching Hassan on the campaign trail. See, do you see what I mean? So you're saying this one is right. This is where I should start, right? But this is not where I should start, even though here we see Destiny watching some kind of Lib'n'Learn. Syed versus more DSA. Yeah, this one looks right. But you're telling me that this one is right. Is that correct? Is that your final answer? I do realize there's different timestamps, right? But I'm gonna have to wait for 45 seconds. Starts at, oh, okay. That's why I'm not seeing it.
I was shooting heroin and reading the Fountainhead.
No.
In the front seat of my privately owned police cruiser when a call came in.
Chat, you shouldn't engage in activities that are harmful for your health. I have to say this here because it's one of the terms of service on YouTube, and apparently not one that Steven here is abiding by. So I, the owner of this channel, say that That's a bad idea. That's a thing you shouldn't do. Don't do that, okay?
Quarter in the radio to activate it. It was the chief.
Only use medicines that are prescribed to you by your primary care physician.
Bad news,
or your
we got a situation.
Or your healthcare team.
Is the mayor trying to ban trans fats again? Worse.
I'm sorry, did I even
$447 million worth of bitcoins.
I'm totally confused now.
Fell out of my arm. What kind of a monster would do something?
Okay, this cannot be what Direful is suggesting. This cannot be. This is not the content that we want. No, god damn! What is even going on here? I'm confused. I'm legitimately confused. Okay, there's that one, and then there's starting off with this. 124 conversation about Mouton biting the bullet on voting MAGA. He's talking about something different. Am I just completely... Anyway, the 42nd he won, is it in? Is it over? Did he just win? Should we go back to Kornacki? Yep. Look at this.
The polls on Tuesday, and I've got some major results to share with you.
Fuck you! The race is called. You're correct, chat. The race is called. Look, I am very confused about, we got 2 VODs, and I'm totally fucked up about which one I'm supposed to be looking at. Everything seems wrong here. I'm going to try to, El-Sayed wins. That's correct. So everybody comes over to my stream as soon as it's all over. We watch, other people, bigger streamers, while it's still going on, while there's the horse race happening. And now that the weasels, now that the horse race is over, the weasels return. The weasels return. That does feel like a Sopranos ending. Okay, let me try doing that. Yeah, there we go. All right, now I gotta figure out where the fuck I'm going, because there's something about this that's very, very confusing, and I think Direful might have just gone to. It is fairly late, so new URL. Okay, maybe there was a problem with the old URL. Let's just let Kornacki go. Let's let him.
There's just some.
Let's see the moment where it happens.
I'm not the only one that works here. There's they need the studio, and folks around here have been working. We don't stay up till 2 a.m. doing this every day. So I truly, truly appreciate the everybody in here.
We're gonna try to watch the moment where it breaks.
Take a bow. Do you guys want to?
He thinks he's going home. Bro thinks he's going home.
Can we show these folks? I'm serious. Do you want? I'd love to show the room, maybe the people that make this happen. Here we go. Take a bow.
It's the best.
All right. We've made it to everything. We'd make it to 2 a.m. for one of these.
Never.
Steve, I do have another Wayne update.
Oh,
for
whoa!
you.
Yeah, this is big. This is big.
So we got another 6,000 votes.
Yep.
El-Sayed 62. Stevens 35. We just got another 11,000 watts.
Huge dumps. Yep. Huge dumps.
El-Sayed 59. Stevens 39.
Whoa, folks. We've been asking the questions and we're getting the answers.
Huge dumps.
Vote that just came in Washington, that would have been mail, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Let me double check.
Assume the answer. If the answer is yes, that's
yes.
Yeah. Okay. We asked the question in Ingham County: could Stevens fight El-Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer: no. Washtenaw County: could Stevens fight El-Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer: no. El-Sayed just won that batch by 20 points. Could Stevens consistently roll up those big numbers in Wayne County?
Here it is, chat. Here it is.
Right there. El-Sayed, he's within 4 points in the countywide count. What that does, I think someone else just came in. El-Sayed's number now is creeping close to 30,000. A few minutes ago, it was down at 19,000. He has gotten nothing but good news in the last 6 or 7 updates we've gotten from Kalamazoo, from Leelanau County, Ingham County, Washtenaw County and in Wayne County. Two big updates out of Wayne County that are very strong for El-Sayed. We're at nearly 90% of the vote in statewide here. He's taken what was a very precarious position a few minutes ago, and he has now put himself in a significantly better one with those votes that have come in. That leaves what is left right now. That leaves only 58,000 left out of Wayne County. That's the biggest source of votes that's left statewide. That continues to leave these 23,000 votes out of Macomb that I've said are a bit of a wild card here. That leaves 15,000 right here in Genesee County, and only one other county left right now with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. That is Oakland County, 14,000 right there. And there it is, folks. NBC News Decision Desk is officially projecting that Abdul El-Sayed will win the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Michigan. He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. He will be the Democratic candidate this fall in the general election against former Congressman Mike Rogers, who won the Republican nomination unopposed. Rogers, who sought a Senate seat in 2024, narrowly lost, seeking a rematch, seeking a rerun here. He will do it against Abdul El-Sayed. I am not going to make this go any longer than it has.
So some people haven't called it yet.
Stayed with us tonight. Thank you to everybody here at NBC who has made this possible. Behind the scenes, everywhere. What an epic night this was.
And they're just going to pull the plug on him.
At the end there,
they're going to pull the plug on him.
If you stayed up, you got to witness it all. It looked like Stevens was
the Sopranos ending.
Like she had a path, and El-Sayed just shut it off in those last.
Steve Kornacki may not be, maybe fired.
In the end, there after
he may lose his job after this.
You stayed with us through it all. God bless you. Thank you very much.
They're not giving him water. The decision desk won't get back to him. What was that?
All right, what do I got to do? We're almost done, folks. What do I got to do?
Oh, they make him stay?
They're going to. I have to do this as like a cut-in thing. So they're going to have. I'm going to put on the serious newscast.
Okay, so he's going to talk to the other people. Okay.
And then we're going to we'll say goodnight.
All right. Well, we've already seen him. He's just going to repeat what he did to camera, kind of. All right. So am I to understand this right? This is the one where. Oh my God. Right. So this is the one that I'm starting out with, right? This is why I'm confused, though. He's talking about heroin. Steve is, and I'm not talking about like a female, lead in an action movie. Okay. I'm talking about the other kind, right? That's what's got me confused. That's what makes me think that maybe I'm at the wrong thing. Also, the fact that this one has him watching the thing that we're expecting him to watch, and this one doesn't. I'm just making sure this is the right one.
Bitcoins are the ultimate currency.
New York Times in denial.
Anonymous, stateless. They represent truth.
What is going? There's no way this is the timestamp. There's no way. That is wrong. Okay, so this is the one that. Oh my God. Got one. Okay, white shirt is what we're looking for. White shirt, Steve, and it starts at 1 hour and 24 minutes. So this one starts at 1 hour and 24 minutes and some change. Okay, I think we've got it all sorted out. This looks more like what we're expected to see.
Right. Anybody know? One answer.
And then this one is like 4 hours and some change. Oh, here we go. 4 hours and 40 something minutes.
Oh, there he is. Flame 11. Oh, you might have even played even with us, did you? Flame 11.
So yeah, I don't know. I must have mixed up your timestamps, Darful. Either I did or you did, but I'm guessing since I've already fucked so many things up tonight, it's probably my fault.
It's getting people to log on. That is the hardest part, the most difficult part of being a corporate leader or an alliance head or whatever in Evil Line is getting people to log on, getting people to be excited about being part of whatever ops, getting people to log on and actually fucking play the game. That is the most challenging part of that entire game.
Are we sure? Is this the right one?
No, hang on a minute. I just got to say,
okay, let's switch.
Question. Is it Hong's job to court the moderates here?
Yes.
Like, is
yes,
it her job to like win those votes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
By the way, I want to wait. You guys, you got a call out in the chat. I want one. Slinks8 says, "quote Okay, but he literally said he would not promote. He said he would prefer, and Pisco tried to push him to say promote. Okay, you can say he didn't say endorse, but he said,
I gotta point something out. It's her job to win the election. It's her job to get voters on. This is what they're missing. They want to just reverse the situation with Harris. Okay, so you wanted Harris to go a little to the left and say something, anything about Palestine, right? So should Hong say, hey, actually data centers, they're not all bad. We can have a few data centers as a treat. Is that what? Because that's boneheaded advice. The reason that Hong won was because she was the only one. And liberals, moderates, if you want to win an election, here's a secret, okay? Stand up against fucking data centers. Stand up against things that people hate. Stand up against the Iran war. Stand up against AIPAC and Israel, right? There's no votes to be courted. There's no votes to be won by moderating yourself. This is why Hong kicked your ass in this, or is kicking your ass currently in this election. Anyway, Nightmare Blunt rotation. Let's go, chat. We got 1 minute and 1 hour and 29 minutes left. We're at 40 out of 100.
It would be his preference, and
I'm just gonna change. Should I just change the thumbnail to being about the election, and we can? We can do Destiny some other night.
Vote. I asked him specifically.
Or should we be in for the long haul, chat? You tell me. You tell me through super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne. If my hair, my messy hair bothers you. Or on Patreon if my messy hair does not bother you, or supporting me on twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc.
I think it's at 38.
I don't think you have to, or maybe Moonfield's right. I don't think you have to own the I'll vote for the Republican. I don't. I think you would have to torture me, or my family or something, to get me to actually vote for anybody that even called themselves MAGA. I think it would have to be some level of physical
you not voting is literally voting for MAGA. It's nearly the same thing.
I don't think I necessarily agree. Well, no, I mean, it's literally not, right? One is voting for the other guy and one is being indifferent.
I guess, but you not voting is, I mean, I guess, yeah, sure.
You not voting is an endorsement of the status quo.
I love everybody rushes into listen, chat. All right, we got a bunch of people coming in from bigger streams where you watched the election and now you want me to cover the election. You missed my election coverage because you opted for a larger stream. All right, some people did not. That's why we're at 40% out of 100. Now we're not at 100 out of 100. I don't know if we're gonna have time to really give Destiny a meaningful analysis here. But welcome to the stream, late adopters, fair weathered fans, etc. And yeah, you could I guess you could sub on Twitch if you wanted to rewind the stream. Just get yourself a Twitch sub. And you'll be able to rewind the stream, and you'll be able to watch my election coverage, which went on this time. I know this is a surprise. Usually I cover everything after the election is all wrapped up and done and dusted. I give you the results. This time I was actually here live, and you missed it because you went with the larger streamers for this one. It sounds like a skill issue, maybe?
Whatever,
Technically, I mean, it wouldn't give them one additional vote. That is correct.
Yeah. The reason why, but the strong reason why, though, is because the thing that Pisco is trying to nail you down on is he's using this word now for prefer or preference, and it makes it sound like rather than this guy is a +5 and this other person is a -5, what you're really saying, I think, is that or maybe not. Maybe you are secretly MAGA. Francesca's a -5, and Hong is, and the Tiffany or whatever the fuck is a whatever the other candidate is a 0, right? But if you say Hong is a -5 and this guy's a 0, that's a lot different than
I'm actually a little bit surprised here.
+5, but he wants to get you in you prefer the MAGA person. You prefer MAGA.
Because what I'm hearing here now, if you missed it, we covered Mouton and Pisco debating, and Mouton is so dead set against the DSA. I mean, this guy doesn't know shit about politics. He's getting dragged in. Let's just be real. He's a fucking normie. He doesn't know shit. And all of his friends are fuck the DSA. And so he's yeah, fuck the DSA. Yeah. So what happens if the DSA wins the primary? Oh, well, I don't know. I guess I vote for the MAGA person, right? And he just fucking said this straight up to Pisco. And Pisco made a meal out of that Mouton. Pisco got out his carving knife, sharpened him up, got the au jus out, and just carved himself a generous portion of that Mouton for a nice dinner. He probably drank it with a good wine too, because Pisco's a rich lawyer and he can afford. He probably knows what a good wine is. Unlike me, who doesn't know shit about alcohol, especially wine. No, I probably know. Do I know about wine? Do I know less about? No, I don't know enough about any alcohol. Ahead with 70% of the vote in. Wait, who is? Oh, Donovan McKinney. Okay, so it looking like a good night for Donovan as well, from what Direful is saying.
You want MAGA?
That's what.
Not Mouton Evans. We're talking about Monsieur Mouton. Mr. Lamb, Mr. Sheep.
He's mining for it. Yeah. Like, again, I said multiple times in the conversation.
But I'm trying to get a bead, right? Because my understanding was that Destiny has been, he said something about voting for Vance, JD Vance, over AOC, right? To me, that says this guy has it in for DSA candidates so hard that if he gets a chance, he's going to vote for MAGA instead of them. Now it feels like he's walking that back a little bit, but Mouton has not quite, gotten the message. Mouton, what the heck is that? Some kind of crouton from a cow? No, like I think Mouton means like it means sheep in French, right? Does it mean sheep or does it mean lamb? It's some kind of meat in French, in Francish, in Farangsite. Wait, I'm saying French in different languages here at you, chat. How do you say it in Spanish?
I'm not MAGA. I don't like the MAGA Republican. He kept trying to say like, oh, but you're like endorsing them. And I'm like, no, I would rather die than endorse a Republican. So, I mean, yeah, if he's going to push me that if I can only do one or the other, then yeah, I would vote. But if I can choose the couch, I'll choose the couch.
Yeah. You don't have to twist his arm to get him on the couch.
What do we have?
It means old lamb? Oh, like a sheep?
A smug Pepe for chat.
Is mutton's just like sheep, right? But in French, I thought mouton was the.
Do we not have Peppo?
Do people eat regular sheep meat or do they only eat baby sheep?
Smug or anything or Pepe smug? Oh, we do. Okay.
Pepe smug, yeah.
Fix your audio, Mouton. Jackass.
Thank you. Does your ideal American future include reduced policing and incarcerations? I don't understand the hate towards having those goals.
Wait,
there is no hate towards.
It's it's like an extra old one. I thought mutton was just.
Goals. We have a lot of work that we need to put into our everything related to policing in the United States, but it's hard work, and it's not going to be solved with buzzwords and slogans. And the idea that we're just going to like end policing or end prisons or whatever is stupid. Now, I know that's stupid, and you might even...
Okay, so mouton, we're just talking about sheep, which could be... Yeah, it's just sheep. So it is technically older than a lamb, I think. Le mouton, if you want to eat some meat, it's du mouton. You eat a piece of mutton. That's what Pisco had for dinner the other night. We still don't know, chat, what does Dusty eat? But we do know what Pisky eats, and he eats mouton. Il mange du mouton, je crois.
And say, well, obviously they don't mean that. What they actually mean is, and then when you say what they actually mean, it's a position that would be the mainstream Democratic position anyway. So.
What a crazy night.
Put in one of the comments. He said he would vote. So don't talk to me about clickbait this, clickbait that.
Is this Wick or Moot?
This is Mootin. Wick never said it. But at a certain point, like, this distinction is meaningless to me. Oh, I prefer, but I wouldn't vote. I prefer, but I wouldn't endorse. Just fuck out of here. This is not a close call.
Well, he's not voting for the Republican.
No, he's...
What?
He just says the distinction is meaningless. Like, it doesn't matter to him if you would vote or wouldn't vote.
McMorrow has congratulated El-Sayed. Yeah, she said she was headed to the party of she would go to the party of the winning candidate.
But it does. Like, I think Hassan not supporting Harris and all that was just crazy, unacceptable for all that. But, like, it would have been even worse if he would come and said, you guys should vote for Donald Trump. That would be worse. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know what you want to say.
I would agree, yeah.
He said that when you hopped on the stream with them. I watched it like an hour ago. He said, like, I would say vote for the Republican.
Yeah, that is 60. Chat, we just lit $60 million on fire. Do you recognize that? Abdul just tanked a $60 million hit from all the worst actors in this corrupt election system that honestly should be rolled back, and there should be a fucking price. There should be a price. These companies, they don't buy off your candidates for nothing. They don't pay your candidate. They're not just like giving, it's not just free money. They're getting something out of it, chat. They should have to pay that back. They're corrupting the political system. Everybody that's been involved in this, everybody that has taken advantage of our corrupt Supreme Court and it, like, you know, announcing open season on buying elections. Every single company, it should be tracked down to the dollar. All right. And an estimation should be made on how much did they make spending that money, and that money should be fined to these corporations. We got to put some teeth in it, chat. We got to put some teeth in it to let people know, don't fuck with this. Don't do this. Even if the Supreme Court goes wacko again and you know, decides to like fucking give away the election to the highest bidder, like don't fucking play this game. Just like the ICE thing. Don't play this game. If you join ICE, there will be consequences, especially if you commit crimes, you know, against anyone, especially citizens, which they are doing. Anyway.
Or don't vote.
I'm losing it, chat. This is a crazy night for me.
Yes. And listen, it was a good conversation. Listen, I got less frustrated at that conversation.
We can improve prisons, but that requires spending tax dollars and caring about outcomes beyond your own. Yeah, the issue with stuff, there are some problems that are really hard to fix because they require political capital. So you have to have people that are willing to stake some political positions on it. They require money, and they require like technical know-how. And you have to bring all three of these things together for like an extended period of time where you might not immediately see results. And it's very hard to get people caring about stuff like that. Like, I think homelessness represents that issue. I think stuff related to prisons and incarceration represent that issue. And it's also, and there's a hidden fourth thing, it's impacting populations of people that aren't as electorally relevant. Young people, for whatever reason, young people just don't vote as much as old people. And who's engaging with the cops more? Who's getting busted for smoking weed? Who's getting in trouble for speeding too much? Like, it's young people, and they just don't vote as much. So, of course, when it comes time to vote, older people don't give as much a fuck about police reform or about homeless people because they don't see them. They don't live in those neighborhoods. They don't care as much about interacting with them, you know? So it's really hard to bring those things together.
It is frustrating because there's a big delay with the internet. I don't know if it's good right now, but he was forthright, right?
NYT changing their predictions to match data in real time. It's driving me nuts. They did this in 2016 too, Narwhal.
And he was like answering.
It drove me nuts as well.
All the questions
back then.
I thought that was like refreshing, and very good, and very cool. And I think it was a way better conversation.
I need to pee, chat.
Some of the other conversations I've had with people in like the Twitter Spaces where they're just like dodging, dipping, and diving. He just bit every bullet. I mean, he had these the jaws of titanium steel, and like it was, but like that makes it a more pleasant conversation. I don't have to.
Who's that guy on One Piece that's got literally the jaws of steel? What is his name? Like Crocodile or something? Is that the guy?
Like be pushing that hard, and he was very forthright, and I do appreciate that for Mutin. It was a pleasant conversation, but don't bite those bullets. Those are crazy bullets.
I mean, he's right? You know, these look, the fact that Steve is here like talking him down. I don't even know what his final, you know, answer is going to be. Because like I said, Steve bit a bullet on, you know, would you consider voting for JD Vance over AOC? And he said yes. He didn't say for sure, but he said that, you know, you put JD Vance and AOC in front of him, it's not a foregone conclusion. In other words, which is a pretty crazy thing to say, but not as crazy as what Mutin said, which is like, yeah, you know, with these DSA crazies, we gotta send a message. And you know, voting for MAGA when they win the primary is going to be the message of we're going to fuck the DSA, give the election to MAGA. It is an incredibly crazy bullet to bite, but chat, understand the context in which he's biting this bullet. Understand that Mouton is a normie that's been drafted, that's been brought in to try to, you know, make it look like Destiny's not alone in his crazy takes. And he's just saying what he thinks Destiny wants him to say, which is like, okay, we're fuck the DSA, right? We're fuck the DSA, so I should vote for MAGA? And Steve is like, no, you don't say you vote for MAGA. Maybe you say you sit out the election, but you don't say you vote for MAGA.
My hot take is that focusing money and effort on fixing K-12 education system in this country would be the single most impactful thing that we can do for our country, more than president. Okay, the most impactful thing we can do, this sucks for me to say this, is we have to fix, because it's so broad, we have to fix the social media environment. Like, I agree with you as like a second order thing, kind of, that like education and all of that shit would be like some of the most important stuff to fix. But we can't even agree right now on what our issue with education is. Like, you've got conservatives in this country that don't even want to change anything. They don't even want the federal government involved at all in education. I guess unless it's Donald Trump telling people to stop fucking researching anything. I don't know how you survive in that environment to bring Americans together to vote on or to care about one particular thing.
We can't agree on reality right now with the social media environment.
Yeah. So we're
secret voting for, no, they're not saying secret. Like, he just came out and said it. He said, you know, like, yeah, you know, like DSA extreme candidates. Yeah, we vote for MAGA. And I don't think, like, that's not exactly what Destiny was. Now, it's understandable for Mutin to think that, right? To think that he's doing right by his friend, you know, through voting for, you know, through just being, you know, toxic towards a major and growing faction in the Democratic Party. But yeah, it kind of fucks things up for Steve. And I even, you know, I don't know, chat. Like, I'm wondering where he's actually going to come down on this, because saying that you would consider voting for JD Vance over AOC is pretty crazy. We have heard Whick, we have heard Mouton give some truly crazy takes that imply, yeah, you know, they'd be open to voting for MAGA. Even Steve's opened the door, but it sounds like he doesn't actually want to go that far with it. So,
past being able to agree on particular problems that need particular solutions.
Guys, real quick, should we let Whick on? He's got a little bit of time before his show.
Get him involved.
All right, okay, I sent him a link.
I just want to give I just want to give people a heads up in my chat. We decided not to read donations on the pod because it was too distracting. So
yeah,
I appreciate
too many. You guys gave too much money.
Pepe
You should
smart.
not give us any money, in fact.
If you guys want to donate and do super chats in my chat, that's awesome. But we're not going to read it out, and I just want people to know that.
Oh, is he not here yet?
He is not here yet. I gave him the link.
Oh,
Listen, I hear you, Pisco. I hear you. At the same time, I feel like it's cuckoldry, a form of cuckoldry, to like go after libs defending.
You also, Hodge might be about to say it, and it can't be discounted, okay?
It's Morgan, Captain Morgan. Is it Captain Morgan? No, it's not is he a captain? I can't remember. He's in the, what do you call them? The Marines?
One of the huge issues that progressives ran into. You cannot expect certain people to be morally more tenacious or whatever than other groups of people, okay? If you're going to say in society that microaggressions and constant atmospheres of pressure against women, against black people, that these things are wrong and that they weigh on people and they do bad things to people, that's fine. I agree. I think that is true. But then you can't create that same environment for white people and say, well, because you're a part of a structure of power that doesn't experience a blah, 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 that means that this stuff actually shouldn't affect you at all. It's like, no, that's
So
not.
what he's saying is that we're going to do a dumb fuck analysis without consideration of objective power relations. We're going to pretend that power is not a thing, and we're going to act accordingly, right? In other words, every black person that says the N-word with the, not the N-word, but says like soft A, is going to be punished as much as any. If we're gonna ban saying the hard R, then like we gotta treat every black person that says the soft A as if they're, you know, the same as a you know, Groiper. I don't know. It's brain rot is what this is, right? And it exists in the Vosh community, and it exists in the Destiny community.
Not gonna work. You're gonna build so much resentment. Okay, what a horrible take on everything. If there is no way that you can have a faction of your political party that is openly at war with the rest of the party, and they are. These guys are the DSA types and your Uber, your Marxist people. These guys are openly at war with the rest of the party. It'll never be cohesive and feel good to exist in that environment.
I think people who never believed in blue, no matter who. Like I'm not going to do that. I just simply
defending them. What are you talking about?
I simply refuse.
What do you mean defending them? Like we're trying to defend the fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh, because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping.
And then remember, I'm sorry, I'm stressing more things. Okay, Hobbit's starting to make my positions clear because I'm banning too many people on the subreddit right now. Okay, the you have to think about it from your opper's perspective. You cannot create the perfect conditions for them to excel in. Okay, if I were to come in to another environment, what would I want the opposition to do? I would want them to allow me to attack them indefinitely and to dissuade their side from ever attacking me. That's like the ideal, right? You're not usually going to get the ideal. Usually you're going to have to finagle some other thing, but that would be the ideal. But these guys are doing that. They're doing the ideal, is where you constantly hold one part accountable and tell them they can't attack the other part. Well, the other part openly says, we are going to attack you as much as we can. Our goal is literally to destroy you. That is our goal. We're openly saying our goal is to destroy you. We need to replace all of you. We hate all of you. And it's like, okay.
MAGA Destiny, great replacement.
Okay. Because all that does is it creates the, remember that, progressives used to do this. They called it it's like the little chain stop. They called it like the conservative backslide or something, or the conservative gear slide or something. Does anybody have a picture of this? Anybody know what I'm talking about? But it's this thing that basically you have a mechanism to shift in one direction, but if you try to go back the other way, there's always like a lock that keeps you from ever doing that. And it's, the ratchet effect. Yeah. It's creating this thing in our party that is only allowed to move us in one direction, and you can't push back the other way at all, and it's driving me.
So yeah, Destiny kind of siding with Ryan Grimm. Now he hates Ryan Grimm for different reasons. Probably a lot to do with Ryan Grimm's takes around, Israel-Palestine, right? But this is Ryan Grimm's like, I think that after Graham Plattner wins, we're going to have a moment of reckoning. We're going to have a little watershed moment. We're going to have all these liberals out here.
Super chatted $5. It's just the psychology of the antebellum South, rising again. Freud is in the coca plant in the sky yelling, it's too on the nose.
Sniff. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the super chat. This is Ryan Grimm. This is Destiny saying the same thing. Ryan Grimm, when he was anticipating a win for Graham Plattner to become a leader within the party, he's like, I think we're gonna have a moment of reckoning when all these wokes out here, all these black people and these trans people and these gay people and these women, they're gonna have to say, you know what, the big burly white dude, it's a little rough around the edges, he's not as bad as I thought. He's okay. I feel safe with him. Ooh, Ryan. I don't think people are mean enough to Ryan Grimm, honestly, given that obviously he didn't know the guy was a rapist at that point, but we did have a lot of red flags for Graham Plattner that Ryan Grimm denied. Destiny kind of doing the same thing, not anything to do with Plattner, but saying that like we can't have the minorities in the party talking shit about the majorities and the people in power, the people that are benefiting from oppression. We can't even acknowledge that there is oppression because that's going to hurt some white boy's feelings, and he's going to go vote MAGA. Right? This is kind of this is an accidental fist bump with Ryan Grimm that Destiny doesn't quite realize.
Fucking crazy.
Was I as opposed because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping. Was I sweep?
I hate how he streams. It feels authoritarian.
Fuck, this is so awesome. We need more of these. God,
like I don't just kill a tab and brings up something
if I was a
new.
Jew, dude, I don't know if I would ever fucking vote Democratic. No, that's not true. I shouldn't say that. It's just crazy, man.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm stretching it a little bit. I would be annoyed if this was my streamer, is all I'm saying.
I will move my position that I would not vote for Tom Tiffany, but I would not vote for Miss Hong.
Wow, hater.
Okay, so there we go. We talked him down a little bit. This is a covert rat fucking that Destiny wants to do to the DSA, not an overt rat fucking where we say, we vote for the MAGA election denier to have the power of governor so that maybe his election denial can have like real, a real impact on a upcoming 2028 presidential election. Destiny was finally able to talk down Mouton from the stupid perspective that he occupied in trying to follow the just general guidance that he'd gotten from other orbiters and from Destiny of like, oh yeah, we hate the DSA, don't we, guys? We hate the DSA. Fuck the DSA. So I guess vote for MAGA. And Destiny's like, no, shh. They're not ready for that yet. Anyway, let's advance our position here to 550. I'm going to have to take a pee break, chat. I apologize for my biology. I apologize for the weirdness of the stream. I apologize to how agitated I've become. I'm not really mad at anybody for watching the stream on bigger platforms than my own. That has just been that was like the assumption, like for the longest time, right? To the point where I just did not. What are we on? Fuck. 49.55. Why does 50. What? Oh my god. Okay. I think we're supposed to start here. Just a little bit frustrated. I probably need to take a break anyway. I was teasing you about watching the election on bigger platforms, then coming back here after I'd already covered the election, expecting that I'm going to give you like a rehash or a rerun or something like that, so that I have often done. It's totally understandable that you'd think that. It's also, people's, viewing behavior is whatever people's viewing behavior normal, is. But 45 out of 100 is where we're at. Kind of running out of time for the possibility of this being a longer watch. I might just change this to a election thumbnail. I don't know, chat. But if you want it, it's there. Wait, no. Fuck. If you want if you want me to continue on to this Destiny stuff and maybe even do a little bonus content, which includes some other Destiny getting mad at Hassan for being more relevant than he is, for streaming with big high profile candidates, you know what to do. It's super chat, super stickers. It's getting yourself a membership. It's gifting a membership. It's supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick or on patreon.com/nocommentchick or even on twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. That will get the numbers to go up. If this number goes up, then this number goes up and we get an extra hour. I have had a very frustrating stream so far. I'm going to try to get in a better mood here for when I come back. But look, things are changing. People are watching the election coverage with me. Not super talkative in chat, but they're there. So you might be watching several different people at once. I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to try to be there when election night comes up in the future, because it does feel like the tides are turning. We've got we've got a little bit of gravity. We've got a little bit of clout here, and so people do want to watch the elections here. So I'll be here for it as long as you support the stream. So we'll just see how that goes. Anyway, let's turn Destiny back on. What does Destiny eat? Why does it not seem to change? I hate Kick, chat. I really hate Kick. I really fucking hate Kick. I'm gonna put this on.
The number of doctors.
Try to get in a better mood. It's not anything that you're doing, chat. It is just it's mostly technical difficulties that that through my own mistakes have encountered. So better mood is possible. Better world is possible. Several wolves. You are correct. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna have a cold beverage, a nice cold beverage for myself. Plenty of tea, whatever else I need to fill up here. Am I hungry? Not really. So anyway, I'll be right back in a better mood.
And it's like, wait, nothing about this needs like communism. Like, what the fuck? But this is what I do.
I like to get into regulation again. So yes, I think that what is Wick guy is very dramatic.
Keith, are you basking on right now? Like, can you just tell us what your real position is?
Right now. Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
He says he didn't. No.
He says he didn't.
What are we doing here?
Anyway, I just need. That's all I needed.
I don't know
guys,
if
I gotta
Keith
go.
traffic
I
in
love
that.
you all.
Keith, I don't. Do you like follow like Hassan?
I have no
drama?
idea what that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Wick, ask him.
So
he's lying.
As a heads up, okay. So I was spamming the fuck out of Wick. I think and Hutch to ask him this question just because I want to hear the answer. This guy has so many tweets glazing the fuck out of Hassan, but he's got enough cover here that he can get away with saying no, and nobody has, I guess, particular tweets to bring up. But he absolutely knows everything about this. In fact, I think he's even specifically tweeted that Hassan doesn't. Yes. So he's just mask on. He's just lying. But I cannot imagine you wanting to share a platform or to share a party with people who are explicitly and legitimately undermining you. Like, these are debate tactics that you would expect from like a MAGA person or from like a Nazi or whatever, is like this weird subversive, like not answering correctly. This is supposed to be the person on your team?
So it's
Me too.
Yeah. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live. Say hi.
Do you watch any Twitch? W's in the chat.
You watch some Twitch.
I love Twitch.
Who do you watch?
I watch Hassan.
Oh my God!
You
You watch
bastard.
Hassan Piker. What do you take on the recent breaking news that he is an LGBTQ foe?
He is?
Yes.
No, he's bullshitting.
I'm gay. That's crazy, Austin. You fucking slanderer! I swear to God, I don't need ops. Who needs enemies when you got friends like these? That's right.
Well, first of all, Hassan never shocked his dog.
Oh my God.
Senator Sanders, thank you so much for meeting with me. I think the lesson from 2024 is we're supposed to send Democrats anywhere and everywhere where they'll listen to us. And you will go to Joe Rogan. You'll talk to most people. I'm wondering what you think about this whole narrative around Hassan Piker and some Democrats just saying they're never going to go on his show.
Well, I've talked to Hassan, and I think he's doing in many respects a very good job. And the bottom line is that we have got to communicate with people. It's fine to talk to everybody you know in your neighborhood.
Like, Bernie Sanders' nominations and push for DSA-related stuff is a pretty big deal. And here you have Keith Edwards. Keith Edwards is literally pushing Bernie to like green light people going onto Hassan's show. Like he's like in cahoots with him.
People agree with you on everything. But I've been on Joe Rogan's show, as you understand.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Of course I did. And I disagree with Joe Rogan on this or that issue. But the last that I heard, you can disagree with me, right?
I
what about America is supposed to be about. Yeah. But if you give me a civil discourse, we have an intelligent discussion, fine. Disagree with me on an issue or not. Period.
Senator Sanders.
Sure, but it needs to be adversarial.
Yeah. Hassan Piker is one of the few people on the left who is hot and cool, and he agrees with 90% of what Dems believe. So yes, definitely make him the enemy. Very smart. Responding snarkily to other tweet. Like, this is like a mask on 100%. And he's doing it right here. The guy's doing the mask on stuff right here.
Wait,
different question.
Since you're doing Twitter, hold on.
What?
Since you're doing Twitter, click this one.
Is it directly related to this, or is this... Oh, we already went over this earlier, where Josiah gave him cover and said like, oh, well, because the guy retweets that Fumogato, the insane guy who's like doxing Dan's wife and trying to fucking get my kid murdered or whatever all the time. The Keith Edwards dude retweets that guy all the time as well.
All the time.
Yep. But by the way, though, if you bring up any of this stuff in a serious manner, you corner them all on it, all they're going to do is laugh and call it drama and unserious. And they're going to say like, it's just like, this is internet stuff. And I don't know why you take this shit so seriously. But they will take it seriously. And they do promote it seriously.
Because do you think Hassan Piker is do you think Hassan Piker is a threat to the Democratic Party?
No.
Okay. Yep, that's all I needed. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I love you.
Bye,
So Keith, now I would disagree on that. I mean, I think that Hassan's from my experience, and I don't obsess about him quite like some of the others on this panel.
See, like it's obsession. Hassan, like on the daily, stupid. Hassan is like doxed, I think, half this fucking panel, like read our shit out loud and is showing up now campaigning with El-Sayed and with Francesca, but it's like obsession to talk about him or to care about him or anything else. Like it's infinite fucking cover for these people. It's infinite fucking cover.
He's a public figure, Josiah.
Yeah, it's infinite fucking cover. It's infinite fucking cover.
But some of the shit that he has said is not just illiberal in terms of policy, but like the apologia for Chairman Mao and shit like this, and other things like he's pretty fucking radical. I think it's fair to say, and also like his answer over the Gavin Newsom, JD Vance shit. I mean, I question to what extent he takes MAGA seriously. I mean, Adam Mockler confronted him on this, our mutual buddy Adam, and Adam dog walked him for the first half of that conversation by forcing him to confront the fact that Democrats just really are the superior party. So I wouldn't say
I don't not even remotely close, but
yeah,
you to revisit Hassan. But
I think I don't think Hassan Piker is hurting the Democratic Party, and I believe in a majority. I just want I want a coalition that can win majorities, and I think it involves having everyone from someone like Hassan Piker to someone like Richie Torres.
And like this is so effective, right? So this is the problem too with people like Josiah, right? Is that so he calls like our coverage of him or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, they obsess, okay? So Hassan literally openly watches. He like, dude, if the same standard was applied to me, Hassan is explicitly called out in a bill that has been suggested to the House for anti-Semitism alongside Candace Owens. Hassan was literally forbidden from his ETA visa to get into the United Kingdom. Maybe because, now we don't know because he didn't apply for a formal visa, but maybe because Hassan literally watched a pro-Palestine action terrorist attack in the United Kingdom and cheered it on Twitch. He cheered it on. He was watching and he was laughing. He was saying, good, go you guys or whatever. Right? And it's like, and now this guy right here, and that's aside from the 100 other insanely unhinged, I'm not even getting personal, not even being like, oh, socialist communism, but like cheering on terrorists, saying that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same, not endorsing Kamala Harris against Trump. Like he's done all these things. And now you have a guy right in front of you who is telling you, oh, I'm not an extremist. I'm not a radical. I think I align with you guys mostly. I think the DSA is kind of wacky. Oh no, actually, I think Hassan Piker's totally fine. Big tent. And then what you see right here, this is the ratchet, right? Where it's so much defense and coverage for these further left types as they constantly and continuously shit on you. Can you show clips of him cheering it on? Hassan Piker watches RAF Palestine attack. I have the video on my...
Dan's like the wake up daddy
Yeah.
Jarvis daddy's home clip right now.
Fuck. I have the video on my desktop. I just don't have it. Yeah, you can just listen to what he's saying. He's just watching the We Are Palestine action.
This could soon be classed as a terror gathering.
Pretend you're listening to talk radio and close your eyes.
The group behind the protest, Palestine Action, is set to be banned by the UK government and labelled a terrorist organisation. The decision follows this. 2 activists breaking into an Air Force base in central England, spraying red paint into military aircraft engines and damaging them with crowbars. The government says it's the latest...
No, I can't believe that. I can't believe that they did such a thing. Oh, I'm so mad. British aircraft supplying munitions to an ongoing genocide. That's cool. That's fine. Disrupting those operations. Ooh, not good. Terrorism. Hassan, they injured an aircraft. Yet another anti-Semitic hate crime, chat. You see this? Yet another deeply anti-Semitic hate crime. These were Jewish airplanes. Okay? That's right. Many of you probably thought these were Christian airplanes. They weren't. They were Jewish. So very clearly, this is an act, perhaps the most heinous act of anti-Semitism. We are all equal. Gifted 100 gifted subs. God damn. That's right.
It goes on for 3 more minutes, but like it's crazy to literally support terrorist attacks in other countries and then be surprised when they don't let you in. That's fucking crazy. But whatever. Anyway, Big Tent, our team.
So
but
I
Keith,
think
you came
we
in
need to
here
have
saying
all
like,
of them.
"Oh, I'm a
Listen.
liberal and I don't agree with all that stuff." But now you're saying you want to undermine capitalism. I mean, like, if you agree with the DSA national platform, just
Well,
say
I think
so.
capitalism.
Don't be lying to us
best.
about this.
I
like,
think capitalism is best when it's a little bit undermined. Like you kind of need a little bit undermining in order to make sure that people aren't being taken advantage
So
of.
mask on.
And I don't think we're doing enough of that right now. I think we are.
Do you just mean
experiencing-
regulation?
Yes, regulation, but that is
regulation?
literally yes, but that's yes, but we don't even do that anymore. But I do think when it comes to like certain companies, I don't think those companies should exist as free market. So, like I don't think there's
that's
free
more of the
market
strain.
solution.
Because when you say we need to undermine capitalism, what people will hear, at least.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he's not even able to make fun of the ridiculous British take on, you know, an act of protest as seeing it as an attack on the Royal Air Force, right? Like it's so obviously like just that's the terrorist attack here. Of course, chat. Every time I try to pee, it's like the content has a mind of its own. Oh my god, 51 minutes left. Damn. Not looking good. Huh. Really got to give future election content, election coverage a thought about this. Yeah, no, it's Splashin', it's all over but the kicking and screaming, right? And most outlets I think have called it at this point. You go pee and insane shit. Yeah, I should just pee less. If I was sitting on a toilet to stream, would it be different, right? If I never got up to pee, would it be different? Or would the horrible shit happen just every time? You would know I was peeing then. Like bad stuff would happen on stream and you'd be like, "Oh, Irene must be peeing." No one has called it. The decision desk at MS Now has called it. And more importantly, Pisco Liddy. Pisco Liddy has assured me there's one Peace character who sits on a toilet a lot. Like, is it on the pirate ship or something? Only CNN hasn't called it, says Ash Bradford. Well, like Narwhal's saying, what is it? New York Times has not called it yet? Or is that they just wanted to let Kornacki, they did want to get him out of there. Like, he was like, listen, we got to leave. It's, they film other stuff in here. Right? And it's kind of like, well, yeah, but it's election night. You know, come on. They stopped counting because I'm not getting any updates. Well, I think we've been through the math. Did Kornacki go through the math to NBC, as now calling it, has said Abdul El-Sayed won. They don't want to pay union overtime. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, to be fair, MS Now does not have the financial backing that it used to, right? And in general, like media, you know, traditionally media operates, like when you're talking about news media like this, it operates at a loss as a part of a bigger, you know, company, and that there's, you know, a firewall between the advertising side of things and the news side of things. This is what the movie Network is all about. Clarified in YouTube that he has been projected, but not called definitively. Okay, that's an interesting distinction. I've never seen that teased out. Yo! Daymaro with the 5 big ones. Praxtix, you just got jellyfish. Dab Cough, you just got jellyfish. Oh, Globits, you just got jellyfish. Warhammer Dragon, you just got jellyfish. And Charlemagne, you just got jellyfish. And that's a good thing. The great one himself has just been jellyfished. We got a Holy Roman Emperor and a god being gifted subs all in one night. That's crazy. Are we up to 75? That's also crazy. That's crazy. This night started out really terrible. I am in a better mood, chat. And please, I don't know. I always worry about this, right? That when I'm upset about something like tech, that it's gonna come off as like I'm just like mean or like mad at chat or something. I don't know. People like to watch angry streamers, but I'm not generally like an angry person. Like, I could not muster the kind of like I don't know, disposition Hassan has towards his chat. I'm just like incapable of that. Hype train initiated. Darful with the community gift sub to somebody. Somebody got jellyfish. Gambit 007, you have just been jellyfished and we are suddenly within striking distance. By which I mean 19 points. More striking distance, I would say, than Haley Stevens could claim at this point, right? I mean, I know Kornacki's probably still trying to do the math. Well, you know, actually, technically, if she got every single vote that's left in Wayne County, and then she did better than expected in Saginaw, like, I don't know. No, I think Kornacki's out. I think they broke Kornacki. What does it feel like, chat? Did they break Kornacki tonight? It feels like we're breaking Destiny right now. Do I have to like, oh man, I must, here, do you need to see him? You probably need to see him. He's going to crash out some more for your pleasure. Especially if we get 19 points ahead and get to out an hour of time. What are we trying to do? Yeah, grab this thing. And then I'm just going to squish him in because he feels a little squished. There we go, Destiny. Are you better? You feeling good now, Destiny? You had your tea. You had your... I'm sorry. What does he drink? This is the thing, chat. The whole. What does Dusty eat? The ridiculous thumbnail that I shared with you. That you know I made when I was. I was a little crossfaded myself, possibly when I made that thumbnail. It's not a serious thumbnail, but I mean the whole point of it was like I was trying to think. Okay, so Hassan eats the chicken. What does Destiny eat? And then I like type it in really fast, and it's like, what does Dusty eat? And it felt like a meme. It felt like a meme right there. I don't know. Maybe it's a personal meme, which would make it not a meme, right? Memes only work when people share them. What is the deal with Karnaki as far as what his politics? We do have a hype train right now. It's on level 2. It's at 77%, and you can support the stream on Twitch anytime you want to. But if you do it in the next, what does it say? However long is left, 2 minutes and 30 seconds is left in the hype train. Yo, you will get a little something for your trouble. And that something is, I believe, exclusive emotes. That's why people like Twitch. Twitch chatters. I keep on hearing that it's like a premium viewing experience on Twitch, right? They do have some fancy little, you know, the hype train, for instance. That's pretty fancy. Is it the emotes? Is it that you can express yourself with emotes that makes it like a old image board, maybe from the mid 2000s? Is that the idea? Is this like they're kind of like memes. Looks to be that we're at 87 right now. If I can find the thing. But what does he eat? I never see this motherfucker eat. I mean, maybe that's smart. Maybe I shouldn't eat on stream. Maybe it's just asking to be like made into like a embarrassing thumbnail if you eat on stream. Like the crazy papaya salad lady eating papaya salad with a leaf of cabbage. Where is this? Oh my God. Oh, it's there. Okay, 87. There we go. But what does Dusty eat? What does Dusty drink? What is the fuel that is firing his hate boner, chat? Is he drinking Monster? Is he drinking Red Bull? What is this guy? He ate chicken and waffle. Oh, that's true. That's the one thing we know that Dusty eats. Yeah, chicken and waffles, right? Would go in the. You got 3 minutes left on that level 4 hype train. That's a pretty high hype train. I don't know if wait. Did I just miss something? I did. Oh my God. Daymaro with the 5 community subs. After the 5 community subs. That's a lot of subs, and I think I should read these out. Maybe I read them out, chat, just so people can will know. You know, if you're like, a lot of people listen to me. They're not watching, but they're listening, right? They're doing housework. They're sometimes woodwork. I think I've got one person who does woodwork, which is you must have headphones or something to make that work. You know, playing with pets, all kinds of things that people are doing but not watching. So just in case you're one of those people, you will know that you got a gift sub and you can rewind stuff if you want. You can post emotes. You got all kinds of new abilities. It's like you leveled up. So anyway, Zorak 81, you just got jellyfish. Lauren Pasta, you just got jellyfish. B Coma, you just got jellyfished. Onkaira, you just got jellyfished. And Song is out to lunch. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that wait, are we adding an hour? I think we are, right? Wait a minute. Do we really have 83 people in YouTube chat? Is that right? I'm sorry. I don't usually do this, chat. I feel like I'm putting people on blast. I'm just in a unique mood here for interacting with chat. And I didn't get to, that's what frustrated me, chat, is I really didn't get to, like, you know, that moment of like talking to chat. I usually do it at the very beginning. So that's why it's really cool to be here for the very beginning of chat, because I will like literally talk back and forth with chatters at that point. I didn't get to do that today because I fucked up the way that I went live on YouTube. YouTube went live like 25 minutes after Twitch did. And so it was confusing because the Twitch people were starting to get there, but YouTube had just started. And yeah, it was crazy. But the 79 now, I jinxed it. I shouldn't have said anything. That's why you don't say anything. If I hadn't said anything, it would be 90. But yeah, don't be afraid to talk in chat. We don't bite. You don't have to agree. You just have to be like a decent human being and make the chat like a better place, not the worst. It's like a campground. You know, if you don't like strew trash all over the place, you're pretty much good, right? You leave the campsite better than you found it. And you're definitely good. 117 out of 200. That's why I feel decently okay taking a little bit of time to interact with chat. That and the fact that I didn't get to talk to you in the beginning. You know, so we're making up for lost time here. I don't know. It regulates my mood, I think. I think it does. I think there's something about going like straight into content that's just not right. Like if I was like, it's one thing, you know, to go, you know, if I'm recording like a video, right, it makes sense to, you know, just, you know, I'd have a different sort of mannerism about me. You know what I'm talking about, chat, when it's prepared content that somebody's making versus it's content from live stream with the knowledge that there's an audience there. Because yeah, when I go, you know, into content, when I go straight into content, it's like with the knowledge that there's like people here, but I can't talk to you right now because I got to lock into whatever I am reacting to. And yeah, I just kind of feel, it feels like I'm being rude. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're, you know, if you're hosting a party or something and, you know, you're talking to people, you're interacting, maybe you're playing Mario Kart, your friend comes in, even though you're playing Mario Kart and you probably should pay attention, you gotta say hi. You gotta wait. You gotta acknowledge them, right? Otherwise, it feels like you're being rude. It feels like you're being rude, even if everybody understands that Mario Kart is hard for Irene. She did not play a lot of Mario Kart. You know, this was not. You know, this was not my. Like I never had a. I never had a Wii. I think we had a Wii U. And I played Zumba. That's all I played on Wii U was Zumba. And it was fun actually, but yeah, that's I'm not a Mario Kart gal, and like I feel like everybody else is. And especially if you have me play Mario Kart on a like with the controllers now, the Nintendo like, you know, those weird controllers that snap on? I can't do it. I can't do it. I suck. I gotta have like a PlayStation, yeah, a PlayStation or Xbox type controller. I cannot deal with Switch. I cannot deal with Switch, right? Wait, AES was running in the Bay Area too? Wait, sorry, Several Wolves, do you mean like previously? Ran in the Bay Area? This is the first I've heard of this. Wayne County just found more votes. Of course they did. Of course it would be Wayne County to find more votes. Went from 83. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So there are, okay, you're making me nervous here. Knock on wood. Huge wood, giant wood. I don't remember what I said before that was funny, but I said something about wood that was wildly misinterpreted in chat. Knock on amazing wood. The very best wood. It was just huge wood. Okay, I just said huge wood. I love Mario Kart. Kind of neutral to the latest one, though. They nerfed drifting. You know, I could see getting into it. I mean, I could see even like learning to use the Switch control, but I shall not before I am a PlayStation girl. But I don't know. Does it feel like PlayStation is anyway? I'm worried about the future of gaming, chat. It does kind of look grim. It does seem like companies are not interested in making the kind of games that people want to play. They're like, no, everything is gotcha. Never had to knock on wood, but I know someone who did. Wait, is that the God, what is that band? They wear like hats and stuff, right? Is it Madness? I believe Madness wears hats. Gamers are the most oppressed class. Well, specifically JRPG gamers. Which is not really a gamer if you ask the majority of the gaming, what seems like the majority of the gaming. Actually, chat, do you think though, I feel like the majority of the gaming world is probably like doing what do you call it? Those like the games where you make little shooty guys. Oh my god, what the fuck is it called? It's the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, not Madness. Are they not the same band? I thought they were like were the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones like the sons of Madness? Is that what happened? Madness had babies in our house in the middle of the street, and they turned out to be the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. The song is The Impression That I Get by the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. Is that the one where he hangs his underwear on the flagpole? Madness are British. The Boss Tones aren't. Yeah, but like they moved to New York. Or someplace. I'm just talking about my headcanon, chat. I'm not talking about reality. Like in reality, that'd be crazy if like a band begat another band. That'd be kind of cool. Wait, no, it's got to have happened. It's got to have happened, right? That a band begot another band, right? That, like the bands like Fleetwood Mac, where they're fucking, or Jefferson Airplane, or the Grateful Dead. Although that was cheating, apparently, that was going on with the keyboard, the Son of Mad. I mean, it sounds good, right? Are you talking about Flagpole Sitter by Harvey Danger? Wait, that's not. He wasn't in the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. The Boss Tones, yeah, they were the Anchor Baby. Oh, sorry, Boston. I'm sorry, not New York. It was the Boss Tones. So yeah, they are. Are they from Boston? Is that what the Boss Tone is about? Is this a Boston reference? Actually, they were the Sons of Boston. I got it wrong. Chatters were correct. Madness is British, so, and we can't have Brits begetting Americans. So it must have been the band Boston that had babies. And wasn't Boston like a studio band though? Like Steely Dan? They weren't like a Boss Tones are from Massachusetts, so there we go. They all have their Boss FX pedals, exactly. Okay, chat, I feel so much better that I don't want to waste the time. Wait, I haven't added the new time. Wait. Oh, we can't play any of the music we're talking about because that would be a sin of the copyright variety. What can we play? Like hardly anything. Okay, wait. Can we do like a couple of seconds of this maybe? This might be good. Okay. I can't find it. I'm trying to get is this it? No, I will get so fucked for this. This is like I can't do it. There's no way, chat. It's flying too close to the copyright song. Son, I was gonna try to give you like the metal version of a Kingdom Hearts song. But until we figure out something better to do when we add an hour, I'm just gonna add time 1 hour. It feels like the difference between like having a marriage and going to the courts to get a marriage certificate, right? Whether we're just adding an hour like this, like I pronounce the I pronounced the man and wife and kiss the bride and everything. Wait, is that what they do at the clerk? Someone who really only watches on Twitch, it's always so wild to me, the strict YouTube. Yeah, because it's the opposite on TikTok too, Daymaro. Like TikTok's got, in fact, YouTube Shorts somehow I wonder if that's true. If I streamed on Shorts, if it would be like less of a problem. A shit ton of the best classic rock is actually Canadian, but unfortunately not the band Boston. Yeah, they're from Boston, right? They gotta be. If they're not from Boston, that's like false advertising, possibly. Yeah, having a ceremony. No, versus like the thing where you go to the court. Like, can't you go to a court and a judge can just be like, you're married? Right? It's cheaper. You do it if you're eloping or something, or your parents don't approve. Do the Eisenhower military-industrial complex speech. I mean, that one worked yesterday. What I need is like short little hits of songs, like the metal version of just like my sanctuary. I can't do it, chat. I don't have a metal voice. Is it City Hall? I thought it was like you go to a court. Is it City? You go to City Hall? So if it was Springfield, it'd be that mayor guy, that mayor, what's his, Quimby? He'd be like doing something corrupt and eating a donut, and then he would pronounce you man and wife without a judge or a ceremony. Wait, what? I actually hate the band Chicago, even though it's my home city. Oh my God, Ghost ATW. I don't know enough of the like catalog of Chicago. Oh wait, isn't that the one that Peter Cetera is from? Speaking of bands that birthed other bands, Peter Cetera is like everybody's wedding song. It's just a judge. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a judge, right? And sometimes he's dressed as Elvis. Like if you go to a Las Vegas courtroom, some of the judges just are Elvis it's like a separate, you know, you can be a judge or you can be an Elvis judge in Las Vegas. They accept both kinds. We got to watch more of this, chat. Sorry. I'm like finally like relaxed and whoa, okay, careful. I'm not that relaxed. We don't want to get so relaxed that we play copyrighted music over shit. I just want that like quick little hit of the like song hook, right? But I don't think I can safely play it, even though these are like metal covers. So I used to kind of like think you could get away with if you listen to a cover of the song instead of the song itself, but no, I've gotten bit a few times. Oh yeah, they're the Saturday in the Park people. 25 or 624. What does that mean? It sounds like a sentence, but not real. Like it would be like 25 to 60 or something. I don't know. With 4 years off for good behavior. Is that how? Wait, I'm stressing you out. So when I'm stressed, you're not stressed out? And when you're stressed, or wait, no, when I'm not stressed, it makes you stressed out? Should be able to play covers on Twitch. Well, yeah, on Twitch, you can. On Twitch chat, we could watch Hee Haw, I think. 25 or 624 is the only song I kind of like. I mean, that one kind of, it has that like, yeah. I mean, that it's got a good riff to it. We need like a rendition. Yes, kazoos. What if chat got kazoos and then got in Discord and then we tried to record a kazoo like cover of something, but it wouldn't get copyright claimed because you'd be on Discord and you'd all be on different delays, and so everything would be slightly out of time, and it would just be it would be too confusing, I think, for the because they'll get you for literal melodies. Like one time this happened, chat. I got hit, and it means that I sang the song very close to the original melody, right? I got the notes all right, apparently, because I got dinged for and it was just me playing guitar, just not even serious, like just kind of picking up the guitar after not practicing for months and months and months and playing a song. But it was I think it was Cyndi Lauper that got me. I think it was like Time After Time. Somehow, chat, and I'll take that as a compliment, right? So yeah, I didn't get Melody claimed for anything else other than that song. Oh my god, I keep on pressing play again. I've got a craving for more kazoo. I mean, I'm sure for everyone, Melody. Wait, Amanda Palmer. Oh wait, from Oh no, was there like an Amanda Palmer controversy?
At least on this panel, is like undermine the ownership structure and the power structure.
Well, I
related to
think
capital.
for some things we should, like, I don't understand why there's oil companies.
I like how Pisco tries to like endlessly launder this guy's opinion into something more reasonable, and the guy he won't, because he's not going to go that mask on. Like, he is going to stand just so like in.
Wait, NBC just now called it for Abdul? I thought that happened earlier. But welcome to the stream, MIDI Doctors. And yeah, a lot of people are calling it. Not everyone, but a lot of people are calling the race for Abdul. So, you know, that's look into the other races tomorrow.
Wishy-washy language, but like, I don't know. When I listen to Pisco, I have to assume he's retarded. I just don't know if they don't understand like how radical these people.
Wait, did maybe they didn't call it before? They just said something. They said it was some level like, I've never heard them make this distinction between what is it? Like, what is this distinction? Projecting a winner versus calling the race. I think maybe I'm sorry, I do not want to ruin a content I almost called Amanda Palmer a content creator. I think she kind of is, maybe. Vote Hub says they won't call it until they see how Wayne County. We got to see we did get some extra votes added in Wayne County. They were higher than predicted votes, and I was talking about this earlier. The prospect of either the corporate money on on all the ad buys on Steven's side, or the volunteer effort on Abdul's side, bringing out more than the expected number of voters from certain constituencies, maybe in certain counties, and that if you started to see like that, certain counties were voting at a higher rate. Unlike the national election, where I described it, like Alaska decides to vote, like 100, every Alaskan votes, right? 1 year. It doesn't give Alaska extra electoral votes. It's still just one vote. Whereas in the counties, if, one county votes higher than normal, then, they're going to count greater than normal. And if a county votes less than normal, then the same. Wayne is just at 75%. Yeah, they had it at 84% before. This is what I've heard from chat. So they had it at 84% before, and then they dropped it back down after realizing there were more votes than they had anticipated. They had 1.3 million votes by 10 a.m. Damn. Damn. So they are a lot more than expected in general. Cheshire Cat Smiling, Smiles, can you give me the name of, if I'm guessing it's like a YouTube video on the Industrial Complex Network? Sorry, it's not a network, one of those channels, you know what I mean? Are super PACs allowed to hire people to do door-to-door and phone bank? Feel like if the ads aren't working out, that'd be didn't Elon do something like that? I'm not sure if it's legal, though. Elon's actually in court over his election activities after saying that he thought he'd be locked up if Kamala won. The fake Obama endorsement is what got her the Wayne County margins, possibly. But the weird thing, though, was that when later, so we got a lot of early Wayne County votes, and those did go decidedly towards Stevens. Some of the later drops, I was like, all right, let's get ready for the Wayne County drop. And it actually adds to his totals, a few times, kind of surprisingly. Cori Bush is going to file as independent. Well, I hope we get Cori Bush back in the House somehow. Yes, correct. Abdul won. And any of you who have subs over there on Twitch. All 308 of you? Okay, we went over 300. I just now noticed that. I was looking up at the number of Twitch subscribers and I was expecting to say 200 and something. And instead I see 300 and something. So yeah, you can rewind if you want to watch the election coverage. I saw an older black woman say that she'd voted for Stevens today because of Obama. Yeah. I mean, they did a real sly, I think it was it a mailer that they did, or I don't remember if it was email or a mailer, but it didn't technically say that Obama supports Stevens, but it made it like you would, a lot of people upon seeing that would make that assumption. It looks like it's saying, oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying in the general election. Okay, got it. I was just like, oh, that's crazy. She's okay. I mean, like, she's like, fuck the, no. Okay, so she's gonna, just so everybody understands what we're talking about with Cori Bush. She lost the Democratic primary today to Wesley Bell, and but she's staying in the race, right? We've seen this before. Usually it goes the other way, chat. Usually it's like Lieberman, I remember, was Lieberman lost his primary after just being like the worst, Democrat that you could imagine. Like he's the constant, like when I say rotating cast of villains, the very first person on that rotating cast, in my mind at least, is Joe Lieberman. And he lost his primary, and then he ran in the general election, and he ended up winning his seat back, and just stayed in the Senate, I believe, to punish the progressives that knocked him out of his nomination. Wesley Bell is so bought and paid for by AIPAC, 18 million. Yeah, and so the nice thing about that is that between the two of them, considering that Cori Bush is staying in the race, between we're talking about like almost $80 million in not just AIPAC, right? A big portion of it is AIPAC, but corporate. I mean, just the capitalist class inserting itself into the political process, taking a dead-on arrival candidacy like Haley Stevens. And getting her political consultants. What do we do about the, how cringe I am? Well, you can just say, I'm only cringe because I'm a Michigander. And these East Coasters like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, they hate you because you talk just like me. Stick it to them, right? They weaponize the cringe. They turn the cringe into like, if you hate me or you're, misogynistic and you're anti-Michigander. It's that, and obviously the ad buys played heavily into Haley Stevens garnering as many votes, as much support as she actually did. They did this against India Walton here in Buffalo back in the 2022 mayor race. She won the primary, but the corrupt incumbent establishment Dem ran a write-in campaign and won. Yeah, like I was saying, usually it goes the other way. Mallory McMorrow is growing on me. Nice. I mean, you could be there, Snowhawk, for her next parade when she decides to run for some other office and invariably does another parade. You can be there holding that would be cool, because I wonder if you hold the Mallory McMorrow head, do you get to keep it at the end of the night? Do you take it home as a souvenir? Maybe more people. Yeah, the Hutch curse, exactly.
Or where their beliefs are. I can't tell. I don't know if they know or not. I just can't tell.
Structure.
Well, I think for some things we should, like, I don't understand why there's oil companies. Why?
Are you asking me?
No, I just don't. I don't like. I think for some goods, for some like products, and maybe I'm like a little juvenile, but I just don't understand, like, oil. Kind of, I feel like it's the earth's. It belongs to everyone, and so I don't understand why they're.
How does that sound silly? I mean, I guess the way that he's saying it, it's kind of giving a little hembo, maybe. But what he's expressing there, it should be the default position. I don't know why we can't understand, like, or like AI, right? I mean, they're not just AI, data in general. Okay? These companies get it from us. They make money on it. They should pay us. Or you know, it should have to be, you know, something you sign off on. She's getting like 5. Oh, she is several wolves. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was kind of wondering which way the McMorrow voters cut, right? Because again, I mean, these could be people that just didn't get the word that she was dropping out. This could be people that don't like Stevens or Abdul. Or maybe they didn't like Stevens to begin. They didn't like Stevens to begin with, but then they heard bad things on commercials. They're like, "Oh yeah, the TV says I'm not supposed to vote for Abdul, so who do I? Oh, McMorrow." Yeah. I'm not sure where these came from, but kind of curious if the election, depending on how close the election ends up being, and now it's looking like maybe not as tight as it could have been. You know. That I was wondering, you know, if that 5%, or sorry, it's more like 4% statewide, but in some counties it was up to 5%. I'm wondering if it was determinative in any way.
There's things that belong to Earth should not be.
And the answer, Chad, is probably not.
Like,
well,
if you're
yeah,
like,
I
you
think
pick
there's
flowers
some.
and-
Yeah, I think
and
there's some.
worms and shit.
Yeah, I think some products. It doesn't make sense to me.
Wait,
that
I haven't even.
Like how when Whick says, "I think the DSA are like a threat to the party," Pisco's like, and this guy's like, "I think oil and the earth, it belongs to everyone." And Pisco's like, "Well, what it belongs to?"
But wait, who the fuck does it belong to? Destiny, the first person that gets to it. Look, I mean, Sarah Palin is cringe, but part of the reason she was so popular in Alaska, I think she increased their take of it's called royalties over the, like if you move to, if you live in Alaska, if you're like an Alaska citizen, you get like a royalty check. It's, I don't know, pretty small, but you get some amount of money coming to you every month from the oil companies that are extracting Alaska's oil. I mean, what? That's a Republican enacting and increasing that policy. That's Sarah Palin. How the fuck is Destiny to the right of Sarah Palin, I ask you? Wait, Francesca Hong survived an assassination attempt, Cheesegate, and is up next. Are you sure? I thought it was a Thanksgiving gate.
To everyone? What and then he like lets the guy sit there and explain it out, and it's like, what?
Products, it doesn't make sense to me that they are for profit when everyone
because of some like economic theory, or because of like their relationship to the ground and to like Mother Nature.
Come on, because
we all have the same amount of right to the fucking oil, and we should have the same amount of say in what happens to it, including if it stays in the ground or not. Which, considering what China is doing and how it has increased their energy independence in terms of renewables, we should be looking to do anyway. Do you understand? This is like there's something really funny going on with crypto, not crypto, well, I mean, partially crypto, but more like just data centers in general and oil, right? That oil and coal and all of these, dirty energies were en route to being phased out, and now we got this fucking we got this excuse to bring it all back online, right? Oh no, we're gonna need way more energy than that. Yeah, shouldn't they belong to everyone? Like in in Norway, yes, Norway. I mean, that's a Scandinavian socialist for you there. I don't know what's going on with Keith. I don't know if he's got the jitters. This is kind of like obviously the first time that he's been involved in something like a gross little panel show, which to be honest, is not as gross as Wick's panel show, but it's still a gross panel show. He's never been involved in anything like this before, so he's a little bit, he's not really putting his best foot forward rhetorically here. And he does kind of get embarrassed on some things that he's absolutely right about, but doesn't really know how to correctly defend. But yeah, that is not so. I mean, I know like the way that he said it, I don't know. Does this happen to women and to gay guys, where you're kind of a bimbo by default? Is it homophobia that's got like Destiny, and I'm sure a lot of the Lib'n'Learn audience like laughing at that take, which is not a laughable take. It's a very base take, and also it's a take that's in your interest, right? They're on the take constantly. Capitalism is on the take, taking stuff that doesn't belong to it. And in the case of oil, yeah, you got the same right to it as they do. Why aren't you getting paid for it? Why aren't you getting paid for a lot of things? Can you imagine? Yeah, the answer is they want a reserve labor force, right? That is why the unemployment rate never drops below, a certain number. They structurally, for capitalism to work, for you to have to take that shitty job that is wrecking your life, right? For them to get an employee for the job that they're not willing to, pay you enough, take care of you enough for, they need you to be desperate, and you're only going to be desperate if there's a percentage of us that are always unemployed. That is on purpose. That is designed into the economy. Oh, who is Keith? Yes, he's Keith Edwards from YouTube. If you may or may not have seen his channel, he does a lot of kind of, it's similar to like Midas Touch kind of videos, but maybe a little bit shorter and clickbaity. Like a lot of Trump is gonna, here's 5 signs that Trump's may die sooner than we all think, kind of stuff. But I mean, it's not, it's his lane. I just wonder why that reaction, because I don't think it's a ridiculous thing that he's saying. I mean, you could argue about the way that he says it.
I'm just asking the
no,
question.
because they're like, because, yeah, but like I do feel like
I'm sorry, but that was fucking retarded. And keep in mind, he's a huge content creator, so he should be able to have a conversation about this, okay? But keep in mind, this guy here is, he has described himself. He's described himself as like super moderate compared to the average DSA person, I think. Or he's said that the average DSA person is more moderate and they think the DSA stuff is wacky and they don't align with that, according to the meeting that he was at. This is the moderate DSA member, thinks that things that belong to the earth should be owned by government.
Destiny is just like the first person to drill into that rock. Gets it, and they owe us all nothing. Destiny would vote for that guy from There Will Be Blood. What's his name? Daniel Plainview? He'd be like, yeah, I mean, he drinks your milkshake. What are you going to do? I mean, he just drinks, he gets there first, he's got a very long straw. You see, it reaches across the room and it starts to drink your milkshake. And that's just how capitalism is supposed to work. I mean, sucks to suck, my dude. Destiny is like justifying Daniel Plainview capitalism, right? Which includes beating dudes to death with bowling pins and then eating your dinner afterwards. That's the craziest part. Doesn't he like eat his... Am I wrong, chat? At the end of There Will Be Blood, after he beats the preacher dude to death, oh my God, spoilers! Spoilers from a movie that's over 10 years old, maybe 20 years old. Doesn't he just like eat his... Like he's just like, I'm gonna finish my chicken though. Like I might have just beat a dude to death with a bowling pin, but I'm gonna finish my chicken. He's just like Hassan, without the electric collar. No.
If they could, we would somehow be charged for air. Like that's how
he's saying
that's what it.
He's saying it's a public good. Like it's all of ours. But Keith, I would argue it takes money and time to get to.
Yeah, that's why governments should. But again, that's where I probably am a little bit.
Okay, so no, again, I don't think Keith has really collected his thoughts here. But what he seems to be getting at is the idea that there are certain industries that are too important to trust to private enterprise. There are certain industries that have a big impact on the lives of all of us. and that it makes sense if we all own them together. And they keep on saying the government, like it's a separate entity. Oh, the government owns that. Oh, the government owns that land. No, we own that land. I mean, ideally, if you don't have a bunch of big corporations coming in and buying off your government, that's you. We the people is supposed to mean something. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. The government does feel like a external entity, especially under Trump. It feels like an evil corporation is actually kind of what the government feels like under Trump. But yeah, this is a very simple and very sound principle that he is trying to describe. I just don't think, again, that he's super, comfortable in this particular platform here or really knows much about what's going on. He certainly does not know. He's not aware of the prying eyes of destiny are upon him. Right. That's something that he's going to find out about. Wait, why is the... Oh, I see. I just needed to fix this somehow. I was like, that doesn't look good. There we go, chat. That's what the window should look like. Have you seen Keith's background? He's a real political operator, but he's shockingly bad at talking about his own idea. At least in this. I'm granting him a little bit of charity, snap and crackle. I'm seeing what you're seeing, and you're definitely not wrong about him not being able to get his point across. But I mean, I think it's just a new experience for him. Maybe even doing live is a new experience, right? Since he does generally prepared videos. If you rely on something to live and somebody is charging interest and profit, that's extortion. Yeah, that's Coconut Island, actually. Not that I'm not putting the evil of Vosh's Coconut Island on you, but that is the thing that I guess that metaphor was trying to get across, right?
More on the left than some of you.
A little bit more on the left. And this is how it always works. And then all these guys carry forward into the conversation.
Oh, all of them. Definitely Damaro. I don't think he expected a call full of cackling hyenas ready to tear him apart. And especially since before then, they had kind of been ganging up on Whick. And it's in a weird way, because, like, look, let's be real. Okay, Whick cannot protect himself. His take is so bad. And he's uncharismatic, like just everything's going against Whick. And so it feels like they have to, once they realize, and this is a weird dynamic that happens in these spaces. If there's a dog pile, or it feels like a dog pile, people tend to treat if they find out, like, okay, one of us thinks this and the rest of us think this, they sort of back off a little bit because they're aware of the optics, right? This is another word you'll hear in this brain rotted space a lot, the optics of a dog pile that we're winning dirty, or we're piling on to somebody. So then everybody kind of adjusts and kind of takes a little bit of a step back, grants a little bit more grace to the person in the hot seat. And then Keith comes in, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh God, this guy's a leftist. This guy's a leftist," and a leftist that's not particularly ready to ground his axioms, as they say, and gird his loins on the field of battle of logic and reason. No, he did not expect the cackling hyenas, Damaro. Destiny and Whick are such gaslighters, says Snap and Crackle. It almost makes me feel bad for the Lib'n'Learn guys. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to get it twisted, right? I mean, I don't agree with these guys. There's a lot of brain rot on this panel, just in the day-to-day, even of the best of them. But yeah, I am noticing a difference between what I'm going to call normie liberals, right? That's these guys, versus neo-McCarthyites like Destiny. And that's the real, hyena, or like, I don't know, the scar of the group of hyenas, just waiting in the shadows to try to, I don't know. I mean, I'm expecting that Keith Edwards has just experienced what happens when Destiny puts you on blast. And I do not wish that on anyone.
Carry forward into the conversation. Like, yeah, I think directionally we're the same. They're like a little bit more extreme than us. They just want like a little bit. It's like, really? Really?
Wait, I'm
And that's
curious
okay.
though. It seems like Keith is doing the thing that like we're trying to disprove exists.
And keep in mind, this girl is like, I think.
Snap and Crackle with the 5 subs. Mad Jean, you just got jellyfished. Mumbles 459, you just got jellyfish. Kano Vahi, you just got jellyfish. Safari Ruscio? Safar is Ruscio? Safari's Rukio? You just got jellyfished. A big TV 34, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Hyenas are cool. Yeah, we shouldn't be putting that evil on hyenas. Hyenas did nothing wrong, other than in The Lion King. And, Destiny is not Mufasa. Not a Mufasa.
I don't know if Anne identifies as socialist. I think she might, but I'm pretty sure she identifies as socialist or like a Demsoc, and even she realized, like, wait a second, is he doing the thing? Is he doing the thing that everybody's accusing these guys of doing exactly?
He's being the like reasonable DSA member right now. So I've been probably much more sick of this than you have been, Keith, of like seeing for the last 5 or 6 weeks, just every single lib panel ever is all about the DSA, all about the scary like commies and tankies taking over. Like it's I'm so sorry. We're just reliving McCarthyism, and it's so.
Chat, look at what's taking place. Look at what's taking place in the poll. We just got 30 points added to the MR election party. Sam, Emma, I'm going to have to somehow figure out a way to be able to relate to a stoned, gummied, and possibly wined majority report.
Annoying, just frankly. I think.
Hold on, is Mooten here?
Yep.
Are you familiar with the story of
I'm sorry.
boy who cried wolf?
Yes.
Do you know how that
Mooten has a lot of experience with wolves.
story ends?
The boy gets eaten.
By an actual wolf, right?
By a wolf.
The reason why it's the boy who cried wolf is not because there are no wolves. It's because
Wait, I thought the boy didn't get eaten. I thought, like, wait, what actually happened? Is this a Brothers Grimm?
when the one actually shows up, you have to, nobody's gonna believe you when it's there. This idea of like, I'm so tired of all the fear mongering over the commies and socialists. Yeah, me too, brother. Okay. Dude, I feel like I've been called a fucking commie and a socialist by so many fucking people. Yeah, it's annoying, but the reason why it's annoying isn't just because they're wrong. It's because, same thing with the term fascist, when you try to identify it now when it's actually here, nobody is capable of engaging seriously with the issue.
Yeah.
One of the problems is like, people on the left, the politicians, will moderate when they get elected. You saw this with AOC. You see this with people like Bernie, Mamdani. Yeah, exactly. Look,
yeah, this is the thing, chat. Like, again, this is a world that's all about optics and gaslighting and narratives, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's crazy to see Destiny try to, when he's dead to right. Like, I can't. I should have. Oh wait, I can't. I was about to say, why did I not bookmark that tweet? There was a tweet on that Destiny was just dead to right, caught on. I think it was about Blue No Matter Who. And he like turns it around in the most disingenuous way. And chat, that is not a character flaw in the DGG world. That is not a character flaw amongst debate bros. That is a quality that's admired. Like, right, the Orwell-esque turning of night to day as if he was a pig in Animal Farm is something that these guys look up to and respect, right? Like, I don't know. Given that the fact that they're marks, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, this is like wrestling marks.
I think you can list off all of these names of people, they espouse to these sorts of crazy things. Like Mamdani, just saw him talking about how, well, we really can't arrest, Benjamin Netanyahu when he comes to New York, regardless of what I think that he should have done in that case or what Keith thinks that he should have done. I think generally speaking, those people tend to moderate regardless of whether or not their base wants them to be more.
Stop touching your microphone.
And then I think what's indicative of like the DSA being less radical than kind of I'm hearing right now is people like Keith and people like myself, who's not in the DSA because I have like strong ideological differences with them, which I do have a lot of strong ideological differences, but it's more of like practical, like personal reasons that I'm not in the DSA. So I think this is like proving the point.
Are you a member of DSA or not? I didn't.
No, I
didn't
just said I
understand.
wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Is my mic okay? I just want to make sure that's.
No,
you
okay.
sound great.
It's not.
You're good.
Okay.
It keeps doing some
I
weird
would
fuzzy shit, but
co-sign
that's
this
okay.
too.
Yo, what is up with that? Can they not hear? Damn. Chat, if there's ever like weird noises coming from my mic, please let me know. Never feel like you're gonna get like yelled at, or I mean, if you should not get yelled at. For stuff that helps me make the production quality better. Let me know. I mean, maybe it's just you. Sometimes like I don't know if the stream, sometimes people like they have problems on their end and they're like, wait, is the stream effing? But yeah, definitely say something. If you see something, if you hear something, say something. IRA guy is fucking brain dead. Yeah, in a really interesting way. He's able to ignore, like he does kind of, it's weird his ability to like ignore like the fucking monster that he's orbiting, the weirdos that he's on screen with, and just like focus in on his own, on his own thing, which is like Democrats winning campaigns and I guess protect Israel. Hear weird noises, but I think they might just be Destiny talking. Yeah,
I'm
true.
an addict, but yes, it drives me up the fucking wall that this is as much of the discourse, because one thing, I mean, we may disagree on certain particulars, but one thing...
Like, again, I'll say this for the 50 trillionth time. The reason why this is the discourse is because as soon as the guy said that oil belongs to Mother Earth and all of us should have a share in it, and also I'm actually like a normal person and I'm almost the same politics as you, the fact that everybody didn't laugh him the fuck out of this show and say, what a retarded fuck position, and also you are lying about your relationships with other incredibly radical people, like it should be very easy for you to say, yeah, Hassan Piker is a radical. That guy is an extremist, 100%.
That's crazy. So Destiny, if they drill down into the Earth's core and they find like life extension juice, should the life extension juice just be like owned by the wealthiest person, the first person that can drill down there and suck it out? Like what if sucking out the life extension juice actually makes plants stop growing? Oh my god, now they're gonna giving people a very easy way to respond to this. So like, she's talking about Gaia. She thinks she's playing Final Fantasy VII. Motherfucker, we're all playing Final Fantasy VII. Join Avalanche.
Extremist beliefs. If you can't even say that, then we have a huge problem. Like, if it was that everybody could accurately identify what this guy was, especially because like this is like easy mode, this is very obvious, and we're in the early stages of this. It's very, very, very obvious to see what he's doing and what's going on. And if you can't even spot it here, well then, yeah, it is going to be a part of the discourse, because clearly, we are not.
There's a real problem when Destiny does not believe sharing is caring, right? What does Destiny eat? I don't know, because he's not sharing it. He didn't bring enough for all of us, chat. He's that shitty kid with like, the best snacks that won't share them.
Inoculated against this type of extremism. We have no idea how to spot it or deal with it.
Thing that I know Keith and I are aligned on. I'm not familiar with you, Anne, but it sounds like you're the same way, which is that you got to keep the focus on Trump and MAGA and fascism. And so to that end, anti-fascism, I think, makes strange bedfellows. So,
I got to admit, I've never played Final Fantasy VII. Is that how it works? Is Gaia like the juice, the green glowing juice, like in the core of the earth? Is that I'm just assuming the plot. It's Mako? The juice is called Mako? What is the Gaia then? I thought the Gaia was the juice. Oh, the live stream. Yo, chat, we're on the live stream. That's crazy. The live stream? Maybe I should play this after Persona 2? That's a classic, right? I'm kind of like deficient as a fan of the genre without having played one of its main, maybe the most popular title. But Final Fantasy VII rocks. But everybody's telling me I got to play the old game, right? I don't play the new game is a different thing. It's like its own experience. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. But you don't play the new game and like expect that you are like understanding what Final Fantasy VII is really about, right? public ownership of basic, life-sustaining resources equals dangerous extremism. I'm sorry, Destiny, but that's a very cucked point of view. And aren't you sitting there in that same cuck chair? Is this not the chair that you would sit in while your guests, cavorted with your ex?
Not crazy about Hassan Piker, but again, I don't.
That's such an. I'm not. And then I don't even know if we share like American values at this point. Like, I'm not crazy about a guy who's literally cheering on terrorists. Like, is that where we're at right now?
God, I didn't get to respond to that. The whole cheering on terrorists, the Royal Air Force thing, right? And like the way that he's like, well, if Hassan is, he goes back and forth. Either, when it's convenient, Hassan was not banned from the UK. They just denied his ETF. When it is, he's like, oh yeah, no, the UK country won't let you in. You got to be pretty bad, right? And never mind the fact that the UK right now is shitting on any notion of free speech. It has made itself an unfree society in a very obvious, very visible way, right? With its suppression of pro-Palestinian protesters. If you don't mind that's the thing about it, right? It's literally and there's no like PSP version of it, is there? Like, not that the PSP would have been a good solution with Persona 2. I found that out the hard way. But like, there's no version where they just like, because I feel like they should have done a reboot where they just kind of clean up the polygons. Maybe am I being ridiculous, Chad? Is that asking too much? Is that a offensive thing to say about the genre that I mind the polygons? But only in not in Final Fantasy VIII. I mind them in Final Fantasy VII. I don't like how Cloud's arms look, although I guess they have a certain charm to them. Oh, Chrono Cross. That's the one that's drawn by the artist that did Dragon Ball Z, right? Or the character design was by him.
Now, like, our coalition has to that's
holding up a sign says, "I oppose genocide. I support Palestine action." Yeah, that's the word that will get you arrested in London, right? Instead of recognizing that as the insanity, I mean, even saying, "Hey, listen, I don't like these pally," like this is how he describes people concerned about Palestine. You're like a pally advocate or a pally protester or whatever. But hey, you got to respect fair speech, or you got to respect free speech, right? Destiny can't fucking bring himself to even say that. What kind of a liberal are you? And the answer is you're not. You're a neo-McCarthyite. You got that fascist dog in you, Destiny. And so from time to time it barks. It barks at BLM protesters, right? And says they deserve to be mowed down by rednecks. At some point, so Destiny called out Vosh for having the ghost of his great-great-great-grandfather from Alabama, the slave owner plantation ghost, possess him when he talks to black people from time to time. But Destiny, you got your own weird case when it comes to race. You really do. This guy really has like a, talk about, I mean, like we talk about his hate boner for Hassan. People in chat have described it as like, this is the reason they go so hard against the DSA. This is the reason not just Destiny, but all these people have to be like, anti DSA, is that Hassan is involved with the DSA. At one point, Hassan was a smaller streamer than Destiny. At this point, Hassan is, oh my God, chat. I looked at his numbers the other day. They weren't even, like, this guy's putting up Vosh numbers. The only thing that might save him from having Vosh numbers is the fact that he dual streams on Kick, I think, right? The only thing, and those numbers, those Kick numbers aren't even, like, trustworthy.
Like, as crazy as it is, like, there are ways in which communism or anti-Americanism is actually worse than fascism. Like, would you rather have the crazy guy like Donald Trump who is bombing?
Did somebody order a scratched liberal? I'm asking for real, chat. Did somebody order a scratched liberal? Because I believe we've got a scratched liberal on aisle 5.
And killing foreign nationals and bragging about it with no investigation whatsoever, like he did with the Venezuelans. Or would you rather have people like Hassan who cheer on when Americans are getting killed by foreign countries? Like, Jesus Christ. It's just insane. It's just crazy.
don't make.
Wait, Destiny unironically said the "you ain't black" Biden thing the other day.
Oh
yeah, I saw that, Nathan. He was talking about like younger black voters. He said something like he wanted to resurrect all the civil rights figures, assuming that they would, I don't know, look at the world and be like MLK would be like, I can't do I'm not going to do the Michael Brooks, right? Yeah, Michael Brooks would just do the MLK voice, but maybe I shouldn't. There's too much wokeness, right? When I said that I have a dream, it did include all this wokeness, right? This is too woke. And then like somehow he would kick out. What was he saying? Oh my God, I gotta find this. I'm describing a clip that I should be showing you, honestly, because it's fucking wild. Remember the Destiny comment saying he'd eclipse Hassan and viewers by 2025? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Oh my God. Yeah, he would totally call MLK a tanky. I mean, MLK self-identified as a communist, I believe. But yeah, the version of MLK that exists in, like, I don't know, American remembrance is a very, whitewashed and sanitized version of the actual man.
Hardly any of my advocacy against attacking Hassan Piker, because right now he's mobilizing his audience and his resources to defeat MAGA.
He's where? Excuse me? Josiah knows that like MAGA is not like the primary opponent, right? The Democrats are not like MAGA, or I'm not sure if he's aware of that or not. Now, hopefully, Hassan goes out and campaigns like crazy in fucking Michigan and Wisconsin for the general. Hopefully,
if Stevens wins, he won't.
Well, yeah, true. Actually, true.
By supporting people in Democratic primaries, and some of them go on to win their primaries, and then they'll be up against Republicans. Now, other people have different priorities, and they think that Hassan's candidates are so illiberal or so radical or such a drag on the party that they want to hash that out in the primary. That's just not my calculus.
By the way, just so you know, again, I'm not sure who was aware of political president.
All right, here we go, chat. This is the clip I was talking about. Like I said, I can show you better than I can tell you.
Oh my God, dude, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready to become MAGA. I want to become a conservative. I just want to become a conservative.
Now, look, I'm not taking him like 100% literal on that. I know that people can like express like, I don't know. Sarcasm exists. You can express frustrations in a bunch of different ways.
At least they're honest about like their racism and everything. Like, I'll never take any of you wokey motherfuckers again. You know what we need to do? This is what we need to do. We need to invade the fucking South. We need to dig up and revive all the old fucking civil rights leaders, and we just need to give our party to old black people, not young black people. It's in college. They're white, okay? You'll. Yep,
there we go. That's the you're not even black. Jack Biden take. Destiny was a Biden dead ender for a while, wasn't he? Wasn't he one of the people that were like, no, we got Biden. He's doing fine. That was a great debate. He totally kicked Trump's ass in that debate.
You'll understand that if you don't already, okay? The old guard black civil rights leaders, we need to bring them back, and they need to be in charge of everything, because
oh my God, you can't
this
even.
Shit is crazy. Oh my God, dude, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready to become MAGA. I want to become a conservative. I just want to become a conservative. At least they're honest about like their racism and everything. Like, I'll never.
Why can't I see? Oh, it's because I'm in the
You know what we need to do? This is what we need to do. We need to invade the fucking South. We need to dig up and revive all the old fucking civil rights leaders, and we just need to give our party to old black people, not young black people. It's in college. They're white, okay? You'll understand that if you don't already, okay? The old guard black civil rights leaders, we need to bring them.
At some point, there's a weird way that centrists, and it's not just Destiny, it's the centrists in general, have of talking about black people, right? And it's the way that a fucking evil comic book villain talks about their minions, right? Like, I don't know. The assumption also that like older black voters are in line with the nothing good things are not possible agenda. It also seems insulting. At some point, they're saying all this shit as if black people are not going to be able to perceive the insult, and at some point this will blow up in their face, right? The way that they look at black people as a means to an end of stopping progressive priorities that everybody needs, that things that impact our material conditions in a positive way, and they're just like, well, I mean, like, who are they going to call after Clyburn, right? At this point, isn't there like a meme where they're like, give Clyburn a call, right? Have him take care of it. It's I don't know. It's somehow insulting, and I think at some point this is gonna bite them in the ass. Anyway, back to wait, is it this one? Yeah, the white. I only know this by white shirt.
Primary is where
we got white shirt Destiny for our main content. We got purple shirt Destiny. Potentially, this is him freaking out about the Abdul El-Sayed thing. I should give the bonus content a look, though, should I not? Let's see where we're at. Paige Christie still in first place. Second place, Destiny Watches. That's the purple shirt Destiny. Watches Hassan campaigning for Abdul El-Sayed. That's what's on screen right now. 22% for the MR election party getting crossfaded. But chat, I gotta let you know, we got 30% bonus from somebody donating subs. Yes. Meaning that is now in the lead. James Carville in last place at 19%. So that's where we're at right now. 68 votes. Wait, is that right, chat? Did I just not... Do I need to, like, reload this thing? Let me try reloading it. It was, like, 68 votes when I last checked. Oh, 109 votes. Okay, but still... What, Paige Christie in first place, Destiny Watches Hassan. This video of Destiny watching Hassan campaign with AES and others freaks out to it. In second place, we got the MR election party gets a little crossfaded in third place. And yes, still ahead overall. Here, let me put this on the board. I'm going to save 45 minutes for bonus content. Right now, it looks like what is ahead is it 22 points? Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, make sure to like the stream. It helps me out a lot, and I really appreciate it. It brings new people in. It's amazing. It's the best thing you can do. Yeah, 22%. So right now that is in the lead at 52%. But remember, when you support the stream, whether it's super chat, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on Throne/nocommentchick, throne.com/nocommentchick, or on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even over on twitch.tv/nocommentchick. You can let me know in the chat which of these topics you would like to put your donation behind, and just like I did, can we do bonus? I would like to add my 10 gifted. Yo, look at that! You just like Demaro did. You can add your 10 gifted subs. Wait, that is after. I think somebody else did the same thing. Okay, that's definitely what we're going to. Sorry, Daimaro, I pronounced your name right the first time. Why am I not? But wait, so that's what, 90? Oh my god. Okay, look at this, chat. That's putting up numbers for the MR election party. Wow, that's pretty impressive, I must say. 1, 1, 2. No, there. That's yeah, blowing everything out of the water. But it's not too late to cast your vote. It's also not too late if you've donated or if you Daymoro. Oh, okay. So I think I had the accent on the wrong. Wait, is Day? Okay, so I got it right the second time. He thinks old black voters will be on board with his pro-ethnocracy Zionist tap dancing. There's this agenda that they have of like, go back to brunch, get back to normal. And we already tried that with Biden. It didn't work. It did not work. But yeah, let's get back to the white shirted Destiny, and we'll only do the purple shirted if that gets voted for. We are at 147 right now out of 200. If we get to 200, I'm going to add another hour. That's what will have to happen. We'll have to add another hour, delve a little bit deeper into the degeneracy pit of DGG, and then get to some do even more bonus content at that point.
You hash that out when you don't like the other candidates in your party. That's the only time that you hash it out. That's when you're supposed to hash it out. That's the point of that's what a primary is. But okay.
And so I also, in my evaluation of DSA, I know Hutch wants me to put more stock in the national platform. Fair enough. But my mind instantly goes to Zoran Mamdani and AOC, who are more important than any random bureaucrat in the DSA, and I think are going to play a much more pivotal role in shaping the DSA.
The brunch isn't even cool anymore. Yeah, the champagne is too flat to make mimosas. All right, that's the only thing nice about brunch is drinking those champagne mimosas. It's not even bubbly anymore, chat.
I think that's fair to say. Then the random person on Fox News, I shouldn't say random. She is the chair, but I mean, like, she's name, she's no name. And
she's not a household name. Like, people don't recognize, no one knows who she is.
Right. And let me put it to you like this. I would expect that if DSA were to hold elections, like if this person, if Zoran said, you know what, I want to be mayor and chairman of the DSA, that lady would be gone in 5 fucking minutes. That's my expectation. Right. So elections, like if this person, if Zoran said, you know what, I want to be mayor and chairman of the DSA, that lady would be gone in 5 fucking minutes. That's my expectation, right? So I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, this is the latest spat in this corner of the internet.
I don't understand, because I feel like.
So do you see where Josiah is at? Like, he is aware of the eyes of destiny, that the eyes of destiny are upon him, right? That's why he left Lib'n'Learn. He is a lib. He likes to learn. There's definitely more that he could learn, and yeah, he's he's not somebody I agree with on a lot of stuff, but he's just trying to kind of push the push for like a left victory in the election, right? And that's a normie liberal, right? It's different than liberal plus this weird, like, almost like gang allegiance to some of the most disgusting people on the internet over what? Clout, chat. What causes orbiters to orbit? It's clout. They need clout. They need viewers, right? They perceive themselves as not being able to get there on their own, not being able to create their own communities, and so they're reliant on Destiny's community. And Josiah, since it's the algorithm that's feeding him, chat, he puts out videos that the algorithm likes. They're, just general liberal videos, right? And so he doesn't want this nonsense. He doesn't need this nonsense. He doesn't like Hassan. He doesn't agree with Hassan, but he doesn't really want to spend any amount of time attacking Hassan or, thinking that, I don't know, like, being involved in this DGG, this underhanded kind of cloak and dagger shit that DGG does to try to, maintain relevance and try to intimidate their enemies off the internet. And sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not. With Hassan, given that Destiny said he would be exceed Hassan's viewership in 2025, no, it has gone in the other direction. DGG is DIEing. But it is also DEI for a bunch of mid white dudes, as we see here on Lib'n'Learn. If they could only figure out, right, that there is a better life on the other side of having anything to do with this creep. Josiah's very two-faced, says Cassette is God. In his content, he's just hardcore punching right, which is great. But then on streams and X, he engages in all sorts of. Oh, I haven't seen that. I didn't know he did streams. That's kind of funny. Isn't he friends with the Vanguard? Not that they're not like leftists or anything, but just lefter than him, lefter than Josiah. Josiah seems like he cares like Pisco. Both are classical progressives. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, Pisco, I mean, I'm not a big fan of breaking points these days, but he's made inroads there, and that's a future. Like that's a paying future. That is a career. I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's maybe he is just doing this part-time. Does anybody know? Does he like work full-time as a lawyer and then do streaming on top of that? Or I'm guessing. But anyway, if he wanted to be a an analyst, especially on legal issues, right? Breaking points could just be like a stepping stone for him. Like that, he could, I could see this guy, going on like cable shows and stuff, right? He's got, and the thing that's gonna like really arrest any sort of potential that he does streaming full time. Okay. The thing that would arrest any potential of that is, this connection to all these creeps, right? That at one time you thought you needed to be relevant, but it turns out you're more talented than any of them. You're like the only one with any real like expertise in an important field that makes you a competent analyst. The rest of these guys are just drama hungry weirdos, right? Pisco is full-time content. Okay, I was just curious. So yeah, I mean, he could go places. I feel like this, because the whole thing is like Destiny, you're not, I don't think he's ever going to get anywhere with like DGG people. I think Destiny's put like the kiss of death on this guy, right? And that's why his numbers after going up when he showed a little bit of spine have kind of gone back down, or at least that's what it seems like to me. And there was some way, and again, I don't know how you do it while still maintaining, a podcast with Hutch, right? I think of all these guys, the one that has not really stepped away in some way or from Destiny is maybe IR. Would you say IRI too? I haven't really paid attention to IRI. Like he gets the same numbers that I saw him get when I came on this platform. It seems like his, he streams pretty steadily, but he's not really growing or anything. I feel like, Pisco for sure. I don't know. I mean, Soypill, obviously, he's got his YouTube channel, and I think that's doing well for him. So of all the people, only really Hutch and IRI need Destiny. But again, Soypill, I think the reason he's on Lib'n'Learn is that he was a fairly successful like lefty video essayist or YouTuber at the very least, right? And he, I think, started doing, streaming stuff. I think he started doing Lib'n'Learn to kind of get himself into streaming stuff, to increase, I guess, like the exposure of his channel. I don't know. It could be monetization as well. I'm not sure. IRA in part blamed Kamala's loss on pro-trans leftists. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Hutch could go back to doing prop hunt gaming videos. Wait, what are prop hunt gaming? Wait, I thought he was, what do you call it? Call of Duty guy?
For the most part, when I see the more public, visible DSA people that are out there doing advocacy, they present themselves with hostile framing. Their whole pitch is, we want to completely like destroy the Democratic Party and replace it, and they take an inherently adversarial position. And so
but Hutch, I don't understand. The Democratic Party isn't worth saving.
I'm almost finished.
Jesus.
And so when you say like, I don't understand why people are throwing such a fit about the DSA when they're over here just just trying to give people health care, but that's not how they're presenting themselves. They're
okay, I didn't say that.
Well, I'm taking liberties a little bit, but like that's
the Democratic Party isn't worth saving.
It's like, you disagree with giving people health care, but that's not the issue that I have with DSA.
The truth of the matter is this Democratic Party is not worth saving, and it's not savable. All right. I mean, the Democratic Party that survives is one that gets taken over by more competent leadership. If it wants to stay neoliberal, and that's, I don't know, or more likely one that gets taken over by people that are not Republican junior, diet Republican.
The issue that I have with DSA is that they're foundationally like an authoritarian, like leftist group. and I'm a liberal who likes like liberal things. And
The fuck is up with Factorio? You go around and you laser like giant, like rhinoceros centipedes? Is that what is this game? Oh, Gary's mod. Okay, I'm aware of that. He collabed with CNanners. Wow, I didn't know that. That's actually I think, did CNanners do Minecraft? See, I kind of know that. Yeah, just 1 calorie, not Republican enough.
so, I also have concerns about like, do you have any concerns about, El-Sayed and Hong like relatively underperforming to the current climate right now? I mean, does it concern you at all?
I guess like to that, there's the thing I like to think about with that is Alyssa Slotkin won by what?
Gary's mod looks like fun though. Like I get the feeling that there's a lot to learn about it. That it's like it's a very like peculiar game, if that's even what you want to call it. It's more like a sandbox, but
what was it 0.1%? Was it 10,000 votes? How many votes?
Yeah,
was
she overperformed Kamala in a year where
she underperformed.
But the shit that people do where they make like they take a couch and a jet engine and turn it into like a spaceship and go explore space. I mean,
in raw votes, it's just that that most people that voted for Trump didn't vote.
Oh wait, it's a new thing. It's like the new people are going back to Gary's mod and playing prop hunt. Oh no, sorry. Prop hunt is kind of like Mecha Chameleon being the newer version of what prop hunt was. I think I understand now.
From Mike Rogers, or not?
Alyssa Slotkin is undefeated in competitive races. Like, you understand, she has insane value for the Democratic Party, right?
Well, yeah, because she'll assassinate her competition, right? She was CIA.
Can we not aspire for more than?
She's gonna go and like erase people's memories and shit. She's got all the CIA technology.
0.1%.
Give people Havana syndrome.
Like, that's what I mean.
So wait, when they left of Snark says, when they started Lib'n'Learn, Hutch hadn't been embarrassed by thinking he could engage intelligently with leftists, so he hadn't run into the arms of sex. Oh wait, had he not? Because like, I mean, he was connected to Dylan, and I know Dylan at the time of the Hippy Dippy was heavily connected and somewhat reliant on Sex Pestiny.
Yeah, why don't you go win some elections in competitive places?
I
guess they're trying to now with Francesca and
El-Sayed.
But DSA
yeah, be careful what you wish for, Destiny.
Not running someone different. We can
I'm gonna grab some more food. I'm gonna lock in here, chat. Look, we're at 147 out of 200. If we get to 200 before we, get down to like 40 minutes, I think 40 minutes of the MR election watch party sounds good. I'll continue this because there is more of this. And if not, I'll just start on the bonus content with the MR election party. If we get to 200 after that, I'll throw in, I guess I'll throw in some more Destiny along with the second item, which would be Paige Christie on Ethan Klein. So interesting bonus content tonight. I want to make sure we have time for it because we did hit 100 and we're actually within striking distance of 200. You want to know? Am I the first one to break it to you, Live Mice? I'm old and fell asleep, says Live Mice. How did Abdul and the gang do? Abdul, we can declare, is a winner. A lot of the other races are still incoming. Cori Bush did not get her her nomination back, unfortunately. But yeah, we can say with a pretty strong degree of confidence that Abdul, I think all the outlets are at least projecting him as winner, if not straight up calling the election. So there you go. Abdul, it's looking good. Back in my day, IRL prop hunt was hide and seek. Wait, what?
Are not different. Okay, but DSA are not running in competitive races though.
Now they
They're
are.
They're only targeting deep blue.
But he believes he's definitely
Well,
more
that's true, I guess,
progressive.
And he's
than Alyssa
underperforming.
Slotkin.
I have never seen a single poll that wasn't an internal from him that had him beating.
You see, like, the thing that he just did there, too, right? Because people argue with me, and it is technically true that El-Sayed is not DSA, and then people get mad at me when I say, well, I mean, these people are all aligned. But, like, you see what he's doing there, right? This guy is trying to claim him, right? These people do see themselves as aligned. I do think that they have... I think the strategy of who identifies as DSA and who is Just
yes, Live Mize, we do take those. We do take those W's. Yes.
like like a populist candidate, or I do think there's strategy with how these people coordinate and figure their stuff out. But
it's retarded that. Never mind. Fuck it. It's
no. Say it, Moot. Get it out.
No, okay. It is what it is.
Really.
They're just stealing our party, but they sometimes won't run as our party. Sometimes they're DSA members who are running for Dem. Sometimes they're Democrat who just court the DSA, but like technically aren't DSA members.
Yeah. It's electoral. It's strategy. I mean,
it's strategy.
Yeah.
They're smart.
Cheers. So Keith, that's because Hutch. But when you're in a competitive primary, it tends to sink both candidates. And so he hasn't had positive ads out there yet, and there hasn't been like couldn't you say that about
any like moderate Democrat who also ran in competitive primaries though? Like,
no. But I'm saying it's not fair to compare his polling right now versus when he becomes a nominee.
Okay, I'm gonna
This is a retarded point.
Sure, yeah. I'm gonna restart my YouTube stream, guys. I don't know if that's gonna help or not, but maybe it'll. Oh, 1 second.
Play donos while you do it. They should all come to Kick. Yo, shout out to the
Steven,
Kick chat.
Please bring Lauren Southern back. I miss playing Arc Raiders, and chat deserves the Arc rating content.
True.
Does anyone else have the memory of getting a physical as a kid, but no one told you what a physical was? So you just have a memory of a grown man groping your genitals?
Jesus.
No, I don't.
I got you banned from the event, haha, because I'm scared of you.
Why? Cause you can't debate me, bro.
You know what, Destiny? You're right, bro. Kaya, stop moving.
They love that one.
Commie concern for progressive reform under parliamentary democracy is little more than a temporary expedient designed to enlist as many allies as possible against the day when the class struggle attains its climax in revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The commies of the world are the self-appointed midwives of this violent historical birth. Communists must be taken out of the political back alleys and walk them up Main Street in the full light of informed opinion.
Okay.
Have you seen this new Dan Saltman Dogwarts conspiracy video?
Yeah.
That's the one. Jamie pulled that shit up.
Oh yeah, baby. You know what I like? We're gonna make so much money.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm not
because
sure.
when he becomes a nominee, it becomes. No, I'm just saying that. I understand, but that's like there's going to be tens of hundreds of millions of dollars of positive and negative spent on Abdul and against Mike Rogers, and so until that like it's just not. That's what I mean. And like Mike Rogers has been raised to be running unopposed, so he's probably at a ceiling, Mike Rogers. Whereas Abdul probably has actually more room to grow because he hasn't had
quite the analysis. Okay.
Positive advertising.
Keith, your expectation, just so I understand it correctly, your expectation is after the primary is concluded, assuming that as the polls indicate that Saeed wins tomorrow.
Wait, what did just happen? I'm sorry, I'm seeing chat right now. Did you rewind this? What did just happen? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to switch over to bonus content pretty soon here.
And negative spent on Abdul and against Mike Rogers, and so until that like it's just not. That's what I mean. And like Mike Rogers has been raised to be running unopposed, so he's probably at a ceiling, Mike Rogers. Whereas Abdul probably has actually more room to grow because he hasn't had
quite the analysis. Okay.
Positive advertising.
Keith, your expectation, just so I understand it correctly, your expectation is after the primary is concluded, assuming that as the polls indicate that Saeed wins tomorrow, you would expect between tomorrow and by the time of the election, Abdul will increase his margin vis-a-vis Rogers in the general election.
That would
doing a lot of work there.
I think it's listen. Michigan's a swing state. I'm from Michigan.
Oh, we didn't know. Thank you.
But I do think that to compare polling right now, when you have a competitive primary, It's
Okay,
not
but
the
if you
full-
Where they played a bunch of subs, I think it was just like an AI Destiny and Hassan arguing. Oh my god, look, they love AI now. I haven't covered this nearly enough. In fact, I probably need to make a tweet about it. But there is a tendency, and it's not just amongst the like Destiny, I don't know, the channels that are re-uploading Destiny's videos and stuff, right? It's which I think where it started, but you depict Hassan as like a balding guy, right? A guy with a little strip of hair trying to hold on kind of in the center and just like a double horseshoe pattern, right? It's like they want to get the widow's peak and the I don't know. They got Hassan looking like a Japanese salary man. You know what I'm saying? They got him looking like a I don't know, like he's like a really hard living 47-year-old kind of and it's just cope. It's just cope, right? It's the craziest. They love it too, because like I've run into a Twitter user that uses that as a PFP. Yeah, it's like that's how down bad they are about Hassan's success, right? Whether it be like the candidates that he's supporting getting elected, or him being involved in mainstream play. This is where they wanted Destiny's career to go, right? It's a crazy thing to say, like, hey, this other streamer that like doesn't talk about me at all, because I think this was before Hassan started responding to Destiny, that Destiny was saying this shit about, I'm gonna be a bigger streamer than Hassan and in 2025, just you watch. But yeah, you've got to cope somehow. You've got to like lie to yourself. You're like, no, he's not famous. He's just a lol cow, and he's bald, and he's old. He aged faster. He used to be young. He used to be younger than Destiny. Now he's somehow older than Destiny. And our edgy boy Messiah is Peter Pan. He will live forever. Yeah, turn his ass into Vegeta. Yeah, it's a Vegeta hairline. Not that there's, they should, if he's gonna get a Vegeta hairline. Wait, what is that shirt that? There's that one weird, the Vegeta with a mustache, right? I think would be the Hassan. Has anybody ever seen that? And he's got like a weird. I'm trying to remember. His his jacket says something weird. He's like driving a car. Is this from Dragon Ball GT? Am I thinking of Vegeta from Dragon Ball GT? It's like a pink shirt or overshirt or something.
If you just take the Syed race out entirely and just like disregard it, we just empirically know that more progressive candidates, more left-wing candidates, do worse in competitive races than more moderate candidates.
Because
that's not up for debate.
Maybe that's true. I actually don't know. When has the progressive won and we're talking and done a statewide race? Like, has that happened?
They can't even get out of the primaries, man. How can you know they'd lose to the generals? Like, this is the equivalent of like they didn't even look at the Trump case evidence. The judges dismissed him without standing. It's like you couldn't even.
It's not.
I think you have a real court.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you?
No. I can link you to
Vegeta.
Wait, hold on. I can link you to an article from our boy Laksha
Jane. He's gonna he'll reference Laksha Jane.
There was a
split ticket.
Yeah, there was a split ticket analysis. They did a meta study over the last like 4 cycles. And blue dog Democrats performed the best. Moderate Democrats were in the middle of the pack, and progressives did worse in competitive races.
Run in swing states statewide, do they?
Do you think it might?
They generally,
I can't pause it.
Especially DSA, they don't even target competitive races. They only target.
Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that you would be running a blue dog Democrat, basically a Republican that decides to put D next to their name? That the states that you would be running those in are going to be like the thing is, the only reason a conservative Democrat would hang around is because they were able to win a race that usually goes to the Republicans. That's what happens. Joe Manchin, and he hangs out there forever. So included in this data set, I'm sure, is like multiple
deep blue seats.
But that's what I mean, is there's actually not a lot of data to point from because it doesn't really happen.
Well, why do you think they don't do that?
It's like sometimes people wheel out like such a fucking crazy argument. You actually don't even know how to counter it. You're like, wait, what? Like, it's like who do you take, like Kobe or Destiny? And it's like,
I'm sorry, that's every night on Lib'n'Learn. That's every night, right? And even more so on Whick. Like, Whick is literally bringing political newbies on, like people that have not had a political thought in their life. And then Whick says, hey, you can come on and be a Destiny orbiter along with me. All you have to say is that the DSA sucks, Destiny's awesome, and Hassan chalked his dog. And you got owlishness, you know, coming up there was just like, I mean, it was embarrassing, Chad. Like, it feels like I'm, you know, it feels like I am reviewing somebody's kid, brother or sister's you know, first debate or something like that. It's just like, I don't feel good about this, right?
Like, remember, Destiny's never even been out on the court before. Like, you really don't know how he would perform. He's never had a shot at the NBA. Like, maybe Destiny would actually be really good. You know, it's like,
why do you think they don't run in competitive races? Why do you think Hong is distancing herself from DSA?
Sure.
Why do you think El-Sayed is not?
It's a little bit different getting, you know, getting donor money behind you, getting the kind of organization, you know, making inroads with the National Party versus literally playing basketball, right? He's reduced down like a whole bunch of factors into who, you know, gets chosen even to run, to like a aptitude, like the you know, like basketball. How good are you at hooping? Like, do you get the rebound? Do you hit threes?
You know, declaring himself to be a member of DSA.
Progressives quite often run. They don't have. They quite often haven't been able to win the primary. It's new. It's a new thing where progressives have a completely different media ecosystem where they can get their messaging out and they can galvanize voters. And so that's why they're becoming more competitive, because they actually don't have to rely on mainstream media to get their voters aware of their existence. So I think there actually haven't been a lot of progressives.
To follow up on Hutch's question. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead.
You said something interesting. If I heard you correctly, you said the Democratic Party's not worth saving. Did you say
I heard that too?
Oh yeah. Oh hey. Oh we did. Oh.
I did, yeah. I think we need to fundamentally remake the Democratic Party's leaders.
Abolish the Democratic Party. There we go. Look, Keith may have had a little bit of say and say by day before going on the Live and Learn program that night. He's not making bad points. He's just having trouble, you know, kind of defending them in real time, or, you know, it does actually seem like he's either tired or something, right? Speaking of people who indulge in the THC and say by day, chat, I believe I owe you some bonus content. Now, look. Some of you out there are like, no, don't go away with the Destiny. Look, anytime we get over 100 on the goal, right? I gotta watch some bonus content with you. If we get to 200, though, I'll come back to the Destiny thing. So, as well as doing the Paige Christie as well. But right now, it looks like, yeah, election party at MR. Somebody just asked, is this where their election party is? Yes, because we're gonna watch Majority Report. Maybe celebrating a little too early, although it is looking good. Let's see. I want to watch the part where they get nice and toasted. So maybe the last we got like 40 minutes left. Let's watch the last 40. Put it at the last 40 minutes of the Majority Report. Look at Sam. All right, so anyway, this is what you chose, chat, through a combination of votes and donos. Remember that, yeah, I am delayed tonight, Emily French. Sorry about that. I kind of fucked up in the beginning of the stream, and it's been a real fucker. But yeah, we got MR locked and loaded, ready to go. See what we're just getting a little taste of like what the party was like over there. Now, remember, they're not, you know, they're in a place where they kind of expected maybe to be calling at least the Syed race. Obviously, they didn't get to do that. I mean, like, it sounds like from what people are saying in chat, they're still some controversy amongst the media outlets as far as who's projecting. What is it? People are saying only MSNBC, or sorry, only NBC is projecting. Mini Doctor is updating me here. 21,000 vote lead right now, but at this point they didn't know all that, right? But you know how the majority report is, right? They're a big outlet. They like to have fun. This is their I don't know. This is their Super Bowl. I mean, this is their a primary election, kind of like Loki is their Super Bowl, but this is their big event, right? So they like to celebrate. They like to have fun. They get a little silly. We get we break out the gummies. We break out the wine. Let's take a look.
11th hour of this race. I'm not shocked that she did not vote for Abdul El-Sayed, or at least that's what she seems to indicate.
Oh, McMorrow.
Who you voted for today?
I voted for. She did not. Kleins.
He's making a point about superstition.
Oh God, beef jerky. What is he talking about?
There's no apples to apples measure here. It's very difficult. They're extrapolating with the Whitmer race, but the problem is that the Whitmer race had other opponents that had different strengths. It doesn't break down along the El-Sayed Stevens sort of lines. Sayed is up right now by essentially 3 points.
That is not where we want to be.
I think that's exactly where we should be. Everything's going to work out well. Like I said, I had beef jerky today. I think that's a good sign.
Okay, I don't know why that means anything, but
He's making a point about superstition.
yeah, so
Sam, what you just said didn't make any sense. Can you try to make sense here and knock on some wood?
It doesn't make it.
Yeah, I got a rabbit's foot for you.
Yeah, right.
Hop around 3 times and counterclockwise on your left foot. We should be all right.
See,
we should be back to where we want to be.
That's someone who's talking sense.
Let's hear what Mallory McMurrow has to say.
Okay,
shall
yeah.
we?
Mallory, what's up, girl? Welcome back to the spotlight.
People are saying they recognize what is that? Yeah, it turns out he was likely right. That's what it looks like right now. Again, knock on wood. We're still knocking on wood. I know that face says Live Mice. Sam high on something. I would suspect so. I would suspect as much. Speaking of high on something, this yeah, that's not how the display should look. We can fix that though. Makes it look like I'm high on something. Maybe even my own supply, but no, we've got, yeah, we got an extra window on there. Let's see if we can switch to the right one. I think it's right here. Put that up and then take this down. And yes, that is what normal YouTube should look like.
She voted for herself, right?
I would imagine, yeah. She declines to say who she voted for. Given the level of Islamophobia she engaged in the 11th hour of this race, I'm not shocked that she did not vote for Abdul El-Sayed, or at least that's what she seems to indicate.
Telling us who you voted for today?
I voted for great Democrats all up and down the ballot, and I made a commitment that whoever wins the Senate race tonight, I will be endorsing. As soon as that race is called, I will be headed to their...
Wait, Omega Star says, I think you're high on Potenuse? Wait, what is Potenuse?
Election night.
Potenuse?
Party to show we all come together after what
Good, she's going to a party.
So that we can be a team as we head to November.
She went to...
I ask is because if you voted for, say, Haley Stevens...
Wait, chat, one of the reasons that hypotenuse... Oh my god, okay. It's been a while since geometry, but high on hypotenuse, yeah. And the ASS theorem, angle side, or ass as I like to call it. We refer to it colloquially as ass. I was told that Mallory McMurrow did show up at Abdul El-Sayed's party and endorsed him. It's not my joke? Wait, whose joke is it? Okay. It's a new one on me. Oh, high on pot news. Like I'm high on the... Oh, it's from Key and Peele. Okay. But yeah, Mallory McMurrow looking a little stoned herself. I was told she showed up at the victory part, well, the party for Abdul El-Sayed. I don't think they're celebrating yet because again, only people are saying only NBC has called it so far, or NBC has projected him to be the winner. My internet cut as soon as Abdul was giving a speech for like an hour. Oh my god.
Stevens, and she is not the nominee tonight, and then you do go and endorse Abdul El-Sayed, you know, it might resonate more with her voters or others in terms of your point about Democrats in Michigan uniting.
Yeah, I made it explicitly clear. I trust the voters to decide. You know, I ran hoping that I would bring a lot to the table as an option for Michiganders. Unfortunately, there was no path.
I brought nothing to the table.
To take a step back, but look, public polling showed that my supporters split just about evenly.
Emma Vigland undermined my campaign,
So I'm gonna
and
let the
that's
voters
why I'm
decide.
here
I'm
right
gonna
now.
Trust the voters, and I will be there giving everything I got to make sure that we win.
Pause it for a second. You know, here's the thing. Like, this is indicative also of like just the general failure of these candidates to understand like what era we're in. When you are on the ballot and you are asked, who did you vote for? And you don't want to say that you voted for Sayed, or you don't want to say that you voted for Stevens. Here's what you say. I voted for me. I voted for me. Of course I did. Who out there would be on the ballot and wouldn't vote for themselves? I wanted at least one vote. That's what you say.
Right.
So you come across as a human being. Yeah. Like, no, I didn't vote for myself. I put all this effort in and I didn't vote for myself. Are you serious? Just say you voted for yourself to get out of the whole question instead of looking like a douchebag.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, it's
okay. So, chat. If I ever run, you know, for any elected office, a few years here when I come back to the U.S., I want this guy as my campaign consultant, right? Because I wouldn't have thought of that. I wouldn't have thought to be like, no, I voted for myself. Actually, I would not have thought. This is like a Sam is like a stoned genius here on those. There's a weird thing that happens, chat. Maybe you've observed it, right? When boomers or, you know, people Sam's age, not quite a boomer, when they like go to Amsterdam and they eat space cake and they take way too much. And like on one hand, they don't know what to do with themselves. They're you know, maybe a problem for the cafe that they're hanging out with. They're kind of acting weird and stuff. But on the other hand, you give them something like a problem to solve, and they'll just solve it. It's a strange thing. Yeah, because you'd think that, like, you know, given that I don't know what his tolerance is like. Maybe he used to smoke as a you know, in his 20s or 30s or whatever. But for boomers like my dad that did not smoke when it would have been cool to do so, I always worry about him trying, you know, some of the stronger, especially edible kind of stuff. And like, I voted for Irene. Yes. Yeah, there we go.
Right.
I need to remember that.
There for you. I'm sorry, Caitlin. You know what? People are going to think this is selfish, and
yeah, like 5% of stoners are actually cooking. I know what you're talking about, Demaro. Now I'm like, wait, am I mispronouncing it? Demaro. Yes, I can say things correctly.
Look, it's just
maybe
I'm probably not going to run for Senate again. This is the one time I voted for myself.
Yeah,
because I think both these candidates, whichever one is picked by the Michigan voters, I'm going to support. And so I figured one person should vote for Mallory McMurrow. That would be me.
That would be her most authentic answer of the entire cycle, and that's not what you're going to get from her.
It's just like
that was her problem.
It's like a disease.
What she did in the final hour, like as I said, the 11th hour of this election, where she attacked Abdul El-Sayed and brought in Hassan Piker and seemed to kind of try to tie them both to the attack on the synagogue, this attempted attack, this terrorist attack. It was so racist when it was clear that she had no path, that was about preserving a certain donor network. And I think that answered everything about her candidacy. And we're candidates like this.
Yeah, like stoners are either like a hot mess, and I know this from personal experience too, or they're like locked in a spooky way, especially if it's like not somebody that's like smoking, commonly, right? It's like that excessive like dose. Sometimes people get such an excessive dose, I think, especially with like the edible stuff, that they don't even know that they're high. And that's when they're able to do some pretty amazing things while complaining about, like this space muffin was complete bullshit, right? I don't know. I don't know if they're selling, they get the regular muffins mixed up with the space muffins. Herb Shazam says, I'm a hardcore stoner, been choking almost daily for like 30 years. Only time I've been too high. Yeah, edibles will just take you way past like where you mean to go without you even realizing, that you're a little different. You're a little different than normal.
Actually end up falling.
Okay, so New York Times, we just got this from Snowhawk in YouTube chat, has changed its projection from likely to win to very likely to win. So we're starting to get there. Omega Star, I am not a fan of this new super weed. I don't mean to sound like a boomer here, but if like whenever I go to a place, I look for the low shelf stuff, because honestly, it's all I need. It's strong enough. The lowest thing they have, the weakest thing they have, it's plenty for me. Okay, I don't need any more. And I'm always trying to hit that like kind of like that Goldilocks zone where you're still able to work and focus, and you're not gonna like lose the rest of the day, but you're a little bit you're feeling it, you're enjoying it. It's working its magic. It's a very difficult that Goldilocks zone is difficult to maintain. Low dose edibles is a great way to go. Very different experience. Well, I think they sell that out here because they have this rule about they don't want concentrates, right? So how in the United States there's like that earwax stuff that people put on a nail and do something with. They don't have that. They don't have anything that's concentrated. They don't have it. They definitely don't have those cartridges those cartridges are like fucking killer. The first time I ever tried one of those, chat, I was supposed to drive back across town, and I had to just sit down. I had to be late going back because I just like I could not handle it. So yeah, I'm always looking for the lowest possible dose. But yeah, if you get edibles here, I've heard they're very mild. So which makes me think they're maybe not worth buying, right? Not worth trying. Even the low shelf is like 20%. I know, right? Different people have different sensitivities on their cannabinoid receptors. True. But yeah, and I feel I don't know. There's something about the like lower shelf stuff that it almost feels like the high is better, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, I don't know, terpenoids and all that, CBD, CBG, all that stuff that probably impacts it as well. But I would guess that there's like there's some kind of good stuff that just like grows naturally and like not, super genetic hybrid stuff, and that you get more of it if you don't smoke the super concentrated, maybe. But I would just be guessing. I'm not an expert like these two.
In this fight against fascism right now.
Gross. Is there more to it or no?
That's it. We're at
Live Mai is jellyfishing up. Thank you for the subscription, and that gets us up to 53. Look, I mean, I 27 minutes left. We could possibly add another hour. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to add this up. There we go. I really do need to take a day and just clean my OBS out, like all of the sources I no longer use, get them out of the way. We're at 153 out of 200. If we get to 200 by the time this 27 minutes expires, I'm going to be adding another hour to the ticker. And we'll do a little bit more Destiny too, because I shortchanged that one a little bit. I ran out of time. I was worried that was going to happen, but I didn't know. It didn't feel right, chat. It didn't feel right to go away from the election, right? And once I got locked into that Kornacki, I was just like, no, I was locked. I was like, what is he going to say next? What is coming? What is Wayne County? Wayne County, what's going on with Wayne County?
34% of votes in. Abdul El-Sayed is a, has a 3-point lead. Again, though, Wayne County still lags behind, but at least we're at a more respectable 22% of the votes in, so we have a sense of what the damage is, and that was going to be always a beneficial...
The early vote for Detroit was always going to be for Stevens.
Exactly, and that's where we got from like 4% to 22%. There was just the dump, but as I have the Times page opened right now, Abdul just added to his lead. He's now back to
Mega Star with the 100 bits. Give me Kornacki or give me death.
50. So
it would be funny if they woke Kornacki back up. Like he just like lives in the studio. He there's some cubby. He's just got like a pillow and a like a blanket, and he's just sleeping under a desk somewhere. They go and wake him up. They're like, Kornacki, we got big dumps from Wayne County. Kornacki, we got to call this thing. Get back out there. I don't know. Something about Kornacki just seemed pathetic, but what's not pathetic is that we're at 154 out of 200, and sort of challenging Destiny here for whether we're gonna watch his shame some more or call it an early night. Yeah, massive dumps, the biggest.
She needs to be able to make up the margins at a rapid pace.
Ramona Frankenstein, as a mid-white millennial woman, I want to personally thank Emma for shanking Mallory McMurrow in that interview. Thank you, sis.
Well, I would say it was Matt Bernstein, like 90% of it, and he brought me in to, do some other work in that.
Yeah, Matt had the shank, actually, if you were paying attention. Matt was doing the shanking. Emma came behind with the blackjack, though, so.
It wasn't even our full intention there, but... it was after she canceled on Matt. The lore of this is just now that it's all out in the open here. Matt always was going to bring me on. Matt Bernstein was always going to bring me on with Mallory McMurrow before she canceled. And when her team emailed and asked for topics, and all he said was foreign policy and healthcare. Those were basically him and I just saying, like, that's basically what we want to cover in this interview. And that's when he responded with those two extremely general topics that she dropped out of the interview altogether. He called her out publicly. They emailed back like, hey, we want to do it. And then we just ended up asking what we were initially going to ask. But that is, I think, maybe what colored that interview being a little bit more contentious was her attempt to skirt really, really basic questions from the outset of the interview. But
she tried to jerk them around. She fucked around and she found out. Is what it sounds like. Doing a little research, and I know that Cori Bush, unfortunately, Cori Bush, that race was called early on, and sad way to begin it, because she got fucked over in the first place. I think a couple of years ago. I was hoping she would get back in that seat, and the mood in the country would just carry her to a victory over, obviously, the opponent of Cori Bush is going to be backed by AIPAC, because they want her gone.
Wanting his platform, and, I don't know, making some assumptions about him because he's a beautiful gay man that loves makeup and stuff like that probably were, in my view, a little bit stereotypical, and didn't actually reckon with some of his politics in any real way. So that was her issue to bear.
Well, I'm sorry, but anybody who thinks that a gay guy that's not super masculine is going to be like a pushover, that's somebody who doesn't know gay guys. I'm calling it, chat. I don't think that Mallory McMorrow has any gay friends, which is kind of crazy. She looks like she would have gay friends, but apparently not.
Well, she did.
Because she's definitely operating by some really strange stereotypes there.
Didn't bear it terribly well.
No.
We have Axelrod responding to Van.
Oh God, Axelrod.
Retort. I don't know if this is what people are talking about, but here's another.
Maybe it is.
Van
Yeah.
Jones thing.
The fact that our ally Israel is fighting against these terrorists in the Middle East.
Let me just say a word about that, because we've talked about this before, and I speak as you know, as the son of a Jewish refugee, so issues of anti-Semitism are very personal to me. I think
so. Shut up, Scott.
What you see in Michigan is a interest group spending $30 million. She's got $64 million in television spending, and they're responsible for at least half of that. And one of the issues, as Kristen mentioned, that people are grappling with is the power of money in our politics, the influence that interest groups have, and I think it's a legitimate question. Should essentially an agent of any foreign government, whether it's Israel or any other, be able to spend, is it healthy for them to spend $30 million in a race like this to influence the outcome of that race? I think that's a legitimate issue.
Quickly, Van. Look, well, I mean, I get your point. I
got to wait. I've got a lot of. There's people who are sending me checks. Can we
wait? Was that Van Jones weighing in? Yeah, that old guy was kind of cooking. That's David Axelrod, chat. That's somebody that all the Podjohns, or most of the Podjohns, worked for in the Obama administration.
Quiet down.
Wait, what did you say?
He's wearing the Stop Anti-Semitism pin.
Listen, Axelrod, you're clearly anti-Semitic, except for all the Jewish stuff you said before.
That's a legitimate issue.
Quickly, Van. Look, well, I mean, I get your point. I don't think that they're an agent of a foreign power. I think they're American Jews, as you said.
Their mission is to support the policies of the Israeli government.
You know what? Pause it for a second. This occurred to me recently.
Chat, this is like Obama on Obama violence here. These are both people that were in the Obama administration. Now, Van Jones got kicked out early. I can't remember over what, but it was something about him being like perceived as like a black radical, right? It was something along those lines. And I think Hassan said something about like there's old videos of Van Jones espousing is it MLM kind of views, Marxist-Leninist Maoist sort of ideology, and he went from there to being one of the most conservative voices. I mean, maybe even more conservative than Rahm Emanuel at this point. That's kind of crazy, chat.
I think we have a problem with saying the word AIPAC. I know some people can't
pronounce it. Famously,
can't pronounce it. But I think it's actually more helpful, instead of saying AIPAC, saying the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Because the word Jew is not in there.
It's not AJPAC.
It's not JewPAC.
AJPAC.
It is the American Israel Public Affairs. And understand, American there is an adjective. It is a pack dedicated to helping Israel, as opposed to the France Israel Public Affairs Committee or the Belgium Israel Affairs Committee. This happens to be the American version of the Israel Public Affairs Committee. This is an advocacy for a foreign country, period, end, stop. Whether or not the majority of the supporters of it or the vast majority of are Jewish is irrelevant. Kufi is a much bigger organization.
if say Saudi, I mean, by the way, this is a bad example maybe because Saudi lobbying does actually do a lot, but it doesn't get the same, they don't spend the exact same amount, and it doesn't get the same amount of attention. Can you imagine if there was like some Saudi domestic PAC that was donated to by a bunch of Saudi expats, and you had people on cable saying, these are Muslim Americans donating to this organization? You would never hear that. You would never hear that.
This is an Israel PAC. It's just the American division of the Israel PAC. But go ahead.
It's Israel lobby. Yep.
They're American Jews, as you said.
Their mission is to support the policies of the Israeli government.
Well, I think their issue is to protect Israel, but you have to have
no. But Van, read what they're.
I'm happy to be corrected by you, but I also like to make my own point, which is that.
Getting a little touchy there, being lectured by somebody who's actually Jewish, I guess, which I just learned about Axelrod, and somebody who represents the Israel lobby.
I mean, he's protecting his sinecure. But that's it. I mean, it's just
what is
so like.
But this is cable.
Violently obvious. It's grotesque.
But what's the...
Imagine the American-Russian Public Affairs Committee. People would imagine the American-Mexican Public Affairs Committee, right? Right-wingers would lose their shit. Especially if they, espouse something like a pathway to citizenship. They would absolutely lose their shit.
Point of news analysis when all it is for these consultants and whoever's on there
a bunch of hacks
to advertise their own viability for some multi-million-dollar contract.
100%. I saw Dave Weigel, and it wasn't he was just being descriptive, but about the rise of sort of creators and streamers on the...
I gotta say, chat, this Van Jones thing's bothers me. I mean, I hear people saying in chat he got bought off, he got paid off, Amazon owns him now. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but there's gotta be some way that we can address this, right? I think that you shouldn't be able to go on television if you're taking money from, especially a political lobby, without having, you should have a fucking, patch. You should have to wear, I mean, I know it's a fucking, cliche, but you should have to wear patches like a NASCAR driver to let us know exactly who put money in your pocket to say the shit that you're saying.
Campaign trail in addition to reporters, and I'll say the television news in particular, print news is better, but television news has dug their own grave in that respect. They have complete charlatans on these programs. I mean, Jennings is just a liar. And James Carville, again, a Palantir, a guy who helped Palantir under cover of night surveil New Orleans, never brought up, kind of relevant. And that's just what TV news is. It's been the case since I was a child that you should not watch that stuff.
But Axelrod, at the very least, achieved something with the Obama campaign and understood that campaign had great success on small dollar contributions. In many ways, the small dollar contribution,
okay, we don't need to glaze Axelrod.
And understanding within the American public was born out of the Obama campaign.
I'm glad he was there to say that.
$27 mainstreamed it and was actually not taking corporate interests or anything like that. But
it was actually the Dean campaign that sort of pioneered the low budget donations.
Okay, well then there you go.
And chat, the Dean campaign was also the first campaign. Oh my God. Oh, I was trying to put. Damn it. The Dean campaign. What was so Howard Dean was a candidate for the Democratic nomination in 2004. And far and away, he stood as the most anti-war candidate at a time when a lot of Democrats were anti-war. However, you could not say the same thing about the Democratic Party, and particularly the elected officials. Abdul, for the win, would restore my hope for mankind. I think you're going to get your wish tonight, Christian Strand. I think you're getting your wish. And that gets us up to 56. We got 13 minutes left to try to rally for another hour. We are 44 points away from that other hour. So it may or may not happen. Yeah, he did the yell. I don't know. I thought the yell was cool. But yeah, Sam. So anyway, Howard Dean. Like he is the only candidate that will actually, you know, even put his. I was going to say put his money where his mouth is, but just like put his mouth in a place of opposing. Not so much, I guess, the war on terror, but at the very least, the Iraq war, at a time when Americans were starting to turn on that, and certainly, oh, you sent a super sticker. Oh my God, thank you for letting me know that happened. I don't know, it doesn't show, or it doesn't make a noise, but there it is, a sticker. So we're at actually 157. But anyway, so they bring so there's a lot of energy behind Howard. I almost said Howard Rourke. That's the guy from Fountainhead, the rapist. Wonderful, rapist architect. Howard Rourke, great Ayn Rand character. All of her characters are great. Chat. Yeah, he lost to Kerry, but there's a specific way in which he did it because he was in the lead. You know, being the only candidate that's actually speaking to the desires of the Democratic voters and of a good portion, if not the majority of the American people at the time, he was a very attractive candidate. But what happened was that he came into Iowa and with his team of mostly young volunteers, and they kind of ran an op to be like, look at these college students coming in here trying to tell us how to vote. And I mean, very similar to Haley Stevens, like, you know, the Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are from the East Coast and they want to tell you how to vote. They want to say that your Michigander accent, I can't do her voice anymore, Chad. I've lost it. Maybe now that she's lost, we hope, knock on wood, that I've lost the ability to do her cringe. No, in no way a real Michigan accent, but whatever. Right. So yeah, it was they used that and they actually did end up losing Iowa. But so what happened was that, you know, Howard Dean had to give a concession speech, right? I don't know if it was Kerry that came in first, but it was definitely not Howard Dean. And so he's trying to fire people up and keep them excited, understanding that just like Bernie, if Iowa does not work out, you know, New Hampshire is a very good bet, and it would have been a very good bet. So he starts going, we're going to New Hampshire, and then we're going to South Carolina, and then we're going to, like, that whole thing that he got into, right? The thing that they did was you couldn't hear the crowd, right? Saying that shit over a cheering crowd has a very different set of optics than, like, I lost the election, but we're going to go and beat him in. Like, it sounds like Cope, right? It sounded like Cope. That was what doomed the Howard Dean campaign. Also, the fact that they were just waiting to fucking snipe them. Like, you know, there's a ton of lobbies that just had their eyes on making sure that Howard Dean was not a choice for America in 2024. But it's kind of the playbook of like, you know, describing the young volunteers as like they're all white and they're, you know, it's like the beginning of the Bernie Bros slander, like of that sort of strategy, of that sort of wedge issue being used. Not this time, not, you know, to convince, like, you know, black voters not to vote for them, but you know, to convince Iowans that they're not like you. They're college kids. They got nose rings. They got their hair is dyed funny. You know, this is like not who you should want to be with, right? Yeah, we're gonna take it back though. Yeah. Bia was like, it should have been a power move. I feel like now it would be a power move.
In fact, all the people who worked on that campaign, on the Dean campaign, both ended up working, or not all, but for Obama, and then many of those people for Bernie.
Yeah, that's true. So my point is just that, like, even if Axelrod and Obama got this too with meeting with Zoran, like, at the very least they have a recognition that they have to respond to what's popular.
Care about politics and not paychecks.
Right. I mean, the positive guys are similar in that way, in my view, as well. Like, so they actually care about winning, except, you know, versus ideological capture.
It is just fascinating to watch how naked the Van Jones is.
Yeah.
It's just, it's gross.
Okay.
I'm happy to see that Hartzell Gray is within striking distance.
It is 900 vote difference. There is 85% of the votes in. I'm trying to do the math here. You've got 19, 20, 38, 47,000.
He's doing his math thing.
97%.
He's doing his math thing.
CNN.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's Jordan Herrera at 30.2% and Hartzell at 28.8.
Oh, it's 95%. Yeah,
Yeah.
that just bumped up. Oh, yeah, I think it's unlikely. If 95% of the votes are in at 64,000 votes, that's weird, though, because there's 49,000 votes for the first three people, Herrera, Gray, and Cass. And it says 64,000 reported. I don't, oh, maybe there's just a ton of candidates. That's what it is.
What, do you think it's a small number?
No. I didn't see that there's 4 other candidates who have.
Wait. Has Emma got a majority report? That's not a Stanley Cup, is it? I heard those things. Wait, like, wasn't there something about Stanley Cups and lead?
Other 15, 16,000 votes.
Or maybe she's just got one of those plastic coffee.
4,000 votes are 95%. Then there's 5,000 votes. Let's see, 10% would be 7. I mean, there's only like 3,000 votes extant. And the idea that
you'd have to do 2 to 1.
That would be very, very, and when you've got 8 candidates, I think it's unlikely he's going to win.
So again, this is earlier for any of you just joining us now. This is earlier in the day, like before actually anybody had called the race for Abdul, and I guess it's only NBC at this point, right? Or has projected him the winner. Anyway, this was way early. We're just watching them because they're a little bit crossfaded. It's kind of fun. Sam is cooking though, right? Like I said, there's something about I called him a boomer earlier. Obviously, he's not a literal baby boomer, but there's something about like older dudes and edibles where either they're like completely like off their shit and inappropriate, or sometimes they're strangely like perceptive and insightful, right? It's a weird thing.
Honestly, Hartzell didn't have like any really major endorsements, I believe.
He has a DSA.
Yeah, but this is another example. That's another example. I mean, look, Cory Bush fell short, but
Nina Turner, Ro Khanna.
Right, but no Bernie, no AOC. That's how I count some of the more major endorsements nationally.
That's
Christian Strand,
astonishingly close.
If Abdul wins, could he be a presidential contender for 2028? Look, if he wins, and a lot of Obama going from being from winning Senate in what was it, 2006 to Obama. What was it, chat? He gives the keynote address at the DNC in 2004. It's where he says there's no, blue America and red America. There's just America. We should all come together, right? Very, very centrist coded speech, right, at the DNC. And then he wins the Senate against. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Oh shit, I can picture this guy's face. I can't remember his name, but yeah, a Republican weirdo. Oh yeah, chat. We're also up to 60, right? So we're 40 points. Like we got 4 minutes left. We are 40 points away from being able to extend this. Watch a little bit more of whatever the fuck Destiny is getting to. That Direful annotated for us, and open up some more bonus content. If we can get 40 points further in the next 4 minutes, it's gonna be tough, but we'll see.
Yes. I mean,
but yeah, Obama goes in 2006. He wins Senate. And yeah, in 2008, he runs for president. And now he's not projected to win, but because he is such a good speaker and because he's able to resonate with voters, right? Offer them something that Hillary Clinton has, basically consigned. She's sold out. Hillary Clinton wanted a very bold healthcare proposal, right? When she was when she was the first lady, right? And people, made this is the first attack on Hillary Clinton wanting universal healthcare, and then because of actually having been against the Iraq War and unlike Hillary or voted against it, right? And because of his he just kind of is the man of the moment, right? Obama's able to kind of catapult. That's not normal, though. Understand, right? But Abdul also not a normal candidate. Very good speaker, right? Does his how does his how do the next 2 years turn out for him? Is he still resonating with the American people in 2 years? Yeah, I mean, he could at least make a run of it. It's possible. I won't tell you it's likely, but it there is some precedent.
Yeah.
So he's a radio guy, so he probably had a lot of name recognition.
He's got to run again.
He's run before,
He's gonna run
and
again.
he's got to run
in
again.
2 years, he's going to run, and he's going to win.
And I should say that also, Hassan came in and supported him pretty aggressively as well. So just, there's a lot made of like Bernie now currently has an over 50% hit rate on his endorsements, but I wonder what Hassan's endorsement rate is. It's probably pretty strong.
Was there a Will Lawrence? I think has he been called?
Let's see.
I think he's going to win. He has been called. No, that's the Republican. I don't see it on NBC.
No, but Lawrence is.
He's called on CNN here.
There you go.
William Lawrence is?
Yeah.
Yay, good news.
We'll take that one.
Love to see that.
He's got an 8,000 vote lead right now.
All right, that's good.
Seems early to call it, though. They have 50% of the votes in.
He's so far ahead. I'm looking on NBC right now.
Early to call it on the stream yet, but we've got a minute left to try to make something happen.
Less encouraging to see Donovan McKinney fall behind.
The most impressive thing I saw was somebody subscribed on Twitch. It gave because there's like a hack. Twitch, it's not supposed to do this, but Twitch, supporting me on Twitch actually raises the time even before it hits the 1 hour. And then 2 people donated, memberships on YouTube right before we ran out of time, and that got us an extra hour. So it is possible. But this was a fun stream, despite the fact that election streams kind of cursed for me. Yo, Christian Strand. Oh my God, that added some amount of time. What do bits do? I mean, bits, every little bit helps. We're up to 62 now with the super sticker on YouTube and the bits on Twitch. But yeah, it does look like we're losing the momentum here. So and to be honest, so am I. But yeah, it was a fun stream. I will be doing election coverage in the future. It was something that I didn't do for a long time because I'm kind of always late to the game. I'm not in the US, so by the time I can get on, usually the elections are called. Sometimes we do a little post-election coverage of what happened, but usually I just kind of avoid it. The other thing is that people tend to watch this stuff on bigger streams, right? They tend to go to their majority reports and their breaking points and their whatever larger. Only 19,000 lead. Is she really catching up, or is this it is a little bit nerve-wracking. It is a little bit nerve-wracking, right? And I keep on hearing different things, right, about either a consensus around basically calling it, like what happened on CNN. Wait, what is going on here? Okay, but yeah, I believe that's gonna do it for us tonight. We're rating into US A-hole, so go share the. Uh-oh. Oh. Did I speak too soon? Did I speak too soon? FTW all day with the 5 gifted memberships. Look, I'll hold off for a second if people want to try to make one last rally. Turd Ferguson, you just got weaseled. I never thought I'd say those words, but I am. Is that a Doctor Strangelove reference, I wonder? Nikibi, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. GGA Vincru, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Flanker 130, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Jason Show Felix, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 177. So we are, what, 23 away from being able to make it. I do want to raid US A-hole tonight, but I held off for a second just to give people a chance in case we were going to have a last-minute rally. But yeah, we're 23 points away from it still. What do bits do? Yeah, they're... I don't know. I've never used bits before, but people do give me bits, and it does put money in my pocket. I think it's just a way for you to, like, it's like a weird Twitch currency that you can buy, so that if you want to, like, support somebody, you know, and you don't want to have to, like, I don't know what the normal thing is, like, you get your credit card out and you, like, buy the sub maybe, and it's easier with bits. I'm not sure exactly what the deal is, but yeah, looks like we're gonna be raiding into it's a wrap here, Irene. We won. Wait, do you know something I don't know? She needs 70% of the remaining vote, so it's too hard. Wait, so have more people called it? Are people calling it? I just want to, if possible, chat, I would love to, you know, be able to project the winner for this race. But yeah, thank you for the gifted memberships, FTW. And yo, what just happened? Okay, I guess bits can be powerful. That's a treasure train? How did you do that? Do you know how to start a treasure train? Omega Star, is that like a thing? Bits is funsies, but yeah, it's also serious when you start a treasure train. Do people, if anybody wants to get on board the treasure train, we could revive the stream, I suppose. Let me just put some, I gotta, it's a party everywhere I go. Yeah, apparently, I don't know. That's amazing. I think it's because 2 people donated bits really quickly. 1 or more. Okay, so if you get to level 2, then you get a 35% discount on any further subs. I think that's what's going on with that. You can buy Twitch bits with Bitcoin. Wait, Bitcoin subs? Oh, you can buy Twitch subs with Bitcoin. Wait, I'm not. Yeah, 100 points. Yeah, bits is like 1. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, it is 1 point. It's like it's basically like $1. No calling. Okay, it looks like we're not gonna get. I was hoping by now, chat, because it is actually almost 2:30. Well, I would say my time, but Seattle time is what I'm talking about. And obviously Kornacki is not still on. It does. Yeah. I mean, it does look very unlikely that Haley Stevens could reverse her fortune tonight and come out a winner in Michigan. But I guess what I'm getting from everybody, other than, well, no, what people are saying, NBC only, they only projected it. They didn't call it. So we got 3 minutes left on the treasure train. If YouTube wants to, or if Twitch wants to make a go at that. But other than that, I'll probably be reading out at this point. They expected to be called between 4 and 5. Oh, okay. So Michigan time. Wait a minute. And what is it right now? Michigan time, it's like 4 o'clock. Is it close? Are we close? Are we close to win the time that we, all the votes to be counted by then? Okay. So not necessarily called, but all the votes to be maybe counted. Yo, Omega Star! Coming out of nowhere with the 5 big ones. Crisco86, you just got jellyfished. And actually putting time on the clock. Okay, so that thing, that treasure train is now at level 2. You didn't get the discount, right, Omega Star? But anybody else who gives subs at this point, you will get a 35% discount on packs of 5 or more gift subs. So if you're that kind of person, if you're a gifter, you can do it on the cheap right now. Ashame Asylum, you just got jellyfished. Crisco86, you just got jellyfished. Zavara, you just got jellyfished. Bob12345342, you just got jellyfished. And Rav King 637, you just got jellyfished. You also put a super sticker? Well, okay, let's I don't know, should we try a little bit more Destiny and then let me just what just happened? Whoa. Splashson with the Doge. The Doge doing one of these. It makes your cheeks rosy. I'm not sure what it is, but I like it. And yeah, we're at 210. Damn. Oh wait, the lead went up? The lead went up, Medi? Well, wait, look, we're hanging around for another hour now, I guess. I feel bad for, like, I bet some people left the stream because they were like, yeah, she seems like she's wrapping up. She does seem to be wrapping up. I thought I was. But it's a good thing I got that fan out and started to cool myself down, because it looks like we're not quite wrapping up yet. We're at 210 right here, chat. And we can extend the stream for another hour. Let's make that happen. Sub ad time 1 hour. Shasha. 210, indeed. That's crazy. Let's go back to this Destiny thing. I think we've got as much. I don't know what else is going to happen with the majority report. FTW with one more gift sub. Oh wait, I didn't even do it, chat. 210 is what it should say, but now it says 213. Got 2 minutes left to try to take advantage of the level 2 on gift subs that Omega Star got you to. That's a temporary discount for anybody that likes to give gift subs. Now you can get them at 30% off. Is that right? 35% off of 5 gift subs or more, I believe, is what is actually going on here. Let's see where we left off with Destiny.
Remember, this guy presents himself as a moderate, huge voice on Twitter, huge YouTube channel, presented himself as a super moderate person.
What are you talking about? Keith Edwards? He doesn't. I mean, I don't know. He does similar content to some moderates, but that doesn't make him a moderate. And if you actually watch his stuff, I mean, he's probably, I don't know, like, he's not like some kind of, you know, he doesn't strike me as like an ideological leftist the way that Hassan does, but he is leftist. Keith Edwards.
But see, I think this drags down the Democratic Party because we have people from the right hitting us, calling us communists and godless heathens, and then we have people on the left attacking us as well and going after Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. This is the party that brought enhanced ACA subsidies to give people affordable health insurance for 12
It is not a person. And I think right now the idea of the Democratic Party fundamentally needs to change.
Keith,
and I don't think that's a new idea.
Wait, Keith Edwards came from the Lincoln Project? Wait, Keith Edwards used to be a Republican? Is that what that means? 56 seconds left on the treasure train. If you want to ride that thing.
Keith.
Yeah.
Donald
I
Trump.
think he did.
Did you vote for Kamala in 2024?
At least.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think.
I was about
what's
to be
your
really
name?
fucking triggered.
What's your name? Soy pill. Okay, soy pill. You don't know me, but like I've been a Democrat my whole life.
What's your name, Soy? Well, he says he's been Democrat all his life, right? Although, wait, is he lying? Has he not been Democrat all his life?
I've worked on Democratic campaigns. I worked for.
He's like, what's your name, Soy Jack?
I was on the Lincoln Project because they wouldn't hire anyone else but Democrats.
Even as a baby, he was a Democrat. Yeah, there we go.
I was a communications director. I worked for John Ossoff as a senior digital advisor. Okay. The thing is that
I don't know how true this
I have
is.
seen
Wait, which part? Which part?
The party can do, but I've also
this guy.
Wait, do you think he made up working for Ossoff? What is Destiny saying? What does Destiny eat?
It's his like Ossoff
treasure train coming in at level 2.
Experience a lot. Like he'll bring this up as like his bona fides, but I mean he's got a pretty big channel. He's never interviewed or done any content. I don't think I've ever seen him with Ossoff before. I wonder like how.
Can we not look it up?
Does he think that he just made it
It was
up?
a Fox News article because he got in trouble, I think, when he was with the Lincoln Project, where people accused him of wrongdoing. I'm not saying. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me clarify. I'm not saying this guy's never worked with Ossoff before. I'm just saying that like this might be like a Doug of 8K thing, where like his work with Ossoff as like a senior digital
Mr.
advisor or whatever,
Wikipedia,
might have been,
yeah.
like, a media company was hired to do a single ad, and he worked as like the point of like it might be some shit like that. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also seen that the party quite often would prefer to have Donald Trump as
I think that's
president.
absurd, Keith. I think that's absurd.
Wait,
No,
you-
it's not
you-
absurd.
well,
You were
wait,
defending-
Hutch, we just watched Wick
Soybell.
just say that.
I called him out for it too, by the way. But
what? But that's not okay. That's not really at all what Wick was saying. This is why you see how pernicious it is when Pisco is like, I need you to say it. So you prefer MAGA. You prefer MAGA. You prefer. That's not what. That's not
so,
what.
one, you know, the previous job that they list here is that he worked in a beauty salon. Okay, in 2020 he worked on Michael Bloomberg's 2020. Okay, that's not great. I mean, that is a Democratic presidential campaign, but only barely a Democratic presidential campaign. It worked on Michael Bloomberg's 2020. I guess we've kind of come a long way. In a way, I mean, there's something to pat ourselves on the back for here. The fact that in 2020, Michael Bloomberg thought he could run as a Democrat, and that seems like a ridiculous stretch at this point. So yeah, he worked for Michael Bloomberg in the 2020 presidential campaign that he dropped out of. I think. I'm trying to remember how Michael Bloomberg's campaign ended. Obviously, he did not clinch the nomination. I thought maybe he dropped out early because people were like, what do we want this billionaire for? And also, Michael Bloomberg is just an asshole. Like, nobody likes Michael Bloomberg. So yeah, he was later appointed to the director of communications for the Lincoln Project. So big job at the Lincoln Project, an organization of Republicans who stood against Donald Trump in the 2020 and 2024 U.S. presidential election. He led the anti-Trump ads from fellow Republicans. Sorry, I thought wait. I mean, that would imply he's a Republican. Edwards was profiled on CBS's 60 Minutes about his work following the 2020 election. Edwards later served as a digital advisor on John Ossoff's senior digital advisor. So what Destiny was saying about like, well, maybe he just, you know, took Ossoff's socks to the laundry for him or something. Like I don't know what Destiny's implying. But no, he's senior digital advisor for Ossoff's Senate campaign in Georgia. Communication director for Nikki Fried's gubernatorial campaign in Florida. He has since interviewed Mallory McMorrow. Anybody see this? He interviewed Mallory McMorrow. Oh my God, when? August of 2025. Oh wait, this is what he got in trouble for, is it? May have violated campaign finance laws. He's also on Substack. He's named by Wired to be one of the influencers of the shaping the 2024 election. He was invited to attend the State of the Union by Biden. He was, just like Hassan, influencer at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. He created, so 2024 is when he created his channel. In December of 2025, the day after the United States Department of Justice released a batch file related to Jeffrey Epstein, Edwards uploaded a fake image of Donald Trump with a young girl whose face was blacked out to both YouTube and Twitter. The YouTube thumbnail was captioned, "The FBI forgot to redact this," and Twitter image, they forgot to delete this one. Edwards was, they got him on clickbait, I guess. Edwards was the original source of the image. Earlier in the month, he admitted to having generated the fake image showing Oh, a fake image showing JD Vance arguing with his wife, Usha, at a restaurant for a video thumbnail. So yeah, he's not beating the clickbait allegations for sure. In August of 2026, that's now on the Lib'n'Learn podcast, Edwards stated that he was a member of the Democratic Socialists of America New York chapter. Openly gay, came out at 16. He added, sexuality for me is just as important as if I'm left or right-handed. It doesn't really impact my life. It's in the Real Housewives of Miami in 2011 and Wicked Single. Oh, associated producer for Real Housewives of Miami in 2011 and Wicked Single story producer in 2013. Okay, so that's his bio. DGG updated that minutes after he said it? Yeah, probably. Yeah, they were probably right on it. You think Destiny just hates him because he wasn't invited? You know, that could be part of it. But right now, you know, he's hating on him because he's supporting candidate, you know, anybody that doesn't agree with Destiny's, you know, fuck the DSA, neo-McCarthyite position is going to be getting shit from Destiny. Oh, he interviewed Obama. Okay, I didn't see that on his wiki, but...
Wick means when this guy over here is saying they prefer Trump, the Democratic Party prefers Trump. This is not the same thing that's being said.
You, again, you know, this is his first blood sport debate, and you are taking him massively out of context, you know, over-interpreting, I'd say, what he's saying. Let's roll that back. Let's give Keith a chance, chat. I mean, I don't know. I don't like the clickbait stuff. I don't like the fake images. But I think he's getting a raw deal from Destiny here.
Advisor, whatever, might have been like a media company was hired to do a single ad, and he worked as like the point of like it might be some shit like that. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And again, Mr. Wikipedia doesn't look up the Wikipedia like I just did, because he probably knows it doesn't back his speculation.
Also, seeing that the party quite often would prefer to have Donald Trump as
I think that's
president.
absurd, Keith. I think.
Okay, before he even finishes it, he's talking about the Pied Piper strategy, which does seem to be, at least from what we've seen behind the scenes of the Clinton campaign, they were hoping to get Trump. Now, whether they actively, you know, made decisions that would result in that, or whether they just stupidly played into Trump's hands, you know, creating, you know, creating an image for him in opposition to Hillary Clinton, right, is useful to Trump, and her responding to Donald Trump before he'd been selected. Yeah, no, I don't think this is too much of a limb to be out on. And in general, right, the strategy of the Democratic Party has been to try to, you know, hope for a radical right-wing candidate that's going to alienate moderates, and then to come in to suburbia and be like, hey, listen, we got you. We got your back.
I think that's absurd.
Wait, wait, Hutch, we just watched Wick just say that.
I called him out for it too, by the way. But yeah,
but like what? But that's not Wick.
Mbass, thoughts on AS win being a disappointing margin? I mean, don't call it a win just yet. Very likely win. But my thoughts are that $60 million buys a lot of ads, Mbass.
Okay.
Probably also a nice bathroom too.
That's not really at all what Wick was saying. This is why, you see how pernicious it is when Pisco is like, I need you to say it. So you prefer MAGA, you prefer MAGA, you prefer. That's not what Wick means when this guy over here is saying they prefer.
Can we get Embed and M Beyond in here too? To just fill out the trio, the triumvirate.
Trump. The Democratic Party prefers Trump. This is not the same thing that's being said.
Wait, well, Wick is not. Wait. Sorry.
Look. He's made. Anyway, you're putting words in his mouth that he didn't actually say. All he's saying is that there is a general, you know, strategy by the Democratic Party to try to run against a radical right-wing candidate like Donald Trump, and expect that, you know, if you just be super moderate and boring, and you don't actually announce any sort of policy, you know, prerogatives, you're not like planting your flag anywhere. And this is what we've got away from in the transition to like Obama in 2008, 2012 versus Hillary in 2016, right? They love to do this for a very particular reason. All right, if they run against somebody that is super radical, they can just fearmonger against the guy. That way they don't have to roll out any policies, and that way their base is not disappointed in them not getting those policies, right? This is the do-nothing Democrats. This is absolutely part of their strategy. Now, whether it's being employed purposefully in any time or place is a question, right? But the existence of this phenomenon, even though Keith, like I said, he seems either like to be a little drunk or stoned or tired or something like that. He's not really giving, he's not really putting, he's not doing so great with his words right now. But I mean, I can tell what the fuck he's talking about. It's not some kind of, it's not some kind of pipe dream.
Whick is not
it's a very real dynamic that has been observed by the Democratic Party many times.
Representative.
Can I make my point? Can I make my point? That's absurd because you were just.
But I gotta wonder, is that going to be what DGG? Is that going to be the DGG talking point now? AES was supposed to win by 20 points. What happened? I guess he's not that popular. I guess people really, even though he won, right? I guess people rejected, DSA populism.
Using flowery language when it came to Hassan Piker.
Yep.
Just like 10 minutes ago.
True.
And he straight up did not endorse Kamala Harris, worked the entire cycle to undermine her, to try to.
No. He 100% undermined Donald Trump the whole cycle, right? He did what he could, given her just absolute refusal to distance herself from Biden. The most obvious, political choice that you could possibly make, given how much Biden is a sinking ship, is to let people know, at least on The View, if not at the DNC convention, talking about Gaza and illustrating, denotating how your policy on Gaza is going to be different than Biden's, right? But at the very least, coming up with something to say, I would do this different than Biden on The View, that may have very well been what lost her the election. Did Hassan ever say who he voted for? Yes, he voted for Kamala. He voted on stream, right? The only thing he didn't do was give an endorsement of somebody that is, part of an administration that is making sure this genocide keeps on getting funded. The bear hug strategy, right? That's what he couldn't endorse.
To tie her to, accusing her of literally wanting a genocide, and then you accuse moderate Democrats.
Right, but you're right, BCatK. Look, there's no real advantage. I don't know, people count their eggs before they're hatched, and especially when you got $60 million dropped on a race like this one, do not make assumptions. It's better to make an assumption that an election is in danger when it's not in danger than vice versa.
Moderate wing of the party preferring to lose to Donald Trump? That's ridiculous.
Nope.
It's absurd, man.
Nope.
That's why I think the Democratic Party is very comfortable having Donald Trump as a foil.
That's bullshit.
That's what he said. No, it's not bullshit. Okay, look, that's the most simple, defensible, general statement to make. It's not even a strong claim of in this instance, the Democratic Party did this action as a way to, ensure that Trump would be their opposition or something like that. It's not a, it's a very, this is super defensible, right? And again, he's in an environment he's not useful. Yeah, the most lethal army, that was a pretty fucked up thing to hear coming out of the mouth of the Democratic candidate at the DNC convention. Absolutely. We're going to be doing some more bonus content too, chat. I think it's Paige Christie. I think that's what's in, it's in first place with the voters, and it's in second place, and we did unlock not just 1 hour, but 2 hours, so I think we should get into that. I usually like to try to spend 45 minutes on that, on bonus content. I'm making a point of that now, chat, because I feel like there's been a few times where we've gotten bonus content, but we end up not doing very much of it, and I want to change that. So, what do we got here? Oh my God, Mutan's they're going after Keith Edwards now, chat. It's confirmed. I'm seeing it on the anything else thumbnail. That's Mr. Mooten show. Wait, it's just Mooten? They gave Mooten his own oh my god, chat. I am so sorry. This is not okay. This is not okay in any way. Anyway, we gotta, let's see what we got. Paige Christie is what we're looking for. Okay, Paige Christie. And I might try, I'll look into Direful's notes here and see if there's anything else with Destiny that we need to zero in on. Oh yeah, this is the one.
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch had to
This
go.
crazy
What?
needed to be murdered.
Prosecution presented evidence ranging.
Let's try that again. All right, what other, so we're at 5, we're at 6:20. There's about 30, 40 more minutes left of this Destiny VOD. Was there anything that we wanted to hit? We already got, oh god, them piling on leftist Blondie. And then let's look at this. Destiny explains under which circumstances. Oh, here we go. He would be willing to accept a socialist wing of the Democratic Party. Okay, let's watch that before we get into the Paige Christie of it all.
It has to be an open competition. I might not even mind a socialist wing in my party because I think maybe there are ideas that we can yoink from them or whatever. But it has to be an open competition. We have to be able to fight on it. That's where the healthiness comes from.
That's crazy. That's crazy that you think that liberals don't have a fighting chance in the Democratic Party.
It's like saying like maybe it would be good to get a flu vaccine. And it's like, okay, true. And it's like, but would it be good to get a flu vaccine if you were 100% immunocompromised and if like even an attenuated virus vaccine were to inject you and then you'd get infected with the flu and die or whatever? Like, no.
The fuck is he talking about? Yeah,
that's not, then hold on, well, it's not good now. You're assuming, when you say like a thing is good, like competition is good, you're assuming there are like competitors in the arena that are going to be fighting and trying to make
the same way that they're like, you know, Hassan doesn't have any natural competitors. Destiny's the only one that can say shit to Hassan. And we're just going to ignore the fact that Asmongold is the biggest political streamer on Twitch.
That would be fine, but we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, bro says his party, like he has any motion with it on the Democratic Party nowadays. That's kind of funny about Destiny. That's a funny thing about this guy.
We're never, ever allowed to hit left. Yeah, go ahead. What?
I feel like...
Oh, okay. What? Bro, you don't give a fuck. Yeah, there's people saying, look, you're so, oh my God, chat. Not only, he wants to be able to hit left, right? But he wants to do it without any negative optics, that he is fucking crashing the party. That he is hurting the party. He wants to be able to, you know, if they punch right, you know, if especially if they push the party to the right, he wants to be able to accuse the DSA left flank, what have you, of bad optics, but without being able to be, you know, have that accusation lodged at himself. Anyway, are we surprised that a narcissist has two separate standards? Rules for me, or rules for thee, not for me.
Like a lot of the time, they just don't like democracy. Like they don't like that sometimes they lose, and then they just like throw.
Who doesn't like that sometimes they lose? It feels like you guys.
The baby out with the bathwater over everything.
A little bit, yeah. But what the problem that happens when you become conspiratorial is that your beliefs you're never shaken. Your beliefs are never shaken because
there's always something. Right?
It's like it's almost like how people who are sexually assaulted, who are religious. Actually, this might actually be sexual assault. This might actually be all forms of trauma. But like being religious is considered a protective factor for traumatic events in your life against developing PTSD. And I think the theory, the idea is that because you have a way of seeing the world, a way of structuring and making sense of things, including traumatic events, it lets you cope with the events easier. Because now it's like, well, there's a reason at least why this happened. And conspiracy theorists are the exact same way. And you can tell by their behavior because they never really change up their political ideas or anything, especially for like MAGA, right? It's more just like, well, there was a deep state, there was a conspiracy, there was something else. It's just more of the public needs to hear our ideas and then they'll all be on board with it. There's always like a...
You're doing this right now. You're doing this. You're moving fast through a narrative that makes sense unless you examine it, right? And you're moving fast because you don't want it getting examined. You want it to just be taken on face value, and the fact that you're talking confidently about it to be perceived as by your chat as proof that you're right. Shapiro strategy, plain and simple. Is that Mr. Mouton? Yeah, the little lamb dude, that's Mr. Mouton. That's Destiny's, what a dumbass take. Look, he doesn't belong in politics. This is just Destiny's friend who he used to raid into, as a streamer. Guy doesn't know shit about politics. To be real, though, Destiny doesn't know shit about politics either. Yeah, but Mouton, look, as of recently, they've just been bringing like random dumbasses into the space, right? You can see this with Alice Poole. You can see this with Owlish. Their new orbiters are like a big downgrade. Even over there, I thought that their old orbiters were pretty stupid, but these new orbiters are just, they're not very smart and they're ignorant. But they're there. And they're supporting Destiny, and I guess that's what's important, that at the end of the day, they say Hassan shocked the dog and Darius did nothing wrong. That's what's being asked of these people, that and not much else.
Reason why they lost that has nothing to do with they themselves. So it makes them incredibly tenacious against developing any kind of like self-reflection or insight. There's always that's why after we lost the election, now it was like we all have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what we need to change about our entire political movement, because clearly something is wrong and broken on the liberal side, but never on
this is also scary when, like, if they lose, like, let's say they lose tonight with El-Sayed or whatever, it's scary because now we're gonna have to deal with like these fucking schizos of like, oh, well, the only reason they lost is APAC, so next time we actually need to do XYZ. We need, like, they're just gonna keep evolving their
they already
crazy ideas.
I mean, that's already established.
Yeah, if somebody spends $60 million and steals an election, you better believe that we're going to come back, armed with that narrative and front loading that shit.
It's the Bernie shit.
Shit's not going to change until we drive it into people's minds that if somebody is getting, this big investment from donors like this, they're fucking you over. That money does not come for free. That money comes at the price of stabbing you in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will 100%. If their candidates lose, they will be blaming APAC, of course. 100%. Yeah, that's like overdetermined.
Do you think we'll get a Lib'n'Learn panel on?
Can you imagine if there was like a QPAC, the Qatari American like political action committee? Like, can you imagine what these guys would be saying if QPAC dropped a $30 million in for Abdul El-Sayed?
All of the people not voting for Stevens?
I mean, they might. No, I mean, like, usually these guys will, like, call them out, quote unquote. But the thing is that they're never going to call them out in a meaningful way because those other people don't ever host their own criticism. So they're never going to see the call outs, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. And they
won't come on. Like,
no,
they just scream into the void pretty much. Just like, oh, yeah, that was really bad. And then they move on.
Basically, yeah.
Because, like, he won't get them on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's not even he won't get them on.
Anybody play this game, Factorio?
On.
Like, Destiny's literally been playing this game as long as I've been on the internet. I'm just wondering, like, how is it that good?
Again, I'm still assuming in good faith.
Mm-hmm.
It's because,
or is it just something that he can,
given the opportunity to invite?
Is it just something that he can like turn his brain off on enough to be able to talk and play at the same time?
They want to have a debate over it. I think Pisco or Soypill at least would argue with these people, but they would never accept that framing to come on and argue just that point,
What?
Yeah.
Hutch, you've been a little snarky with me on Twitter, and I think like that's fine, and so is Destiny.
He heard his name.
Oh my God! Did Hobbit apologize to you yet?
Me? Oh, the manimal.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? Sorry.
Okay, what's up?
What were you guys talking about? Sorry, my mic cut in.
Okay, well, that's enough. We don't need to get to know more people in the extended Destiny universe. Chad, I think this guy's called Poop Hobbit or something. Am I thinking of the right person? Okay, that's gonna be it. Like, let's go to Paige Christie. 36 minutes left. Let's make sure to do Paige Christie. Wait,
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch. Had to
This
go.
crazy needed to be murdered.
Prosecution presented evidence ranging from DNA and bloodstain analysis to cell phone records and the thousands of text messages they say showed Burke had a financial motive to kill the 14-year-old girl from Lake Elsinore.
I don't know in what capacity.
So, chat, they're talking about the David incident, right? David was a YouTuber and a singer, songwriter that got, I guess there was a body in his trunk, right? They found a body in this guy's trunk, allegedly 13-year-old girl that he unalived, and it's the trial is ongoing right now. It's a big subject of controversy, of course. Girl with a microphone, and Ethan could not resist covering this, and just the way that they covered it, a lot of people are saying, wait, 2 hours ago we got a humanist report. Abdul El-Sayed defeats Stevens and AIPAC. Did this get called or not? I'm so confused, chat. But anyway, Paige Christie's got a video that's gonna loop us in on what's going on with Ethan Klein and this whole sad David affair.
This is like a jovial, joking matter. We're talking about severely harming somebody. We're talking about dude. I just thought that this was so distasteful.
Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode. Ethan has.
She said fuckable, right? She said fuckable. She said this after talking about, this is like, and I think am I mistaken? There is allegations of like SA to this little girl too, right? In this case, and she said a nice little effable package. Has Girl with the Mic always been this awful? I don't know. I don't pay a lot of attention to her. What I've seen is not good, but just kind of what you'd expect from an H3 orbiter, but goddamn. I mean, part of this may be the influence of Ethan as well. Just like, he's sort of famous for saying fucked up shit.
To do.
So this is not even just like an Ethan Klein thing, right? Right? Can we all be clear that this is not just an Ethan Klein thing? It's not just Ethan Klein who's making his awkward jokes because he doesn't know where the line is because he has no home training.
Your Honor, we jinxed Infinity'd. And I couldn't say no to having with her at that point.
Somebody said, I see. It doesn't really address the point that several people are making in the thread that I got banned for. Which
so
is that H3...
You didn't hear Girl with the Mic say fuckable because Paige Christie has the editing they censored it, right? I've heard the original. I'm telling you what was on the on the clip on Twitter. She does say we've wrapped up this show as a tight little effable package, right? Now she's not talking about the victim, to be clear, but in the show talking about the victim, she ends it with we've wrapped it all up in this nice tight little effable package. I don't think anybody is she bleeped it. Yep, that's the editor is on that. The editor is keeping Paige Christie's video nice and monetized. So
doing true crime isn't really adding anything to the discussion. Can you not see that? There's no outside expertise, lawyer, doctor, etc. It's exploitative. If Keemstar can have a little bit more decorum than you, what in the does that say? What in the does that say, Ethan?
She said circle, dot, dot.
And
I couldn't disobey.
This is the same Ethan Klein, might I add, who was ready to have everybody's heads when he had someone sent to his house. This is the same.
Dimaro says they literally did this again, by the way, on the newest true crime episode. Is that what they're doing with After Dark now? It was weird because for a second there, it looked like they were, it looked like they were going to make H3 After Hours or whatever. It looks like they were going to make it the drama show, right? But I mean, I guess that was just a segment on David Pakman and then Ethan and Hila coming on to try to correct Girl with a Microphone.
Ethan Klein, might I add, who was running around the internet calling everybody out of their motherfucking name because people were saying that he gave his kid Jardia. He lost his motherfucking shit when he had CPS come over to his house. Oh, you must never speak on the clients, ever.
Wait, it's only Tuesdays After Dark that's true crime or that's drama?
Never speak on the clients. But this is the same Ethan Klein who can sit there and talk about a little biracial girl's life like it's a joke.
Kind of like low-key not the first time Ethan's done this.
Hello, hello. How are we all doing today? Are we good? Are we Gucci? Are we Gucci? Are we good? It is so good to see you guys. Oh my goodness. With that being said, I hope you guys are having a really good...
realize those are potential memberships to our...
They're calling it the Choose Crime After Dark or something. Oh God, of course.
Ethan Klein will forever be immortalized on this fucking channel. This is what we're gonna do. Every time a subscription comes through, all we're gonna hear is, you do realize that that is potential subscriptions to our channel. That's what you're gonna hear from now on. Okay, my husband did that the other week, and I fucking live. I think it's amazing.
Okay, that's pretty. That's a good. Look, we gotta step up our stream alert game, chat. I'm not gonna steal as much as I would love to. I'm not gonna steal Paige Christie's idea right there. I gotta come up with my own. We need new stream alert sounds.
That being said, I hope you guys are having a really good day. This will be coming out on YouTube. Hello, my name is Paige. Welcome to the channel. This is where I sit down and do random commentary.
Those are potential memberships to our channel.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it.
This is the Paige Christie channel. I talk pop culture news, anything influencer, entertainment, celebrity gossip, all of that. But we are going to be starting with Ethan Klein.
Also, loving the cherries as well.
We have absolutely way more Ethan Klein lash-ins. I was really surprised by this. This was something that somebody posted onto our Discord. If you aren't a part of the Discord family, definitely make sure that you are. You can check the link in the description. On Discord, we were having this discussion. Somebody had posted what Ethan Klein had done on the H3 After Dark show. And on the H3 After Dark show, he was there with... oh God, that girl with the fuck ass bun. Apparently the fuck ass bun is down. I don't know if she heard us. I'm joking. She probably wears her hair down. I'm not that important. But I don't know whether she heard us, girl. I have no idea. But the fuck ass bun is turned into a fuck ass half up, half down. It's still fuck ass. I still don't like it. I still do better. Okay, fuck ass bun, do better. But she was in a live stream with Ethan Klein. Usually he isn't on the After Dark show, I assume, with it being, with Harley. So I don't know if he's filling in for Harley after what it is that we discussed in a previous episode, or whether it's just a case of we
saw them bring in, I don't know what his name was, but I guess he works for H3. We saw them bring in him, and I don't know is he taking the fall for what happened on like the last show? Is that what's going on? I don't even remember what this guy's name was. Was it Dan? I feel like every other dude's name is Dan. Was it a Dan? Is it a Dan situation? But yeah, apparently they just bring in Ethan as the co-host. I thought that Harley was back. I thought they'd come back from their summer festival thing.
Just wanted to show up for this particular story. But they are talking about the David situation. Now, if you guys don't know about the David situation, I'm going to give you the most surface level.
Wait, this Tuesday had Harley, Girl with the Mic, and Ethan? What is his deal? Why is he going on his... Why is he going on? Like, I mean, no, to be real though, so After Dark or After Hours or whatever the fuck they call it, it used to be, a show with Ethan and Hila, right? I don't know, maybe Ethan, I can't remember how it worked, but like, I think Ethan and the crew did the main show, and then Ethan and Hila would do, this was where they did their big interviews back when they had big interviews to give, back when they had bigger... back before Ethan was had isolated himself.
TLDR of this entire situation. There is a singer, his name is David. He is involved in a case that is to do with another young girl called Celeste. This young girl, apparently, again, I'm not hugely familiar with the case, just like an overall, just so you're aware. She was...
wait, is this... He has to insert himself, I think. That's a real answer. He can't stand to be left out. Is this part of the whole, thing where he was getting territorial about people doing their own shows, and if they wanted to do just chat, like Harley wasn't allowed to do just chatting, Love wasn't allowed to get Taco Bell? Is this part of like, him bitching about like, how many subs are you up to? Well, those are subs that's money that should be coming to us. Is it that? Is it like, is it that the After Dark show is like crashing on ratings and like putting Ethan on it? Hila did step away a while ago, but then she stepped back in. I saw a clip that Ethan was like on a Zoom call, in his bed and sleeping. Oh, I don't know. What is that new? What was it about, Big Al Cake Mix?
At the time that they were dating, she wound up dead in the back of his Tesla, so it's turned into this like true crime thing. She wound up dead in the back of his Tesla, but for some reason he wasn't suspect number one, and it really took a while for them to gather enough evidence to basically, say he's the murderer. So now he's having his comeuppance.
After 5 days, a dozen witnesses and mounds of evidence, both sides rested their case before a LA County judge who decided singer and TikTok star David Burke will stand trial, allegedly for murdering, sexually abusing, and dismembering the body of Celeste Rivas.
I am here to announce that Judge Charlene Olmedo held David Anthony Burke to answer for the horrific and barbaric killing of a 14-year-old at the time, Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
The prosecution presented evidence ranging from DNA and bloodstain analysis to cell phone records and the thousands of text messages they say showed Burke had a financial motive to kill the 14-year-old girl from Lake Elsinore. Prosecutors allege that last April she threatened to expose the relationship and derail his music career, where he was set to make millions of dollars.
This came out in text messages that were presented, in videos and photographs that were presented to the judge that showed this sexual activity.
On Monday, the prosecution showed text messages of Burke making plans to meet Rivas the night of April 23rd when they say she was murdered. According to court records, investigators allege they communicated before and during her Uber ride, which dropped her off at defendant's Hollywood Hills home around 10:10 p.m. At approximately 10:30 p.m., defendant sent text messages to the victim inquiring where she was. The people contend this was part of defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder, as she was already dead by this time. The DA says his office is still considering the death penalty. They have not made a determination on that. This post-hearing arraignment will be held now on August 31st. No trial date has been set yet. Here in downtown LA, Jasmine Veal, CBS LA.
There's a lot of stuff going on. I think he made a song called like Back of My Tesla or something.
Okay, so that's the other thing, is that this guy writes songs, and there are songs that like sound really disturbing, and like in this case, Back of My Tesla, right? It's like he's confessing to the crime, or he's referencing the crime in one of his songs. That's the other creepy thing about David. This is what caused Ryan Beard. I don't know if we can find this, but let's see. Ryan Beard in My Dreams.
On September 16, I killed my dog in a dream, only in a dream.
Hey, how? Wait, does it happen? It's the end of the. It's just like a little intro, I guess.
Only in a dream. I fed him too much cheese. He shit out his brains, and then he passed away, but only in my dream.
So anyway, this is Ryan Beard doing. This might be in bad taste. I don't know. This is Ryan Beard doing, I guess, a sort of parody of the type of song that the people found in David's repertoire and thought was creepy, given the correspondence with the real life events, and I don't know if like the song had like an in my dream aspect or something, seemed to refer to something fake, and it actually refers to something real. But yeah, that is oh no, David had a song called Celeste.
Something like that, which was, made people think like, oh, he's trying to communicate.
Yeah, it's called In the Back of My Tesla, in the back of my car, and
yet. Here in downtown LA, Jasmine Veal, CBS LA.
There's a lot of stuff going on. I think he made a song called like Back of My Tesla or something like that, which was, maybe
this is back of my car, but
people think like, oh, he's trying to communicate, he's trying to say something.
In the back of my car.
Careful, we don't want to get sued by a murder. Alleged murderer, chat. Alleged murderer.
He's going on. Be my Valentine. I wanna make you big. But the one thing that
we got to kind of hurry through this stuff, Chad. I don't want to get sued.
Internet is consistent on is that the majority of us believe that David did indeed kill this Celeste lady. A child. I don't even know if she was a child at the time of death, so again, not wholly familiar. What I will say is RIP to the young lady. Horrible thing to have happened, honestly. And it's very rare that we see, celebrities and public figures.
He had a video with a girl that looks just like her. It wasn't just his repertoire. The song was blowing up. Oh, shit.
Wait,
was the song blowing up because people speculated it was like true to life? It was like a kind of admission? Or was the song just blowing up on its own merits? Because
perpetrators of crime.
A pretty popular content creator, right? He thinks she was 14 when she died. She was a child.
So I think that's why it's garnered as many people listening and, being involved in the story in that manner. But with that being said, it's a very delicate case, as you can imagine. It's a very delicate case. It's a very difficult case to discuss. It's, involving children and minors. It's involving a celebrity, a singer with a cult following. How far will somebody go to be a fan of somebody else? Are you at risk being a fan of somebody else? All of these questions are being brought up now. Because it's so delicate and because obviously we are dealing with the sensitive matter of somebody losing their life, there is a certain level of compassion that these kind of stories have to be dealt with. We can't have a hee-hee-ha-ha in these moments. We have to be 100% serious. We have to handle it with the decorum that it deserves.
Look, there's a question about, should you cover this stuff? Should you, you know what I mean? Like, people have a question about, obviously there's a lot of people there to watch this content, but some people feel a certain way about somebody that makes their living, doing, this particular kind of content. And the only thing that kind of, for that reason, people that it sounds like Ethan's going to, lean into true crime, right? You don't want somebody cracking jokes about, it's one thing, that you're covering this, you're making money off of this, right? It's another thing that you are, you're so detached from this that, there's there's only so much people will tolerate, right? As far as that goes. I know he had a very popular song before any of the, he's pretty big on TikTok, right? And his songs.
This stream, right? And girl, I gotta be honest, I was a little confused. I was not expecting what I ended up seeing. So apparently there's a post here and they've got clips in this post. It's from one of our new faves over here, a person by the name of Uma Palmer. You guys will remember them from the last Ethan Klein story is that we did.
Oh yeah, wait, what did I bring I think I've got the tweet right here somewhere. Here we go. Well, if she's gonna watch this anyway.
Palmer, they posted to their X account. Ethan Klein and Kate Gordon, go with the fuck ass burn, are currently doing a.
Oh God, okay, that's what it was. That's now I remember. Uma Palmer actually. Somebody was mentioning that there's a new controversy involving Girl with a Mic and this true crime shit. While covering the recent tragic disappearance of alleged murder and the alleged murder of Nancy Guthrie, Ethan Klein asked, "Why does anybody care about this lady?" They and later compared her to an expired jar of mayonnaise. They do insist on turning murder. Why do they insist on turning murder into a joke? These are real people with real families who have real trauma. It comes only a week after the infamous coverage of Celeste Hernandez's brutal and murder at the hands of D4VD, David, described as, which viewers described as deplorable. In that they refer to a 14-year-old girl as a crazy bitch.
No, Nancy Guthrie is the woman who went missing.
You're mixing up your
Savannah
After Dark
Guthrie.
episodes.
Yeah, and I just wanted to share before we get into the full story.
She's the one that, right. And I was like, why does everyone care about this lady? No offense to her, of course. And she's 84. So, if anybody's going to get kidnapped and disappear forever, at least it's good that, not good, but
it's
good.
84.
No,
it's good.
I'm just saying.
I like that.
You really got to look at for the silver lining. Hey, at least she was 84. If anybody's going to get, disappeared and kidnapped. At least it was an 84-year-old.
You know, 84. That's a good.
And Kate's like covering for him by laughing because it's not a funny joke. That's the whole thing, chat. There's a theory that you can make almost anything funny, including the tragic, if the joke is funny enough. But the more tragic it is, the more off-putting what you're saying is, the funnier the joke has to be. This is neither. I mean, this is unfunny and inappropriate. This is the worst of both worlds.
That's a good.
It's a good
candidate. That's a good candidate.
Okay.
Well,
wow.
okay. They have released.
Wait.
She needed all kinds of medication. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken.
Like a fucking can of mayonnaise.
This is so awful.
Perished.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
okay.
perishables.
At least in that joke, he's making fun of the way that they're. This is a news tip. It may or may not be real, but it's like, it's supposedly from the murderers saying that, they didn't mean for her to die, but she did, and they didn't know what to do. Whatever, I don't know.
Raised a series of text messages in which Celeste suggested she might have bipolar disorder.
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch had to
This
go.
crazy bitch.
what-
Okay, so again, Kate's not actually calling her a crazy bitch, but
tight little fuckable episode.
okay, so there is that. Well, anyway, I'm stealing and with these last two, I'm kind of stealing Paige's thunder.
Comedy bit on the brutal R word and M word of 14-year-old Celeste Rivers at the hands of David. Multiple Vine booms, comedic sound bites are played. I pray to God that Celeste family never come across this sick display. So let's take a quick look.
She said circle, circle, dot, dot.
Oh, good point. Yeah, mayo is not actually very perishable, by the way.
Pinky promise.
Oh god. Yeah,
Your
we
Honor,
pinky promise.
we jinxed infinity'd. And I couldn't say no to having sex with her at that point. She said circle, circle, dot, dot.
And I couldn't say no to having sex with her at that point.
I don't know what that means.
I don't
Circle,
know
circle,
in
dot. What does that even
This
mean?
is like a jovial, joking matter. We're talking about SA. We're talking about, rape. We're talking about severely harming somebody. We're talking about.
Wait, girl with the mic writes the whole agenda for the after hours, for the after dark show, or for the H3 podcast?
Murder, dude. I just thought that this was so fucking distasteful.
We
couldn't
pinky promise.
disobey.
Wait, she took AB's job? What's going on with AB? What's going on with Love, for that matter? There's been a few rumors that, one or more of the host or the crew might not be there much longer. Usually said by kids, circle, circle, dot, dot. Now I have my cootie shot? Oh, shot for cooties, like to prevent the cooties.
Your Honor, we jinxed infinity'd. And I couldn't say no to having sex with her at that point. She said circle.
I don't know. It's just gross. Why did they do the zoom in? Nobody needed to see that girl. I don't know. Fuck ass Bob. I can just go in the fuck ass Bob. I don't like her. I'm so disgusted. So disgusted. So that's the first post-it is we have in regards to the situation. My research also showed me this one. I think this one is by Uma Palmer as well. I guess there's more, so let's take a look.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode. Tight little fuckable episode. Ethan.
Wait, so are we talking about, is it the thing, Big Al Cake Mix, where you have a mechanical pencil and if you hold a mechanical, if you press the button that puts out more graphite on the mechanical pencil and you push it on it, then it goes back up into the mechanical pencil, but it sort of looks like a shot. Is it that thing? Like pretending to give somebody a shot with a mechanical pencil, kind of? Because I remember that. I just don't remember circling and dotting it.
Ethan has stuff to do.
So this is not even just like an Ethan Klein thing, right? Right? Can we all be clear that this is not just an Ethan Klein thing? It's not just Ethan Klein who's making his awkward jokes because he doesn't know where the fucking line is, because he has no fucking home training. It's not Ethan Klein It's also girl with the fuck ass bun, girl with the fuck ass bob, girl with the fuck ass, girl with the fuck ass nose. I can't stand this bitch. I just cannot believe that the pair of these two would behave in this way. Tight little fuckable show. Like, did they not think before words come out of their mouth? And again,
Actually, I'm very urgently.
Let's try it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode, tight little fuckable episode. Ethan,
It 100% it evolved into that when mechanical pencils were introduced. Wait, when were they introduced? I thought.
Ethan has stuff to do. He's very excited.
I'm very
Just
urgently.
fucking gross. Just fucking gross. Actually deplorable. Let me see what you guys are saying. Ethan is a disgusting POS. No home training is accurate for Ethan. No home training. Absolutely no home training. Just there's certain ways that you're supposed to handle situations, and I don't want to be like the tone police. And I feel like for the most part, like there's a lot of things that you could tone police these people on, and this for me is one of them. It is 100% one of them. We've also got a girl with a fuck ass bun responding to tweets, and apparently there's screenshots in this post. So this one is from the Leftovers H3 page, who suddenly said nice things about me.
Careful, Paige. Ethan will sue you if they mention you in a post. I don't know.
They have hated me for the longest time over there.
Oh, they don't like her? Why don't they like her?
And they were like, you know what? One thing I will say about Paige, she's pretty. All right, guys, thanks. Never agree with my rhetoric, never agree with my thought process, but they're like, God damn it. But I appreciate it. It's nice to see something nice about me on there. Anyway, so this is what girl with the fuck ass bun said. We did an entire deep dive into the case 2 months ago. This was a follow-up specifically about the hearing. Somebody said, I see, it doesn't really address the point that several people are making in the thread that I got banned for, which is that H3 doing true crime isn't really adding anything to the discussion. Can you not see that? There's no outside expertise, lawyer, doctor, etc. It's exploitative.
Yeah.
Especially when the biggest true crime
Yeah, this is what I was trying to talk about. Like there is a lane for this content. You know, true crime is a genre, right? But I believe that they don't want you it's you should know something. You should be some kind of expert, right? You should have some insight or something. It's not just for like I love true crime too. Let's like. And yeah, there should be like you got to treat these matters like, I mean, there's already there's already like kind of exploitation baked into the cake, right? Without you making, inappropriate jokes, at the expense of the victim in this case. She knew nothing about Palestine and made that uneducated video. Sure that is part of why Leftover. Okay. I didn't see that. Paige Christie, you mean Big Al Cake Mix did a vid, an uneducated vid. James Carville leaving the Democrats due to socialist takeover. I mean, it's totally understandable, right? Pablo in his prime.
Podcast with
Pablo and that honey.
Together with the families of victims. Ooh! And the victims themselves or other experts in their
listening to Radiohead there.
Field. Can you not see the issue raised with the ethics of making money off a violent crime like this? Oh, girl. I didn't even think about that. Like, just them tackling true crime, I feel like it's something that I see all the time with like...
It's hard to explain, but I think that Twitter person, I don't know, actually know who, I can't tell. Let's see. Can I tell what this Twitter account is? Because chat, I have bad luck with Twitter accounts. Like the last time I followed somebody on stream, I don't know this person. Last time I followed somebody on stream, they were apparently, they were a baddie or something. I don't know.
Like commentary channels for some bizarre reason, because we have the ability to talk, we have the gift of the gab, but for some bizarre reason people are like, you should do true crime. Girl, not everything is for everybody. You will never see me do true crime over here. It could never be. And it doesn't mean I don't partake and I don't listen and I don't watch. I definitely do, but it's just not my MO. But I didn't even think about the ethical side of, if you're not a person who can use a certain level of journalistic integrity to get in touch with the families, to make sure that their stories are being told appropriately, to speak to the relevant people, then what are you doing besides just making a video about a murder victim and profiting from talking about it on your platform. I didn't even think about the ethics of that. So that's really interesting. Okay, so let's take a look at the next slide. It says, I guess this is on the H3 subreddit. It says, discussion mega thread, David trial, somehow worse than we thought. Shocking updates, H3 After Dark, which is the video. And it says, you are currently banned from this community and cannot comment on the post. 1 hour on, someone's murder isn't a deep dive. It's commercializing someone's death for clicks. Nothing was added to the discussion around this crime. Please give up on true crime. It's not the move for the podcast. So that's somebody from their own community. Either talk to the relevant people or at least do proper research to do it respectfully. 100%. And let's not, say you're wrapping up a tight little fuckable episode. In any other context, that's hee hee ha ha. It was a tight episode. They did do it really quickly.
I don't know. I don't think it's a good joke. Just like, and I'm not even talking about like, when it's not appropriate, like when we're talking about, a rape and a murder, right? I think that it's when you're talking and you're not really thinking and you're looking for something to say that is interesting or funny or something, and you just kind of throw the tight little, what is tight? People say tight. People also say fuckable. Yeah, tight little fuckable package there. And it's not that like Girl with a Mic was trying to make some joke about Celeste. I think it's that Girl with the Mic was just detached from what the fuck she was talking about. That's what's disturbing to me about that joke, right? It's that it was just kind of a thoughtless joke thrown on there, and yeah, it happens to kind of resonate with the story in a very disgusting way. It's just, it's wow. You would have been better off just saying, hey, this is Girl with the Mic signing off. All right, signing off for now. That's the end of the show. No more content is done. Like, just don't say anything. All right, you don't always have to come up with a joke.
Like in any other circumstance, that would be a hee hee ha ha. I'm not the prude police. I'm just saying, like, know when your time.
Yeah, I'm not the prude police either, but I'm the humor police. All right, and if your joke's not funny, then just don't do. Because I mean, like that's there's a reason why people groan at dad jokes. It's because they're kind of desperate, right? They're really they're like, oh hey, I found this little pun in the language of what we're talking about. Would that be something to interest you with? And you're like, no, Dad, shut the fuck up. Stop telling the dad jokes.
Is correct. Should I tell you one thing? And I will never say anything nice about Keemstar. Fuck Keemstar. But what I will say is, when he's handling people's deaths, back when he was like doing Drama Alert in like the, 2019s and 2018s and stuff, back when he was doing the Drama Alert stuff, whenever he would handle like a death within the community or a death within, the YouTube sphere, right? He would never call himself Killer Keemstar. And like, it's not because it had like, he's, depicting something or, adding fuel to the fire. It was just out of respect.
It's because part of him is still human, even though he's Keemstar. Yeah.
Out of respect for the topic he was discussing on the show, he wasn't going to refer to himself by his usual moniker of Killer Keemstar.
What is up? No intro. I can't do the intro. It just feels stupid to do the fucking intro.
So if Keemstar can have
But yeah, I can see where Paige gets in trouble, right? Because it's like, there's not, I mean, I get the point that you're trying to make with Keemstar, but just like, I don't know. There's a downside to making this joke, not really an upside. And I don't know what her Gaza video was like, but it sounds like that is, there was maybe more of a downside than she realized.
A little bit more decorum than you. What in the fuck does that say? What in the fuck does that say, Ethan? Keemstar has a little bit more empathy than you. How are you going to sleep at night knowing that? The man who, when speaking about rape and assaults of that nature, says, why didn't she just bite? Why didn't she fight him away? Because he doesn't understand,
I forgot about that.
Response to, things of that nature.
Ooh.
Because he doesn't understand. He said, why didn't she fight? Why didn't she bite down? That guy who has a lack of empathy for rape victims has a little bit more empathy when it comes to people who've died. Crazy work, Ethan. Crazy. The concept of Keem being a better person is crazy. It's crazy. It's 100% crazy. So let's move on to the next slide. The next slide says, oh, this is again somebody from the community. Somebody says, I find true crime like this so gross and exploitative and tasteless. And for that reason, I'm not going to watch the episode. I wish Katie and the crew found less morbid / horrific crimes interesting too. I think I'm probably going to skip all Tuesdays now, unless it's a lighter, more inherently funny crime covered. But I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm just whining because I missed the extra After Dark episodes from the before times. Anywho, I'm going to bed now. See you all tomorrow. Somebody else said, it is 100% exploitative. And without having experts or anyone else to add to the discussion, it's commercializing death. It's yuck. So the people are not happy. And then I guess they got a mod saying that they've been permanently banned from participating. Oh my goodness. I guess this is them responding. It says, this is an absolutely insane ban for voicing what other people in the community have been saying about true crime. As a 5-year plus sub, I have never wanted anything but the success for the pod, but this is crazy. And then the response was, you have been permanently banned. And I guess it shows the moderator who's made that decision. That is crazy. So people from Ethan Klein's own community.
No, Nancy Guthrie is the woman who went missing.
You're mixing up your
After
Dark episodes.
Yeah, and I just wanted
What just
to share
happened?
before
Where's
we
this
get
coming
into
from?
the whole story.
She's
Oh my
Right.
god!
And I was like, why does everyone care about?
It just randomly starts on. Oh my god! Okay, sorry. Sorry about that, chat. It just randomly started playing something from Twitter. Let me just kill that. Let me just kill that process.
We just don't want you to cover true crime. Like, we're fine with everything else, but just this is like the one thing that we don't think you should do. Okay, so we've got another clip that's in this post, and I guess this is on the Leftovers H3 podcast, so let's take a quick look.
Suggested she might have bipolar disorder.
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch. Had to
This
go.
crazy
Like,
bitch needed to be
what?
murdered.
Oh, okay, I've not seen this clip.
Wow.
Guys, I promise you, I've not seen this clip. What? I can't believe I just fucking heard that. What the fuck? Oh my god. It's not even a little bit on the nose. Bro, it's not even a little bit on the nose, you fucking clowns. You fucking clowns. Oh my god.
And with that, we are going to be raiding into USA Hole, who is also talking about El-Sayed, doing some chud fails, talking about socialist revolution. So raiding into USA Hole, spread the good vibes to them as well. Long-term friend of the VOD, member of the Cuties gang. Jump in there, chat. Pile in there. Get in there, because we're raiding into USA Hole. Yeah, thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thanks for helping me get my mood in a better place after that silly technical difficulties that we started with. I just like, it's you know that thing where you're kicking your own butt for something and you can't stop, and other people are like, please. It's actually kind of annoying how much you are angry at yourself, and you know, it's hard to get out of that. So thank you, chat, for it was talking to chat that actually helped me get out of that. Speaking of talking to chat, let me talk to you now about my Patreons, because if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. Let's do those now. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Solipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, and shouts out to Buffy Keek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zero Xerix. And with that, chat, I am out of here. The raid has raided. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, because I always appreciate it when you like my stream. It helps us bring in more people, and more people we did bring in today. So thank you. And thank you to everybody that supported the stream. Like, right, I thought I had fucked it up, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna, nobody, like, I don't know. Election night is weird, chat. It's always been weird for me. It's always been a thing where, like, I'm going to cover this interesting topic that's happening now, and then I have, like, a smaller, you know, chat than usual. I understand kind of how that happens now. I understand why that happens. Oh, here, let's get that song. I always like to listen to USA Hole's song.
And also my wonderful co-host.
Oh, did I miss it?
Films, the coolest dude.
Did I miss it?
On the internet. And and his
song
host, Zippy, and our Lord and Savior number one creating together we are. USA Hole, we talk about the news.
Okay, so go follow USA Hole if you haven't already. They may have already done the song for me. I feel like it's a song just for me. That's what I love about it, right? I go over there, I get serenaded by the musical stylings of USA Hole and their original composition. It's a remix day? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I'm glad I rated it in at a good time. But anyway, chat. Yeah, I so for that reason, I just like stopped covering it because I was like, well, I guess, you know, bigger streams, right? Everybody's watching the Majority Report. Everybody's watching Hassan. Everybody's watching Breaking Points, or they're watching something. They're watching something other than me. But this time we did it, chat, and people were here to watch me give you that, you know, Steve Kornacki cam. And I actually ended up having fun in spite of the frustration, in spite of my own self-inflicted technical difficulty. So yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for helping me get through that. And, you know, have the courage to realize that maybe I am not such a random small streamer chick anymore. I might actually have to change my Twitter to match. But much love, everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. And in the immortal words of that immortal creep, John McLaughlin,